Chapter 1. Tianwu Continent, Great Qin Nation, Chizi County, Mo City, Shao Clan. Shao Chen sat on the roof of a house in the backyard of the Shao Clan. The blue sky was filled with white clouds, and the weather was pleasant. However, Shao Chen was feeling extremely depressed and unhappy. He swore that if he had the chance to return to Earth, he would never buy anything on Taobao even if he was beaten to death. Back then, when he bought the 250 yuan compendium of cultivation on Taobao, the seller even gave him an immortal pill that was said to be able to allow one to ascend. Shao Chen was usually very interested in these immortal cultivation techniques and legends, so he bought it without any hesitation. For 3 years, Shao Chen followed the cultivation techniques in the compendium of cultivation and cultivated for 3 whole years. However, he did not make any progress. Aside from memorizing the alchemy, talisman creation, formations, and magic treasure refinement, he did not know anything else. However, Shao Chen did not give up. He set his sights on that immortal pill. This black immortal pill looked very strange. He had once used a hammer to smash it. Just as the hammer was about to get close to the immortal pill, there seemed to be a formless barrier surrounding the immortal pill. No matter how much force he used, the hammer was unable to get close to the immortal pill. This miraculous performance caused Shao Chen to harden his heart. In the end, he decided to eat this immortal pill. Who knew that after consuming the immortal pill, Shao Chen would discover that he had indeed ascended. However, the world he ascended to was not the legendary immortal realm, but a world called the Tianwu Continent. After being muddle-headed for a long time, he found out that he had transmigrated and possessed the body of a person called Shao Chen. If it was a normal transmigration, he would be able to endure it. After all, which transmigrator was not awesome? With a wave of their hand, they could exterminate countless experts. With a wave of their hand, they could cause countless beauties to scream. The Tianwu Continent was a world where the strong were revered. However, the person he possessed was a complete cultivation trash. He was already 16 years old, yet he had not even condensed a martial spirit. The Shao clan was the #1 clan in Mo City, and Shao Chen was the son of the Shao clan's clan head. However, because his cultivation was trash, even the servants looked down on him. Shao Chen's reputation as a trash could be said to be known by everyone in Mo City, causing him to be looked down upon even when he was outside. Young Master Shao, the first elder is looking for you to go to the martial training hall for a strength test. If you have nothing else to do, you should hurry up and go. I have already passed on the message. Whether you go or not is up to you. A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Shao Chen's thoughts. The one who spoke was a maidservant of the Shao clan, but she didn't even look at Shao Chen. After she finished speaking, she ignored Shao Chen and left. Those who were able to enter the Shao clan all had the qualifications to cultivate. The maidservant who spoke earlier did not have a high aptitude, but she successfully condensed a martial spirit at the age of 12. She was much stronger than Shao Chen, who was unable to condense a martial spirit at the age of 16. Furthermore, Shao Chen relied on his status to flirt with these maidservants. His reputation was very bad, so how could others look up to him? Even a maidservant dares to look down on me. What exactly does this Shao Chen do on a daily basis? Hearing the maidservant's words, Shao Chen's mood became even worse. Dusting off the dust on his buttocks, Shao Chen jumped down from the roof. What made Shao Chen's mood even worse was not the maidservant's attitude, but the words that the maidservant had passed on. The Shao clan would conduct a strength test every 3 months. Through the memories of this body, Shao Chen knew that all the younger generation of the Shao clan had to undergo a strength test every 3 months. It was to assess their current state of cultivation. Those who improved would be rewarded, while those who slacked off and did not improve would receive either light or heavy punishments. Most of the young disciples would be in a good mood on this day, and some of the outstanding talents would be incomparably looking forward to this day to shine. However, this day was a form of torture for Shao Chen. Ever since he was 8 years old, his cultivation had stagnated. He had always been stuck at the 9th grade of spirit refinement, unable to take a step forward and condense a martial spirit, becoming a true martial master. For the past 8 years, this day had been his nightmare. Every time he took the test, he would be stuck at the 9th grade of spirit refinement, without any improvement. As for those disciples of the same age as him, all of them had already condensed their martial spirits. Those with good talent had already reached the peak of martial disciple, advancing towards the next step of becoming a martial master. When Xiaochen rushed to the martial practice hall, the large martial practice hall, which was a few hundred square meters, was already filled with people. After a careful count, there were no less than 800 people. These were the younger generation of the Shao clan, all of them below the age of 20. Even the weakest of them was a martial disciple. From this, it could be seen how strong the Shao clan, the #1 clan in Mo City, was. He randomly found a corner and stood there. He did not expect to shine here, he only hoped to arrive quietly and leave quietly. At this moment, there was an old man standing beside the magic sealing stone that was used to test everyone's strength. This person was the first elder of the Shao clan, Shao Chang. His strength was at the peak of martial grand master. In the Shao clan, his strength was second only to the Shao clan head, Shao Xiong. In the entire Mo city, he was considered an expert. In front of the magic sealing stone stood a youth of about 18 or 19 years old. That youth was preparing to undergo the test when he unintentionally turned his head and discovered Xiaochen in the corner. The corner of the youth's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an indistinct cold smile. He said in a strange tone, "So Brother Chen has arrived long ago. Why are you standing so far away? Since you are here, then let Brother Chen take the test first." Xiaochen smiled bitterly. There were some things that the more you tried to avoid, the more they would come knocking on your door. I was already standing far away, but I was still seen by him. The person who spoke was called Xiao Jian, he was Xiao Chen's older brother from a different mother. Every time he took the test, he would tease Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen started cultivating at the age of 4. In less than a year, he was able to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth. He used another year to reach the 1st grade of spirit refinement, and after another 3 years, he reached the 9th grade of spirit refinement before he was even 8 years old. He was about to condense his martial spirit. At that time, his talent could be said to be rare in the Shao clan, even in 100 years. At that time, Xiao Jian was still lingering around the 5th grade of spirit refinement. The gazes of everyone in the Shao clan were focused on Xiao Chen. All sorts of praises came from the elders of the Shao clan. Xiao Chen was like a puppet, forgotten by everyone. From then on, he hated Xiao Chen. They were both Xiao Xiong's sons, so why should he be forgotten while he, Xiao Chen, should be loved by everyone? The surrounding Shao clan disciples all looked like they were watching a good show. Every time there was a test of strength, Xiao Jian would find a way to humiliate Xiao Chen. They were already used to it. Furthermore, seeing this former genius turn into such a state, they all felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. Chapter 2. Xiaochen did not move, he only stared coldly at this group of people. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao Jian slowly walked towards the crowd, and as he approached, the crowd automatically opened up a path for him. They all looked at Xiao Chen with mocking smiles. "Brother Chen, why are you not moving? Are you not giving me any face?" Xiao Jian said sinisterly. His right hand grabbed Xiao Chen's wrist, trying to pull him forward. However, when he tried to pull, he discovered that he could not move Xiao Chen's wrist. He could not help but be startled. How is this trash so strong? Just as he was about to use his essence to force Xiao Chen to submit, Xiao Chen flung Xiao Jian's hand away in front of everyone's eyes. He said coldly, "There is no need for Big Brother to worry, I can walk by myself." Gasps of astonishment could be heard from the crowd. How did this trash shake off Xiao Jian's hand? Although Xiao Jian did not use his essence, he was already a peak superior grade martial disciple. He was only a step away from becoming a martial master. He was several realms higher than Xiao Chen. Could it be that this trash had some fortuitous encounter and condensed a martial spirit? Xiao Jian, who was shaken off by Xiao Chen, was stunned for a moment before his expression turned unsightly. Xiao Chen, you actually made me lose face in front of so many people. He followed Xiao Chen with a gloomy expression. He did not realize that he was the one who insulted Xiao Chen first. Xiao Chen, who was standing in front of the demon sealing stone, revealed a bitter expression. He was very clear on his cultivation realm. However, since things had already reached this point, he had no way out. At most, he would just have to suffer another round of disdain. Thinking of this, he calmed down. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and placed it on the demon sealing stone. He circulated the weak spiritual energy in his body. Strands of spiritual energy flowed from his dantian to the acupoints on his arm, quickly gathering in his right palm. The demon sealing stone on his palm started to change color, from the initial pure white to a faint red. After a short while, Xiao Chen's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. The demon sealing stone seemed to have a suction force. The spiritual energy in his body kept flowing out, but the color of the demon sealing stone was still a faint red. There was no change. Xiao Chen, 9th grade spirit refinement, no progress at all, the first elder, Xiao Chang, said emotionlessly from behind the magic sealing stone. Xiao Chen shook his head and retracted his right hand, wiping the sweat off his forehead. The surrounding Xiao clan disciples all heaved a sigh of relief. This trash was still trash, no miracle had happened. His strength was still at the 9th grade of spirit refinement. Xiao Jian laughed coldly. Actually, he was startled earlier as well. Now that he thought about it, he had been deceiving himself. He immediately regained the idea of teasing Xiao Chen. Little brother Chen, you are indeed talented. It has already been 8 years, yet you are still at the 9th grade of spirit refinement. In the entire Xiao clan, no, in the entire Great Qin nation, you are probably the only one with such talent. Ha! All the Xiao clan disciples in the hall started laughing as well. The first elder behind the magic sealing stone frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. He felt that it was a pity in his heart. Xiao Jian's talent was good, and he was diligent in his cultivation. However, he was too narrow-minded. His future would not be very bright. He did not know if this child would be able to endure the promise of 10 years in half a year's time. Xiao Chen's face turned cold and he did not say anything. Was this still his big brother? Not only did he not console him, he even took the lead in insulting him. What was the point of having such a big brother? Xiao Jian stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder a few times. He laughed strangely and said, "Little brother Chen, don't be discouraged. Take it slow. Who knows, you might be able to condense your martial spirit in a few years." "Hey, little brother Chen, why are you kneeling? Don't be like this, your big brother can't take it." The palm strikes that Xiao Jian sent out earlier had all been infused with essence. He had used half of his peak martial disciple cultivation. Xiao Chen had embarrassed him in front of so many people, he did not intend to let Xiao Chen off so easily. Xiao Chen knelt on one knee on the ground, his forehead was covered in sweat. After Xiao Jian infused his essence, Xiao Jian's hand pressed down on Xiao Chen's shoulder like a heavy weight. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. Mocking laughter came from the crowd. "Young Master Xiao, your cultivation is at the peak, but there is no need for you to use such a method to express yourself. Young Master Xiao is indeed young Master Xiao. He is even kneeling with such grace." Xiao Chen closed his eyes. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Fresh blood slowly seeped out and his body trembled non-stop. Unresigned. Unresigned. A wave of resentment that came from the depths of his soul fiercely attacked Xiao Chen. "I am unresigned. Is it you?" Xiao Chen muttered in his heart. This resentment that came from the depths of his soul was the soul of this body. Even though he had already perished, the resentment that had accumulated in his heart for 8 years exploded out. He was unresigned. No one is willing to be trash. No one is willing to endure the mockery and humiliation of others for no reason. No one is willing to look up to others for their entire life. You are Xiao Chen, and I am Xiao Chen as well. Let me, Shao Chen, live for you and wash away the humiliation of these 8 years. I will let those who mocked and humiliated you know what regret is. Shao Chen fiercely opened his eyes and a bright light flashed across them. The numbness and coldness from before were all swept away and replaced with a resolute expression. I, Shao Chen, will definitely not be trash for my entire life. He pressed his body down and quickly rolled backwards. He stood behind the magic sealing stone and stared coldly at Shao Jian. Shao Jian was looking at the surrounding Shao clan disciples mocking Shao Chen with a pleased expression. His mind had relaxed and he was caught off guard, allowing Shao Chen to escape from his grasp. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Just as he was about to make a move, a torn piece of cloth flew over and slapped him fiercely in the face. The force of the slap was enough to clear Shao Jian's face. The piece of cloth was torn from Shao Chen's sleeve. Naturally, the person who slapped him was Shao Chen. Very good, you have already accepted it. In 7 days, I will challenge you to a life and death duel here. From today onwards, you are no longer my big brother, ever. Shao Chen said coldly as he looked at Shao Jian. His voice was so cold that it seemed to have come from the depths of hell. Chapter 3. Shao Chen's face had already turned purple from anger. When he heard this, he immediately stopped condensing the essence in his hands and dispersed the martial technique he was about to use, Flame Chop. He stared blankly for a moment before understanding the meaning behind Shao Chen's words. He revealed an expression as if he was looking at a monster as he looked at Shao Chen. Not only him, but everyone in the dojo also understood the meaning behind Shao Chen's words. The surrounding people first broke into an uproar, then they all looked at Shao Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Duel etiquette. What Shao Chen had just used was the duel etiquette of the Tianwu continent. There were many duel etiquettes in the Tianwu continent. For example, tossing a handkerchief to the opponent, and as long as the opponent caught it, it meant that they agreed to the duel. These kinds of duels were very gentle, and they usually stopped when the duel was over. According to the customs of the different regions, there were many different duel etiquettes. However, no matter where, there was a common duel etiquette. Furthermore, the duel was the most savage one, and that was the face-slapping etiquette. Using a piece of cloth from one's sleeve to throw at the opponent's face, once it hit, the duel would immediately take effect. Once the duel started, it would not end until one side was dead. However, Shao Chen was only at the 9th grade of spirit refinement. He did not have any martial techniques, yet he challenged a peak martial cultivator to a duel. Wasn't he just seeking death? In the Tianwu continent, martial cultivators were revered. The martial cultivator realms were divided into initial spirit refinement, martial disciple, martial master, martial grand master, martial saint, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, emperor Wu, and martial god. The spirit refinement realm was divided into 9 small realms, and above the martial disciple realm was divided into 3 small realms, inferior, medial, and superior. On the path of martial cultivation, the spirit refinement realm was the most difficult. Only after reaching the 9th grade of spirit refinement and condensing a martial spirit could one be considered a true martial cultivator. Anyone with high talent would be able to condense a martial spirit before the age of 10. If one could only condense a martial spirit after the age of 10, their future achievements on the path of martial cultivation would be greatly reduced. The earlier one condensed a martial spirit, the higher their future achievements would be. In an independent courtyard of the Shao family, Shao Chen sat cross-legged on the bed in the bedroom, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth according to the cultivation method of this body. Wisps of spiritual energy surged from all directions, seeping into the 720 acupoints of Shao Chen's body through the pores on Shao Chen's body. Then, the spiritual energy flowed along his meridians like tiny snakes, all swimming toward his dantian. The spiritual energy from all directions gathered along his meridians. His dantian was in a state of chaos. The spiritual qi circled around his dantian before turning into countless tiny strands of spiritual qi and returning to his meridians. Shao Chen unwillingly gathered the spiritual energy again and pressed it towards his dantian. However, the spiritual energy still circled around his dantian and flowed back again. He tried several times and the spiritual energy became thinner and thinner, but it still couldn't flow into his dantian. In the end, all the spiritual qi flowed back, seeping into Xiao Chen's skin and flesh through the meridian's acupoints, slowly nourishing Xiao Chen's bones and flesh before disappearing completely. Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and hammered his bed in annoyance, but it still didn't work. Ever since Xiao Chen reached the 9th grade of spirit refinement, the spiritual energy that he absorbed could no longer gather in his dantian. All of it had seeped into his bones and flesh, tempering his physical body to an incomparably tough state. His strength was also startling. If he didn't use essence, even a martial master would not be a match for him in terms of strength. This was also the reason why he was able to break free from Xiao Jian so easily. However, if he couldn't condense a martial spirit, he would be unable to convert the spiritual energy from heaven and earth into essence. In the future, when a cultivator used martial techniques, they would need to use essence. No matter how strong he was, in front of a martial master with essence, there was only death awaiting him. Could it be that I still won't be able to escape death in 7 days? Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. The compendium of cultivation that he bought from Taobao could not be cultivated on Earth, but could it be cultivated in this world? Because of the existence of a martial spirit, he would definitely not be able to form the golden core or nascent soul, but what about cultivating? One had to know that there was no spiritual energy on Earth, but it was everywhere in this world. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Xiao Chen decided to give it a try. The compendium of cultivation only had the purple thunder divine incantation. He had read the compendium of cultivation for 3 years and had already memorized it. He sat down cross-legged and immediately started cultivating according to it. The purple thunder divine incantation had a total of 12 layers. Naturally, he could only start cultivating from the first layer. He silently recited the incantation and after a while, he could clearly feel the spiritual energy in his surroundings moving. Xiao Chen calmed himself down. At this moment, he could not be too hasty. He calmed himself down and continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed unceasingly. The feeling of spiritual energy entering his body through his pores was incomparably clear. The strands of spiritual energy were like hues cheerfully entering his body. The instant the spiritual energy entered his body felt an indescribable carefree feeling. The speed and density of the spiritual energy he absorbed was several times stronger than before. The spiritual energy flowed along his meridians and acupoints. Xiao Chen's tiny meridians continuously expanded under the expansion of this thick and solid spiritual energy. The speed at which the spiritual energy flowed was extremely fast. In a short moment, it had completed a small cycle in front of his chest. The speed was so fast that even Xiao Chen was a little afraid. He quickly controlled his mind and carefully reduced the speed at which the spiritual energy flowed. After a large cycle, the spiritual energy returned to his qi si and stopped above his dantian. Xiao Chen became nervous. He still wanted to try it one more time. He did his best to control the spiritual energy and carefully pushed it towards the chaotic dantian. The majestic spiritual energy was like a flood dragon as it slowly swam to the edge of the dantian. This feeling was different from the previous times. This time, his mind could clearly feel that there was a soft barrier in the dantian that prevented the spiritual energy from entering. The further the spiritual energy went, the more obvious the feeling became. In the end, the spiritual energy was completely unable to move forward. Xiao Chen steeled his heart and gathered all the spiritual energy in his meridians into the spiritual energy above his dantian. He used his mind to control the spiritual energy to rush downwards. With a pang, the spiritual energy was bounced back. Under the huge shockwave, Xiao Chen felt as though his internal organs were displaced. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen turned pale with fright. He quickly retracted his mind and slowly controlled the spiritual energy to slowly nourish his damaged internal organs. Chapter 4. After 4 hours, Xiao Chen was still carefully repairing his damaged internal organs. With this lesson, he no longer dared to use spiritual energy to forcefully break through his dantian. After his injuries stabilized, he began to slowly recover the circulation speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Strands of spiritual energy were continuously absorbed by Xiao Chen. After one cycle in his meridians, all the spiritual energy seeped into Xiao Chen's bones and flesh. He had already made up his mind. Since he was temporarily unable to condense a martial spirit, then he would temper his body into a body of steel. There was no concept of time during cultivation. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen had already circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation for 36 cycles. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and 2 purple lights flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the sky was already slightly bright. Xiao Chen was somewhat flabbergasted. He had actually cultivated the entire night in the house. Even though he did not sleep for the entire night, Xiao Chen felt completely refreshed. He did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. A strange smell wafted over. Xiao Chen then discovered that his body was covered in layers of sticky black liquid. It was incomparably fishy. These were the impurities and waste in Xiao Chen's body. In the past, when Xiao Chen cultivated, he would at most be covered in sweat. Last night, he cultivated for an entire night. Furthermore, his cultivation speed was more than twice as fast as usual. This was why the current scene was so exaggerated. Those who did not know might even think that Xiao Chen had fallen into a latrine pit. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and quickly went to take a cold shower. If he were to walk out like this, he would definitely be misunderstood. After taking a shower, he changed into a set of clothes and got into a stance in the courtyard, practicing the most common fist technique of the Xiao clan. This fist technique of the Xiao clan, rising, falling, advancing, and retreating, was very straightforward. The fist wind was rustling, and it was very simple. Xiao Chen was very carefree as he practiced. Unknowingly, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in his body started to circulate. The originally simple and unadorned fist technique suddenly became tyrannical and mighty. When it was released and retracted, there seemed to be the sound of wind and thunder buzzing in the air. This change made Xiao Chen very happy. He did not expect the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to have such an effect. Xiao Chen immediately became even more delighted, and his punches became faster and faster. The sound of thunder continued to ring out, and he unconsciously began to shout softly. Traces of electricity appeared on Xiao Chen's fists, jumping non-stop. A warm current flowed into his right hand, and his entire right hand seemed to be filled with boundless strength. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. His body leaped high into the air. When he landed, he punched the ground. Xiao Chen used all of his strength in this punch. Bang! The ground was littered with gravel, and among the countless cracks, a half-meter-wide hole appeared. Xiao Chen held his breath as he looked at the gravel on the ground and shook his head. The might of this punch looked very ferocious, but he knew that it was nothing. After those strong cultivators used their martial techniques, they could create a 1-meter-wide hole in the ground. Furthermore, there would be no cracks, and the gravel would turn into powder. However, Xiao Chen was already very satisfied. He had to take things step by step. He had only cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation for one night, and his strength was already so shocking. If he cultivated for a few more days, this body might not necessarily be unable to reach the realm of those cultivators. Furthermore, the electricity on his fists would give them a pleasant surprise. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen decided to continue cultivating. However, he could no longer cultivate in his bedroom. He had to find a place with more abundant spiritual energy. The back mountain of the Xiao clan, Seven-Horn Mountain, was such a place. This Seven-Horn Mountain could be said to be the foundation of the Xiao clan. Not only were there all sorts of spirit beasts and rare herbs on the mountain, the density of the spiritual energy on the mountain was more than double that of the surface. In the memories of this body, many years ago, the Xiao clan was a huge clan in the Great Qin nation or the entire Tianwu continent. After they declined, they came to Mo City. The seniors of the Xiao clan used their martial prowess to occupy this mountain range. Relying on this seven-horn mountain, which contained countless natural treasures, the Shao clan slowly gained a firm foothold in Mo City, becoming one of the top clans there. However, such a treasure trove would naturally cause people to covet it. Because of this rank 7 mountain, the disputes and conflicts had never stopped. During this period of time, the local clans of Mo City and the Shao clan had a few large-scale battles, causing both sides to suffer great losses. Later on, under the mediation of Mo City's city lord, all the clans in Mo City agreed to hold a martial arts competition every 10 years. The younger generation of the various clans who were not over the age of 20 would participate. The winner would decide the ownership of this rank 7 mountain. Both sides took a step back. The Shao clan did not dare to offend all the surrounding clans, so they agreed to this plan. Although the Shao clan was weak, they had already won the 3 martial arts competitions they held. There was still half a year before the new promise of 10 years would arrive. The Shao clan placed all their hopes on Shao Jian and the first elder's mysterious granddaughter. Recalling the history of this seven-horn mountain, Shao Chen had already arrived at the foot of the seven-horn mountain. There was a pass at the foot of the mountain, and inside it were the elite guards of the Shao clan. If someone not from the Shao clan wanted to enter this mountain range, they would have to apply in advance and pay a certain amount of money. As the second son of the clan head, Shao Chen naturally did not need to go through any formalities to enter Seven-Horn Mountain. However, when the Shao clan guards at the foot of the mountain discovered that he wanted to enter, they were put in a difficult position. Who did not know that the second young master of the Shao clan was only in the 9th grade of spirit refinement? He was famous for being trash in Mo City. If he entered Seven-Horn Mountain, only death awaited him. When the clan had placed the blame on them, they would definitely be punished. Second young master, the spirit beasts in the mountain range are ferocious. It is not a fun place. It is best if second young master does not enter, one of the guards said. Actually, he did not say the other half of the sentence. The Misty Rain Pavilion in the city was the place where the young master should go. Why would he come here? Wasn't that just seeking death? When Shao Chen heard this, he smiled, not minding the tone of the guard, who said, I am going in to play. I am going to cultivate. Don't tell me that as the second son of the Shao clan head, I do not have the qualifications to enter this mountain range to cultivate. That guard wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by the person behind him. The person behind him smiled and said, since second young master is going to cultivate, we naturally will not stop you. We only hope that young master does not wander too far and is cautious about entering the inner regions of the mountain range. That is natural. After Shao Chen finished speaking, he walked away without even turning his head back. Why do you want me to let him in? Doesn't he know that he is sending himself to death? The guard who spoke earlier asked. Your information network is really not up to date. Have you not heard of his duel with Shao Jian? It is a fight to the death. Let him in. Even if he dies in the hands of a spirit beast, it would be better than dying in the hands of Shao Jian. Chapter 5. Seven-Horn Mountain. Shao Chen walked all the way to the top of the mountain. After cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, his perception was much stronger than usual. He could clearly feel the abundant spiritual energy in the mountain forest. At this moment, he was looking for a place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the periphery of the mountain range. Although he did not succeed in condensing his martial spirit yesterday, he did not give up. In the Compendium of Cultivation, aside from the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, there were also methods to refine various medicinal pills. Along the way, he discovered that the medicinal herbs in this world were no different from the ones recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. As long as he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation for a period of time and refined the most basic flames to refine pills, with the help of medicinal pills, he might be able to condense his martial spirit. Suddenly, Shao Chen sensed that the spiritual energy was extremely abundant in an area about 500 meters in front of him. When he raised his head, he saw that the vegetation there was lush and the leaves were luxuriant. The trees growing there were much thicker than the surrounding trees. Shao Chen grinned. He had finally found it. He pushed aside the branches in front of him and quickly rushed forward. When he got close to the area with abundant spiritual energy, Xiao Qin stopped. This kind of place would normally have strong spirit beasts. The perception of spirit beasts was much stronger than that of humans. It was impossible for them not to sense it. They would definitely occupy such a good place to cultivate. He had to find it. The strongest demonic beasts in the periphery were only rank 2, which was equivalent to a peak human martial disciple. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, coupled with the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, he could find an opportunity to kill it. A cool breeze blew by, causing a few leaves to dance. Xiao Chen sniffed, and there was actually a trace of the smell of blood in the wind. However, the smell of blood seemed to have existed for a long time and had become very faint. If not for Xiao Chen's sensitive sense of smell, he might not have been able to smell it. Could it be that the spirit beasts here have already been killed by someone? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. He took a few steps forward and finally saw the dead spirit beast under a tree. After taking a closer look, Xiao Chen was shocked. The dead spirit beast was a twin-tailed spirit fox. Looking at the wounds on its body, there was only a horrifying sword mark on its neck. It had actually been killed by a single sword strike. The twin-tailed spirit fox was in existence at the pinnacle of rank 2 spirit beasts. It was famous for its ghostly speed. It could be said that it had no natural enemies in the outer region of Seven-Horn Mountain. Furthermore, this kind of spirit fox was extremely intelligent and cunning. If it encountered a strong opponent, it would definitely escape immediately. However, in its current situation, it was clearly killed by a sword the moment it was discovered. It died on the spot and didn't even have a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shiver. The twin-tailed spirit fox's speed was extremely fast. How fast did a sword have to be able to kill it in one strike? To die on the spot, this person was at least a martial master. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind him. He felt a sense of danger. Not good. With a thought, Xiao Chen quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. A warm current was transmitted to his feet. With a push, his body soared into the air. Xiao Chen used both his hands to grab onto a tree branch that was over 2 meters tall. With a gentle swing, his body somersaulted in the air and landed lightly on the tree branch. He touched his back. There was a sword wound on his back. The wound was not deep, but it was bleeding quite a bit. Looking at the blood on his hands, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. If he had not dodged fast enough, he would have been chopped in half at the waist. Xiao Chen looked down and saw that the person who attacked was a girl. She was not more than 20 years old. Her facial features were picturesque, and her skin was as fair as jade. Her fine black hair was tied into a ponytail, like a swallow's tail resting on her shoulders. Her face was as pretty as a flower. Coupled with the green attire on her body, she looked like an otherworldly fairy. However, her eyes were filled with killing intent, cold and sharp. Under her gaze, even the air seemed to turn cold. The girl held a slender sword in her hand. It flickered with a faint cold light. Occasionally, moonlight would flow on the blade of the sword. This sword was actually a spirit weapon. In the Tianwu continent, there was a special ore called the moonstone. When forging a weapon, as long as a blacksmith mixed in a little moonstone powder, the quality of the weapon would improve by leaps and bounds, becoming a spirit weapon. The reason why a spirit weapon was strong, aside from its sharpness, was because it could merge the energy of the wielder's martial spirit together, raising the strength of the cultivator to the extreme. This person seemed familiar. Xiao Chen searched through his memories for a long time before he finally found some information about this girl. Seeing that the girl in front of him was about to make a move, he quickly said, "Cousin Yulan, don't make a move. I am Xiao Chen, have you forgotten?" The first elder's daughter, Xiao Yulan, was a distant cousin of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not familiar with her. In his memories, this cousin seemed to be very antisocial from a young age. After the age of 10, he rarely saw her. He only heard that she was bitterly cultivating and was very mysterious. Xiao Yulan frowned slightly, as though she was thinking about something. After a long time, she sheathed the sword in her hand. Her vermilion lips parted slightly as she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, cousin Xiao Chen. What are you doing here?" Seeing her sheath her sword, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He jumped down from the tree and said, "I saw that the spiritual energy here is more abundant, so I wanted to cultivate. Cousin, if you come to a place with more spiritual energy in the future, you must be more cautious. These places usually have stronger spirit beasts guarding them." Xiao Yulan paused for a while, as though she remembered something. She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Chen. "This is a top-notch golden salve. It is very effective for the sword wound on your back. I have been cultivating here for the past few days and chased away many spirit beasts that wanted to snatch this place. Cousin, you can cultivate here without worry. I will take this bottle of golden salve as an apology. I will take my leave now." Xiao Chen received the golden salve in his hand and looked at Xiao Yulan's departing figure thoughtfully. She killed the twin-tailed spirit fox with one sword strike. This cultivation was much stronger than the high-spirited Xiao Jian of the Xiao clan. However, why did she not show herself? Could it be that she had been cultivating in Seven-Horn Mountain, fighting with all sorts of spirit beasts? Xiao Chen thought about it carefully and felt that it was very possible. When Xiao Yulan first looked at him, it was as though she was looking at a spirit beast, without any emotions. If he had not called out her name, he would already be a corpse. Whatever, I don't have much time left. The spiritual energy in this place is incomparably abundant. I should cultivate first. Xiao Chen found a thick tree and jumped onto it. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Chapter 6. The spiritual energy on the mountain was indeed much denser than below. In an instant, Xiao Chen could feel the vigorous spiritual energy surging towards him. His meridians, which had been expanded by the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, were quickly filled up. The spiritual energy circulated quickly in the 8 great meridians in his body. Xiao Chen did not dare to attack his dantian like he did yesterday. He obediently used the spiritual energy to nourish his bones and flesh. With each breath, Xiao Chen's qi slowly stabilized. He entered a state of selflessness, as though he had become one with the entire mountain range. This state lasted for about 4 hours. The spiritual energy within a few hundred meters of Xiao Chen suddenly became restless. Boundless majestic spiritual energy was drawn into Xiao Chen's body by an unknown force. Xiao Chen, who had already entered a state of selflessness, was startled by this sudden situation. This spiritual energy was like a gushing river, pouring endlessly into Xiao Chen's body. The spiritual energy circulating in his meridians became thicker and thicker. Xiao Chen felt pain from the swelling. If this continued, Xiao Chen's body would explode and he would die in less than an hour. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulating in his body was not under Xiao Chen's control. It continued to circulate frantically, at least twice as fast as usual. What's going on? A deep fear crept into Xiao Chen's heart. Am I going to die like this? The surging spiritual energy continued to flow endlessly into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen did his best to send the spiritual energy from his meridians to his bones and flesh. However, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy was far slower than the speed at which it flowed in. His meridians had already started to show tiny cracks mixed with traces of blood. An intense pain was transmitted to his brain. Xiao Chen groaned and nearly fainted from the pain. Looking down, his dantian was still in a state of chaos. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and did not care anymore. If this spiritual qi did not have an outlet, then his body would immediately explode and he would die. Only by successfully condensing his martial spirit could he refine this spiritual qi into yuan qi. After making up his mind immediately controlled the spiritual qi to rush towards his dantian. This spiritual qi was much stronger than the spiritual qi that Xiao Chen had used to attack his dantian before. As usual, the huge spiritual qi was stopped when it approached the periphery of his dantian. However, this time, it did not bounce back. The three main meridians in his chest once again surged with a powerful wave of spiritual energy. With a bang, the spiritual energy that had become even more powerful once again collided with the thin membrane surrounding his dantian. Xiao Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. The spiritual energy still did not enter his dantian. I don't believe that I can't break you. After failing several times in a row, Xiao Qian's anger flared up. He controlled his spiritual qi to hit the membrane outside his dantian again and again. After hitting for the fifth time, Xiao Qin had already spat out 5 mouthfuls of blood. However, this time, he clearly felt that the membrane had loosened a little. Feeling happy, Xiao Qin did not immediately gather his spiritual qi to attack. Instead, he took a deep breath and the spiritual qi in his body rapidly increased. Not long later, a wave of spiritual qi that was stronger than any of the previous times gathered. Under the control of Xiao Qian's mind, the surging spiritual qi was like a surging flood dragon as it roared towards his dantian. Boom! A loud sound came from within Xiao Qian's body. The membrane that had been troubling Xiao Qian for 8 years suddenly shattered. Xiao Qian did not care about the pain. His mind probed downwards. He wanted to see what exactly was causing trouble in his dantian. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared and stared straight at Xiao Qian. The gaze was like a torch, it was not angry, but it exuded might. Xiao Qian felt as if a tall mountain was pressing down on him. In this world, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He actually had a desire to worship it. However, before he could be shocked, an intense pain came. Xiao Qian fainted. When Xiao Qian fainted, the purple thunder divine incantation did not stop circulating. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to pour into Xiao Qian's body. However, this spiritual energy no longer permeated into his flesh and bones. Instead, it all gathered in his dantian. The originally chaotic dantian was now clear. There was actually a young blue dragon inside. That blue dragon's eyes were closed and its 5 claws were spread out. It greedily absorbed the spiritual energy that was pouring into it. Its 2 dragon whiskers swayed gently, looking extremely comfortable. Its entire body quickly moved in circles. As it absorbed the spiritual energy, the soft skin of the blue dragon started to slowly harden. However, its body still did not change. The surrounding spiritual energy slowly thinned. No matter how dense the spiritual energy was, it could not withstand the endless absorption of the blue dragon. Slowly, the surrounding spiritual energy was completely absorbed. The spiritual energy in the surroundings still needed a long time to accumulate. The blue dragon did not seem to be satisfied. It continued to absorb. However, there was no longer any spiritual energy left in Xiao Qian's body. Xiao Qian's strong skin and flesh started to shrivel. This blue dragon was actually trying to extract the spiritual energy from Xiao Qian's skin and flesh. The blue dragon absorbed for another hour. Its green skin became even denser and harder before it stopped. It opened its eyes and stretched out its 5 claws. It nimbly swam in a circle before it suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. It was as if it had finally seen the light of day after being locked up for countless years. This roar passed through Xiao Qian's body and soared into the sky. The spirit beasts in the periphery of Seven-Horn Mountain all lay on the ground in fear. The might contained in this roar seemed to innately make them feel fear. At the same time, the sect masters of the Tianwu continent's Phoenix's Passion Palace, White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial sect all stopped what they were doing. They looked into the distance and muttered the same sentence, "The blue dragon has awakened." Xiao Qian only woke up at dusk. The first thing he noticed was that something was wrong with his body. His bones had become much thinner. However, he did not care about this at this moment. The mysterious eyes in his dantian had caused him to be extremely shocked. He quickly sat down cross-legged and controlled his consciousness to look at his dantian. However, there was no longer any eyes. There was only a small azure dragon with a few white clouds floating around it. Its eyes were closed in his dantian, waiting quietly. What's going on? I clearly saw a pair of eyes. The might and aura contained in those eyes was something he would never forget. Could it be from this little dragon? Chapter 7. Xiaoqin controlled his consciousness to move closer to the blue dragon. His consciousness was almost touching the face of the blue dragon, allowing him to see the blue dragon very clearly. Just at this moment, the blue dragon's eyes suddenly opened, startling Xiaoqin. However, the blue dragon did not seem to notice Xiaoqin. After a while, it closed its eyes again. Xiaoqin quickly recollected his consciousness. The eyes of the blue dragon were very clear, like a clear spring. It was impossible for it to give off a soul-stirring and subduing gaze. However, what was this blue dragon? He did not remember when a dragon had entered his body. Could it be a martial spirit? Did I succeed in condensing a martial spirit? Blue dragon martial spirit. Xiaoqin suddenly thought of a very distant memory from this body. A long time ago, there were 4 great sects in the Tianwu continent. The sect masters of these 4 great sects possessed the bloodline of a holy beast. Many of the disciples of these sects were born with a holy beast martial spirit. These people cultivated much faster than ordinary people. Furthermore, the holy beast martial spirit had spirituality. It was not something a regular martial spirit could compare to. The eastern blue dragon, the western white tiger, the southern vermilion bird, and the northern black tortoise. The 4 great clans each occupied a region. The Shao clan was one of the eastern blue dragon. However, 1,000 years ago, due to some unknown reason, the holy beast blue dragon martial spirit no longer appeared in the Shao clan. 1,000 years later, the once rich and powerful clan became a small clan that resided in a small city. Xiaoqin shook his head. He could not be bothered to think about these things. He was only concerned that he had finally condensed a martial spirit. He could condense essence and practice martial techniques. He might not lose to Xiao Jian in 7 days. Once again, Xiaoqin focused his consciousness and checked the state of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Previously, when the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated crazily, it made him feel uneasy. He did not want his body to explode and die at the slightest provocation. What made him pleasantly surprised was that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was circulating very smoothly. Furthermore, his cultivation realm had taken a huge step forward. He had completely stabilized the first layer. For now, he did not care about the blue dragon martial spirit. Cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was the most important thing for Xiaoqin. Just by cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation for 1 night, his strength had increased by a lot. Furthermore, when he punched, there was electricity. One could imagine how strong it was. He remembered that in the Compendium of Cultivation, it was written that after cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, one could refine the Purple Thunder True Fire. Since the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had stabilized at the first layer, Xiaoqin decided to give it a try. Xiaoqin stood up and circulated the qin. Xiaoqin Xiao Divine Qin Xiao. Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Thunder Divine Incantation. A pure and condensed essence flowed from its body into Xiaoqin's meridians. With a thought, Xiaoqin felt this cool and comfortable essence. He guided this energy to circulate within his body. Following the method in the Compendium of Cultivation, this essence gathered on his right hand. It passed through the heavenly spring, Zhigu, Xiuza, and Neiguan acupoints before gathering on his middle finger. Suddenly, a crackling electric light lit up on his finger. It flickered non-stop. Finally, all the electric light gathered at the tip of Xiaoqin's finger, forming a purple flame the size of a peanut. Xiaoqin looked at this flame that was flickering continuously. It looked like it would be extinguished at any moment. He could not help but smile bitterly. Not to mention killing people, this flame could only be used to light a cigarette in his original world. Xiaoqin waved his hand and extinguished the flame. He was not dispirited. Being able to succeed in his first attempt was already very gratifying. However, he did not notice that when he was extinguishing the flame, a small spark did not extinguish. It slowly floated to the ground. The moment it landed, it ignited all the fallen leaves within a half-meter radius. The flame disappeared in a flash. If it were not for the ashes and the heat that still lingered on his face, Xiaochen would not believe that there was a fire here. Xiaochen was dumbfounded as he looked at all this. After a while, Xiaochen let out an ecstatic smile. This flame was too strong. Just a spark had such might. If he practiced it for a while longer, how strong would its destructive power be? Xiaochen tirelessly practiced summoning the purple thunder true fire. After a few hours of practice, Xiaochen could summon the purple thunder true fire with just a thought. Pu Qi. A figure flashed past the tree above Xiaochen's head, rushing into the distance. Stopping what he was doing, Xiaochen raised his head to take a look. That person was wearing blue robes. He flew past the treetops and disappeared from Xiaochen's line of sight in the blink of an eye. This was not true flight. He merely used the treetops and a superb movement technique to create the illusion of flight. Even so, this person's cultivation was at least at the martial saint realm. Since when did Mo City have a blue-robed martial saint? What is his purpose in coming to my Shao clan's Seven-Horn Mountain? Xiaochen thought suspiciously. Looking at the direction in which that person left, Xiaochen hesitated for a while before deciding to follow and take a look. A martial saint expert would not come to this Seven-Horn Mountain for no reason. Xiaochen completely withdrew his aura and relied on the strength of his physical body to rush in the direction in which that person left. The strength of this body was extremely strong. Even without using the essence in his body, Xiaochen's speed was astonishingly fast as he rushed through the forest. The speed of that person in blue was extremely fast, he had long since disappeared. Xiaochen could only move in a general direction. If he was unlucky, he might never be able to find him. After walking for about an hour, a soft voice entered Xiaochen's ears along with the cool breeze. Xiaochen quickly stopped and listened attentively. After determining the direction of the voice, he continued moving forward. The voice became clearer. Xiaochen jumped onto a big tree and finally saw the person speaking. About 300 meters in front of him, the person in blue was talking to a group of people in a low voice. Strange, why are they from the Zhang clan? The group of people who were talking to the person in blue were wearing clothes with embroidered patterns. It was the symbol of the Zhang clan, which was second only to the Shao clan in Mo City. There were 3 white clouds embroidered on the chest of their brown coats. Hu Qi. Suddenly, the sound of someone breaking through the air came from behind him. Xiaochen was startled and immediately circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple thunder true fire instantly gathered in his right hand and he was about to make a move. Chapter 8. Cousin Xiaochen, don't make a move, it's me. Xiao Yulan stood beside Xiaochen and said softly. Seeing who it was, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief and immediately extinguished the flame on his finger. He leaned against the tree trunk and said, Cousin Yulan discovered them as well. Xiao Yulan nodded her head and looked at the group of people in front. She frowned slightly. Cousin, do you know who those people are? I'm not very sure, I only know that the people in brown clothes are from the Zhang clan. Xiao Yulan withdrew her gaze and looked at Xiaochen's body. She felt it was strange as she asked, Cousin Xiaochen, what's wrong? You look like you're injured. In just a day's time, Xiaochen's body had slimmed down. He looked very weak, but there were no visible wounds on his body. It was very strange. Xiaochen smiled bitterly, it's a long story. In front of the forest, where the person in blue was. Elder Zhang, where is the cave that you spoke of? After walking for so long, this old man is running out of patience. There was a trace of anger in the blue-clothed man's voice as he spoke in an impatient tone. The person addressed as Elder Zhang looked to be in his 50s. His cultivation had already reached the peak of martial Grand Master. His position in the Zhang clan was second only to the Zhang clan head. At this moment, he didn't dare to slight the blue-clothed man at all. He said respectfully, Senior, don't worry. That cave is something that a member of my clan found by accident. We'll be there in 15 minutes. The person in blue snorted coldly, then lead the way. The cave of the predecessor would usually contain the strong martial techniques and cultivation experiences of these experts. There were often such legends in the Tianwu continent. Someone found a cave of the predecessor by chance and his cultivation increased greatly. However, this small seven-horn mountain actually had a cave of the predecessor. So cousin has already condensed his martial spirit. Congratulations. Shao Qin hid the matter of the blue dragon martial spirit. He only said that he was in his current state because he condensed his martial spirit. Xiao Yulan seemed to know that Shao Qin was trash, so she did not ask further. Should we follow? Seeing that the group of people had already gone far away, Shao Qin asked Xiao Yulan for her opinion. Let's go. Xiao Yulan leaped down from the tree and landed on the tip of her feet. She pushed off lightly and her body flew forward by more than 50 meters. She was like a green fairy, and in a few breaths, she had already traveled 100 meters. What a fast speed, Shao Qin thought to himself. He jumped down from the tree and immediately chased after her with all his might. This Xiao Yulan did not seem to want Shao Qin to get involved in this matter. At this moment, she was moving very quickly, with the intention of shaking off Shao Qin. However, Xiao Yulan was afraid of attracting the attention of the person in blue, so she did not use her essence. Although her speed was fast, it would be difficult for her to shake off Shao Qin in terms of physical strength. 10 minutes later. Xiao Yulan looked at the sound of Shao Qin rushing over in astonishment. Although she did not use her essence, her cultivation had already reached the realm of a medial-grade martial master. No matter what, the strength of her body should be much stronger than someone who had just condensed their martial spirit. Shaking off Shao Qin would be a simple matter. Shao Qin met Xiao Yulan's gaze and smiled craftily. Cousin's speed is really fast. I nearly could not keep up. Xiao Yulan understood the meaning behind his words. Her expression turned grave as she said, that person in Chen's cultivation has already reached the realm of martial saint. Cousin, it is best if you don't get involved in this. In front of a martial saint, martial cultivators and martial masters do not seem to have much of a difference. They would still die in one punch, Shao Qin said without backing down. Xiao Yulan's pretty face changed slightly. She said somewhat angrily, I spend most of my time cultivating in Seven-Horn Mountain. I recognize every single blade of grass and tree here. Even if I am not a match for him, it would not be difficult for me to leave. Cousin, you, Shu. They are going in. Cousin, take a look, Shao Qin interrupted Xiao Yulan and pointed to the front. Xiao Yulan turned her head to take a look. On the mountain wall in front, that person in Chen's blue robes seemed to be laughing coldly. After that, Mu Mu's fist landed on a rock. Cracks spread out in all directions with the person in blue's fist as the center. The cracks grew longer and longer, and the rocks on the mountain wall continuously fell off. When all the rocks fell off, it revealed a stone door hidden within. The stone door automatically opened with a hong sound. Elder Zhang flattered the person in blue for a while before leaving one person to guard the door and walk in with the person in blue. Let's go. After Shao Qin said that, he ignored Xiao Yulan and led the way forward. The Zhang clan disciple guarding the door was only a medial-grade martial disciple. Shao Qin hid himself 100 meters away from the stone door. After he was certain that the group of people in blue had gone far away, he hid himself. After making sure that the person in blue had left, Shao Qin controlled his mind and slowly infused the essence in his body into the meridians in his legs. The blue dragon in his body opened its eyes once again. However, this time, its eyes were no longer as clear and pure as before. Instead, they were filled with a baleful aura. As if it could sense Shao Qian's intentions, the 3 white clouds beside it floated gently. 2 streams of even purer essence were spat out from its mouth and poured into the meridians in Shao Qian's legs. After the 2 streams of essence were poured into his legs, Shao Qin felt that his legs were filled with power. It was as if he could crush this sturdy 7-horn mountain with one stomp. Kill! With a loud shout, Shao Qin stomped on the ground with his right foot, leaving behind a 2-foot deep footprint. He rose up from the ground, covering a distance of 100 meters in an instant. The purple thunder true fire burned in his palm. The Zhang clan cultivator guarding the stone door only heard a whistling sound as the purple flame imprinted itself on his chest. Before he could cry out, his entire chest had already been set ablaze. A black hole formed in front of his chest and rapidly expanded. Very soon, this cultivator was turned into a pile of ashes. What a tyrannical flame! Seeing the Zhang clan cultivator turn into ashes, Xiao Yulan sighed, "Is this your martial spirit?" Xiaochen did not deny it and smiled, "Cousin, now you believe that I have the strength to protect myself." Xiao Yulan squatted down and dipped her finger into the ashes. After looking at it, she shook her head, "This flame is indeed tyrannical. However, it is not as strong as I imagined." If this cultivator was not ambushed and caught off guard, as long as he released his essence, he would have been able to block this flame. Xiaochen, who had been seen through, smiled awkwardly. He changed the topic and said, "They should have gone far away already. Let's follow them from a distance. This cave is very big, we might not run into them." Chapter 9. Xiao Yulan felt somewhat helpless. It seemed like this Xiaochen had made up his mind to follow them. A trace of doubt appeared in her mind. This Xiaochen seemed to be different from the rumors. Behind the stone door was a long passageway. There were night pearls embedded in the ceiling of the passageway every few meters. With the illumination of the night pearls, the passageway was not too dark. The two of them walked forward in silence in the quiet passageway. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was terrifying. Xiaochen wanted to find a topic to lighten the mood, but when he saw Xiao Yulan's indifferent expression, he did not know what to say. Just when Xiaochen could no longer hold it in and wanted to say something, the road in front of him was suddenly cut off. A thick stone wall blocked the way. However, there was now a fork in the road on both sides. Xiaochen looked at both sides. Without the illumination of the night pearls, the passageway was completely dark, and he could not see the situation inside clearly. Xiaochen asked, "Cousin Yulan, which way should we go?" Xiao Yulan looked at both sides and said, "The footprints on the left are very obvious. It should be the direction that the person in blue took. We will go to the right." Xiao Yulan took out a torch from her bosom and led the way in front. "This place might be the cave of a senior. Don't wander around carelessly later. This kind of place usually has restrictions." Cave of a senior. When Xiaochen heard that, he immediately became interested. Indeed, the person in blue would not come to Seven Horn Mountain for no reason. He had come to the right place. Since it was the cave of a senior, there would definitely be treasures inside. When Xiao Yulan saw Xiaochen's expression, she knew that he did not take her words to heart. She smiled coldly, "Don't be too naive. Since this place can attract a martial saint, the senior in this cave must be at least a martial king. Just a random restriction would be enough to take your life." Xiaochen smiled, "Cousin Yulan is still here. I will be fine as long as I follow you." Xiao Yulan had a cold expression on her face and did not say anything. The two of them continued to walk forward for a distance. Suddenly, the light brightened and a stone room appeared in front of them. Xiao Yulan extinguished the fire and carefully sized up the room. The area of the stone room was not big. There was a stone table and a stone bench in the middle. The surrounding walls were smooth and glossy, and the large number of night pearls above the stone room formed a strange bird-shaped image. Xiao Yulan focused her gaze on the stone table. There was an unopened red embroidered box on the table. The embroidered box also had a strange bird-shaped picture on it. Xiao Yulan felt that this picture was somewhat familiar, but she could not recall where she had seen it. Thunder Rock. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yulan finally recalled the name of this bird, Thunder Rock. This Thunder Rock was the martial spirit of the Emperor Wu, Sangmu, who was known as the Thunder King 1,000 years ago. Legend had it that Sangmu was born in an ordinary family. His parents did not cultivate, but he was born with the Thunder Rock martial spirit. Before the age of 20, he reached the peak of martial saint. What made him famous in one battle was the conferred god battle organized by the top 10 powers of the Tianwu continent. At the age of 20, he entered the battle alone without a sect. He defeated many geniuses from the various sections. That was when the name of the Thunder King became known. In the following years, he rose like a comet. He fought a martial king, killed Emperor Wu, and killed a martial monarch. His name spread throughout the continent. Many people predicted that he would become the youngest martial god in the history of the Tianwu continent. However, this person slowly faded out of everyone's sight. Hearing Xiao Yulan talk about the history of the master of this cave, Xiao Chen's emotions surged. I wonder if he succeeded in breaking through to martial god. The answer might be in this box. Xiao Yulan saw that Xiao Chen was about to open the embroidered box and hurriedly said, "Don't touch it, there is something strange about this box." In the stone room, the man in blue looked at the embroidered box on the stone table and the picture on the stone room. He guessed the identity of the master of this cave and smiled. So it is the cave of the Thunder King, Sangmu. Before Sangmu went into seclusion, he already had the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Looks like this trip was not in vain. Elder Zhang also smiled. Since that is the case, then when the time comes, Senior must not forget what you promised our Zhang clan. The man in blue was clearly in a good mood. He laughed boldly. Just a mere Mo City's Xiao clan. They are not even worthy of our Lin clan's attention. If this old man can obtain an earth-ranked cultivation technique or spirit weapon here, I will give you a pleasant surprise. Elder Zhang smiled. Naturally, the Xiao clan is not a match for the Lin clan. In that case, how should Senior open this embroidered box? The man in blue muttered to himself for a while. Emperor Wu, Sangmu, was extremely strong. This embroidered box definitely had a restriction that he left behind. If he were to open it rashly, even if he was a martial saint, he would still be affected. Glancing at the group of Zhang clan cultivators behind him, the man in blue smiled strangely. Elder Zhang, how about letting the group of cultivators behind you open this embroidered box? With this old man watching from behind, I can guarantee his safety. Elder Zhang's expression changed, but he quickly recovered. Since Senior has spoken, then there is naturally no problem. You. Come out and open this box. The Zhang clan cultivator who was pointed at immediately had an expression of extreme fear. He stammered, "First Elder, I." Elder Zhang's expression sank, and he said angrily, "You are not even going to listen to me? Have you forgotten the family rules?" When the Zhang clan cultivator heard the Zhang clan's rules, his expression became even more unsightly. He walked forward hesitantly and closed his eyes as he stretched out his hand to touch the embroidered box. Chi La. Just as the Zhang clan cultivator's hand touched the box, the thunder rock embroidered on the box suddenly seemed to come to life. It spread its wings, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the box. Before the Zhang clan cultivator could activate his essence, he was electrocuted into a pile of charcoal. The man in blue did not even look at the Zhang clan cultivator. He quickly stretched out his right hand to touch the embroidered box. A hard rock spread from his shoulder to his palm. Soon, his entire arm was covered in rock. With a gentle lift, the man in blue opened the embroidered box without any damage at all. There was a black martial technique manual in the embroidered box. The man in blue took it out impatiently and flipped through it. After glancing through it twice, he lost interest. This was only a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique manual. It was worth a lot in the Great Qin nation, but he did not care about it. He casually tossed it to Elder Zhang and said, "Elder Zhang, I have no use for this superior grade yellow ranked martial technique manual. You can have it." Chapter 10. Elder Zhang was currently checking on the person who was injured by the lightning. He was comforted to know that he was still breathing and could still be saved. When he heard that the man in blue was going to give him a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique, his emotions immediately surged. There were only 2 or 3 superior grade yellow ranked martial techniques in the entire Zhang clan. If he could obtain this superior grade yellow ranked martial technique, even if that Zhang clan cultivator died, it would not be a loss. Elder Zhang received it and smiled. In that case, Many thanks to Senior. Do you want to turn back and take another path? The man in blue shook his head. There is no need. The end of the path on the right might be the same as ours. The exit must be in this stone room. After the man in blue spoke, he carefully observed the entire stone room. He glanced at the four walls before focusing his gaze on the stone wall in front of the stone table. He felt that the exit of the stone room was right in front of him. However, he did not have much knowledge of mechanisms. It would be difficult for him to find the mechanism by trickery. Since he could not use trickery, then he would use force. The man in blue said in a deep voice, "All of you, move aside. I am going to break through the stone wall in front of me." When a martial saint expert made a move, it was hard to avoid the shockwaves. When the surrounding people heard this, they quickly moved back. Rocks appeared on the right arm of the man in blue again. The rocks moved strangely on the man in blue's arm. They slowly penetrated his skin, leaving behind a thin line of gray rocks. It was like a venomous snake moving towards his palm. When the rock line reached the palm of the man in blue, it formed a whirlpool in his palm. It spun continuously and a horrifying energy exploded in his palm. The man in blue immediately flew up and quickly made his move, striking the stone wall in front of him. Rumble. The entire stone chamber shook non-stop, and the stone chips on the ceiling also fell non-stop. With a bang, the stone wall in front of them suddenly shattered, and a hole the size of two people appeared. The man in blue withdrew his hand and looked at the hole in front of him. He said indifferently, "Let's go." Although the man in blue said that he was leaving, he didn't move at all. Elder Zhang cursed him in his heart, "Old fox," but he didn't dare to offend this person at the moment. He immediately led the Zhang clan's people toward the cave entrance. After passing through the cave entrance, the view in front of them widened. A vast stone platform appeared in front of them. Looking up, the stone above them was actually 100 meters above the ground. There was a stone pillar at the center of the stone platform. A faint light shone from it, attracting everyone's attention. Moonstone. What a huge moonstone. That faintly glowing stone pillar was actually carved out of a whole piece of moonstone. What a fucking waste. To actually use a moonstone to carve a stone pillar. Everyone cursed in their hearts. In the Sky Martial continent, moonlight stones were extremely rare. There were a few known places where moonlight stones were produced, but many years ago, it was confirmed that there were no more moonlight stones. With such a large piece of moonstone here, it was unknown just how many spirit weapons could be forged. If all of it was poured into it, coupled with other rare materials, it would be impossible for spirit weapons to be forged. Due to the scarcity of moonstone, it was not impossible to forge a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Due to the scarcity of moonstone, the continent had not produced a heaven-ranked spirit weapon for several hundred years already. Not only the man in blue, even the people of the Zhang clan could imagine the value of this stone pillar carved out of moonstone. They could not help but swallow their saliva. However, the gaze of the man in blue was not completely attracted by it. He noticed that there was a sword hilt sticking out of the stone pillar. That should be the hilt of a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon stabbed into a moonstone. What rank was this spirit weapon? Earth ranked? Definitely not. At the very least, it would be a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Who knows, it might even be a legendary divine weapon. Thinking of this, the man in blue's heart started to burn. However, when he thought of the owner of this cave, the man in blue immediately calmed down. Not long after, his eyes became filled with boundless emotions. The few of you, quickly go to the front and take a look at the situation. After this matter is over, I will give each of you 500 gold taels. With such a heavy reward, the morale of the Zhang clan cultivators increased significantly. They all focused their attention and carefully walked towards the stone pillar. When they were about 50 meters away from the stone pillar, a faint yellow membrane suddenly appeared. A faint yellow membrane suddenly appeared like a wall, blocking everyone's path. Their vision also became somewhat blurry. No matter how hard the cultivators tried, they could not advance any further. They all used their martial techniques to attack the membrane. Instantly, all sorts of martial techniques flew towards the membrane. Ka! 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 When the martial techniques struck the membrane, they actually bounced back at the cultivators. Their speed and might were more than twice as strong. In an instant, all the Zhang clan cultivators were hit and fell to the ground, moaning in pain. This sudden change immediately caused the other Zhang clan cultivators to become afraid. This yellow membrane was too strange. The other Zhang clan cultivators who had not gone forward did not know what to do. The expression of the person in blue remained calm, as though he had already expected such a situation. He slowly walked forward and placed his hand on the yellow membrane. Strands of essence flowed from his palm to the membrane. He used his consciousness to control the essence to move around the yellow membrane. After a while, he understood what was going on. The essence in his body circulated quickly, and even more essence poured out from his palm. They were like small snakes swimming around the yellow membrane. Seeing that the essence had completely covered the membrane, the person in blue stopped sending out more essence. He did his best to control his consciousness, sucking the strands of essence tightly onto the membrane. Withdraw! The person in blue shouted, and the spiritual energy that was sucked onto the membrane started to slowly flow back. The yellow membrane started to shake, and a tiny hole actually appeared on the membrane. The person in blue felt joy in his heart. He used his left hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Elder Zhang, this membrane is a restriction left by the predecessors. With my strength, I can only open a hole for one person at most. Remember to tell your people to move faster. In the stone room that Xiao Qin was in, a horrifying electric current shot out from the thunder rock in the brocade box. Caught off guard, Xiao Qin was immediately struck. The lightning passed through Xiao Qian's fingertip and instantly entered his body. That destructive energy rampaged wildly in Xiao Qian's meridians. The essence in his body wanted to resist the invasion of this lightning, but when it came in contact with it, it immediately disappeared. The horrifying energy flowed through the meridians in Xiao Qian's arm and quickly headed for his dantian. Xiao Qian was startled. Chapter 11. Xiao Qian's martial spirit had just been formed. If this horrifying lightning struck his martial spirit, the martial spirit that he had condensed with much difficulty would immediately shatter. He would become a true cripple for the rest of his life. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The blue dragon in his dantian opened its mouth and all the chaotic lightning in his meridians were sucked in. Lightning crackled around the blue dragon, but the blue dragon martial spirit was not injured at all. This scene made Xiao Qian feel very strange. Could it be that because he cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation, his blue dragon martial spirit underwent a mutation and could absorb the energy of lightning? Cousin Xiao Qian, are you alright? Xiao Yulan asked worriedly. She blamed herself in her heart. If she had warned Xiao Qian earlier, he might not have gotten into trouble. The energy of lightning in his body had already disappeared. Xiao Qian only needed to repair his damaged meridians, so there was nothing to worry about. I'm fine. Although that lightning looked terrifying, it did not have much energy. Cousin Yulan, you don't have to worry. Xiao Yulan was in disbelief. She picked up Xiao Qian's wrist and carefully checked his meridians before relaxing. However, she still felt suspicious. That lightning did not seem as simple as what Xiao Qian said. However, she could not find an answer in such a short amount of time. Xiao Qian smiled, cousin, don't overthink it. Let's take a look at what's in this brocade box. Xiao Yulan suppressed the suspicions in her heart and took out the item in the box. After looking at it for a while, she said, this is a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique. Unfortunately, it is of the lightning attribute. A superior grade yellow ranked martial technique of the lightning attribute was a treasure delivered to his doorstep. Gao Shou had just condensed his martial spirit and had not practiced any martial techniques yet. Although his blue dragon martial spirit was mainly of the wood attribute, after cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation, this blue dragon seemed to have a trace of the lightning attribute. Cousin, how about letting me practice this martial technique? Gao Shou asked. Xiao Yulan nodded her head. I already intended to give it to you. However, this martial technique is of the lightning attribute and your martial spirit is of the fire attribute. After you practice it, its might be reduced. Xiao Chen received the martial technique manual and smiled. This is nothing. I have not had the time to learn any martial techniques yet. Learning one is one. The superior grade yellow ranked martial technique, Divine Thunder Break, could send out a stream of energy containing the power of lightning after mastering it. Gao Shou followed the meridian circulation diagram on the martial technique and cultivated it. Waves of lightning power gathered in his right hand, ready to be unleashed. Gao Shou felt delighted and quickly stopped cultivating. Now was not the time to try it out. Cousin Yulan, should we return or continue forward? Xiao Chen asked. He had obtained a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique and was already very satisfied. If he continued staying here, he might run into other dangers. Xiao Yulan ignored Xiao Chen's words and continued to feel around the corners of the walls. After a while, she said, looks like we have to go back. After searching for a long time, I could not find the secret passage to this stone room. This was in line with Xiao Chen's original intentions. Xiao Chen put away the martial technique manual and smiled, let's go. This place is strange. It is best not to stay here for too long. Who knew that just as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the stone table in the stone room would suddenly move, slowly moving in an anti-clockwise direction. Xiao Yulan held her sword with her right hand and looked at the automatically rotating stone table warily. When the stone table stopped moving, a stone door suddenly opened on the right side of the stone wall. At this moment, Xiao Chen wished he could slap himself. Just as he said that this place was strange, this strange thing happened. Xiao Yulan lit a match and threw it in. She discovered that aside from a passageway, there was nothing else. After hesitating for a while, she slowly walked down the stone steps. Xiao Chen had no choice but to follow her. Hey! Cousin, why are you following me? Didn't you say you were going to leave? Xiao Yulan smiled gently. Xiao Chen scratched his head. I followed to take a look. The path is not dead yet. It is easy to return. Rumble. As though in response to Xiao Chen's words, the passageway behind them actually sealed up again. Xiao Chen was about to go crazy. This was truly a case of bad things coming true instead of good things coming true. Seeing Xiao Chen's depressed appearance, Xiao Yulan found it funny. Alright, now that the path is sealed, it is impossible to return. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, hopefully there is a path in front. The two of them walked along the passageway in silence for a while. Suddenly, their field of vision widened and a huge stone platform appeared before their eyes. The moonstone pillar in the middle of the stone platform instantly attracted their attention. From the memories of the other Xiao Chen could imagine the huge value of this moonstone. However, the two of them quickly noticed the Zhang clan members behind the yellow barrier. Xiao Chen's appearance caused the man in blue to be incomparably nervous. At this moment, there was only half a passageway left in the yellow barrier. An ordinary person would not be able to pass through. He could not help but feel anxious. Elder Zhang, quickly go in. The two of them are only martial masters. We absolutely cannot let them snatch away the spirit weapon on the moonstone. Elder Zhang knew the urgency of this matter. He took 2 steps back before leaping forward. He was like a carp leaping into the water, his body nimbly passing through the basin-sized hole. After he landed, he flipped over and immediately stood up. The Zhang clan's first elder's cultivation had already reached the peak of martial Grand Master. A martial Grand Master could easily kill 10 martial masters. Furthermore, the Zhang clan's first elder was a peak martial Grand Master. It would be even easier for him to kill the two of them. Elder Zhang slowly walked over and saw the appearance of Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulan. He smiled. I was wondering who it was. So it is the Xiao clan's second young master and the Xiao clan's first elder's daughter. Xiao Yulan stepped forward and said, we did not have any intentions of snatching this moonstone. However, our path of retreat had already been sealed. That was why we came here unintentionally. Since you know who we are, how about letting us go? Xiao Chen was sweating profusely in his heart. His cousin's martial techniques and cultivation seemed to be very powerful. However, her brain seemed to have short-circuited. The Shao clan and the Zhang clan had been at odds for a long time. If he killed the two of them here without anyone knowing, who would know? Even without the moonstone, this elder Zhang would not let the two of them off. Indeed, that elder Zhang laughed loudly. Little child, you are too naive. Do you think that you actually dared to sneak attack us? You are truly reckless. Chapter 12. Elder Zhang was only halfway through his sentence when he felt something was wrong. It was unknown when, but a red flower as tall as a person had appeared behind him. It was incomparably beautiful, and countless pollen drifted down from the petals. Poinsettia sealing marquee upon seeing blood. Xiao Yulan's martial spirit was actually poinsettia. Poinsettia was one of the 5 poisons in the world. As long as it saw blood, it would be fatal. The pollen could silently paralyze a person's nerves, greatly reducing their combat prowess. If the poisoned person had a bleeding wound, the pollen would enter the body through the bloodstream, and the poisoned person would die within 10 breaths. Xiao Chen did not expect Xiao Yulan's martial spirit to be poinsettia. He did not expect her to be so scheming. No one would have expected a martial master to make the first move against a peak martial grand master. Furthermore, this martial master seemed to be a delicate little girl. When the martial spirit left the body, a cultivator would be at their weakest. When Xiao Chen saw that red flower, he immediately understood and made the first move. A purple flame condensed in his palm, and essence circulated in his legs. He bent his legs slightly, and with a pu-chi sound, his body broke through the air, and he sent a palm strike at Elder Zhang. The instant the pollen entered his body, Elder Zhang made up his mind to kill Xiao Yulan first. Otherwise, if she had the opportunity to activate the poison of poinsettia, he would have fallen here. When he saw Xiao Chen flying over, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. A junior of the martial disciple realm actually dared to make a move against him. Elder Zhang split a portion of the essence he used to suppress the poison of poinsettia and sent a punch at Xiao Chen's palm. Xiao Chen's body flew backwards. The punch of a martial grand master was not something he could withstand. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his heart and lungs were probably injured. Elder Zhang did not even look at the retreating Xiao Chen. Just as he was about to make another move, he suddenly discovered that the flame in Xiao Chen's palm was still stuck to his fist. It was continuously consuming the essence he had condensed on his fist. He was startled. What a tyrannical flame. Xiao Chen quickly sent out another strand of essence to envelop the flame. Then, he controlled his essence and clenched it. Only then did he manage to extinguish the flame. Xiao Yulan took advantage of this opportunity and successfully recalled the martial spirit that had left her body. When she saw Xiao Chen vomiting blood, a murderous intent surged in her eyes. She drew her sword and stared coldly at Elder Zhang. There was no trace of emotion in her eyes, as though he was already a dead man. Inferior grade profound ranked spirit weapon, broken moon sword. I did not expect the Shao clan's only profound ranked spirit weapon to be in your hands. Looks like I cannot let you live today. Seeing the sword in Xiao Yulan's hand, Elder Zhang was shocked in his heart. Xiao Yulan held the sword in her hand, and the petals that filled the sky danced around her unceasingly. Streaks of sword images flew towards Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang did not dare to be careless. He used half of his essence to stabilize the poison, and the rest of his essence was concentrated on his fists and legs. The speed of the two of them became faster and faster. At the start, Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground, could still see the exchange of fists and swords. Slowly, he could only see a blurry silhouette in the sky filled with petals. A battle of this level was no longer something he could participate in. However, he did not expect Yulan's speed to be so fast. Even though she was a few realms above her, she was still able to fight evenly with Elder Zhang. He shifted his gaze, and looked towards the spirit weapon on the moonlight stone pillar that only had a sword hilt left. What they had schemed to obtain, was this spirit weapon, right? I'll take it first. Shao Qin slowly stood up and walked towards the moonlight stone pillar. When the man in blue, who was doing his best to enlarge the hole in the membrane, saw Shao Qin walking towards the moonlight stone pillar, he became even more anxious. However, he could not move at all. He shouted loudly, "Elder Zhang, you are trash. You can't even deal with 2 kids. If you cannot obtain this spirit weapon, you will be the first one I will kill when we return." Elder Zhang, who was currently entangled with Xiao Yulan, was indeed in a difficult situation. This girl's martial spirit was incomparably strange. With him being surrounded by petals, he could not bring out even half of his usual strength. Furthermore, he had to constantly hold his breath, not daring to breathe. Furthermore, he had been poisoned by the poinsettia powder. He could only bring out a quarter of his peak martial Grand Master strength. Hearing the words of the man in blue, Elder Zhang hardened his heart. Facing Xiao Yulan's incoming sword strike, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he punched towards Xiao Yulan's temple. This girl has always wanted to fight it out with me. She wants to use severe injuries to make me bleed, to activate the poinsettia poison. Does she really think that I have no way to force out the poinsettia powder? Just as Elder Zhang's fist was about to strike, Xiao Yulan's body flashed in the air. 2 clones that looked exactly the same as Xiao Yulan appeared. The clone that Elder Zhang's fist struck immediately turned into red petals. Elder Zhang was not surprised at all. He smiled gently. This should be your trump card. Inferior grade profound ranked martial technique, flower clones. However, it ends here. Beast spirit possession. An illusory image of an ape appeared on Elder Zhang's body. In an instant, Elder Zhang turned into a monstrous combination of a human and a monkey. This was an ability that only martial Grand Masters could grasp, martial spirit possession. After martial spirit possession, one's speed and strength would increase by several folds. One might even obtain some special abilities that only martial spirits possessed. Elder Zhang's right hand, which was now half its normal length, grabbed the air and struck one of Xiao Yulan's clones. With a bang, the clone turned into red petals that filled the air. Laughing strangely, Elder Zhang's body leaped up like an ape. He extended both his hands and grabbed at the last clone. Bang! The last clone actually shattered into countless petals. In an instant, the surrounding space was filled with red poinsettia powder. Elder Zhang was overwhelmed with shock as he looked behind him. Amidst the petals that filled the air, there were actually 7 more clones of Xiao Yulan. Elder Zhang had a flustered expression as he muttered, "Impossible, the highest realm of the flower clones is only 10 clones. How old are you? How could you have cultivated it?" Xiao Yulan said coldly, "Beast spirit possession, all the essence in your body must be activated. The poison of poinsettia in your body should have been activated by now. It's over." 7 figures flew over from different directions. The broken moon sword, which was like a thin stream of water, carried a sky full of petals as they intertwined with each other. Without the suppression of essence, the poison of poinsettia in Elder Zhang's body started to spread through his nerves. His arms and legs immediately felt as if they could not control them properly. Pu Qi. The 7 figures suddenly merged together. Xiao Yulan appeared behind Elder Zhang. The sky full of petals danced behind her. The broken moon sword left a sinister wound on Elder Zhang's back. Fresh blood dripped from the wound. The poison of poinsettia had been completely activated. Within 10 breaths of time, anyone struck by it would die. However, just at this moment, Elder Zhang suddenly turned around and grabbed the broken moon sword. "Even if this old man dies, I will drag you down with me." Chapter 13. Elder Zhang laughed maniacally. His right hand ignored the pain as he grabbed the broken moon sword. All the remaining essence in his body was gathered in his left hand. This was the medial grade yellow ranked martial technique, chaotic heavy fist. This fist was incomparably sharp, completely out of Xiao Yulan's expectations. The full-powered strike of a martial Grand Master landed heavily on Xiao Yulan's shoulder. Xiao Yulan's body flew towards the stone pillar. Xiao Chen, who was preparing to draw his spirit weapon, was startled. He quickly caught Xiao Yulan. "Cousin, are you all right?" Xiao Yulan's face was pale as she said weakly, "Let's go quickly, the blue-clothed man is about to open the hole." Carrying Xiao Yulan on his back, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the blue-clothed man who was anxiously trying to break the yellow barrier. Then, he looked at the spirit weapon on the moonlight stone pillar. Even if he went back the way he came, he would not be able to break the stone wall with his own strength. In the end, he would still die. If he pulled out the spirit weapon from the moonlight stone, he might be able to borrow the strength of the spirit weapon to open a way out. Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He took 2 steps forward, grabbed the sword hilt, and pulled it out with force. Unexpectedly, the spirit weapon was pulled out easily. However, this spirit weapon was not a divine weapon. It was actually just a 1-meter-long broken sword. Before Xiao Chen had the time to curse, the moonlight stone pillar exploded with a boom, shattering into countless fragments. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed one of the fragments and held it in his hand. Then, his body sank down. After the moonlight stone exploded, the stone platform below was also gone. Xiao Chen carried Xiao Yulan and fell down. No! Seeing his soul weapon being snatched away and the moonlight stone shattering into pieces, the blue-clothed man roared out, but the yellow membrane suddenly shot out a powerful force, instantly intimidating the blue-clothed man, and the hole in the membrane quickly repaired itself. When the blue-clothed man saw everything that happened, he felt unresigned. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. In the narrow stone room, Xiao Yulan leaned against the wall with her eyes closed. Her expression was extremely weak as she muttered in a low voice. Xiao Chen frowned as he looked at the 10-meter hole above his head, not knowing what to do. "Cousin Xiao Chen, am I about to die?" Xiao Yulan opened her eyes and said weakly. At the end, she had been struck by Elder Zhang's full-force punch. The punch of a peak martial Grand Master was infused with the chaotic heavy fist martial technique. The huge force had nearly destroyed all the meridians in her body. There was no way for the martial spirit in her body to heal. Xiao Chen walked over and sat beside her with a smile. "Don't talk nonsense, cousin. Have a good rest. This hole is only 10 meters high. I'll think of a way to get out soon." Xiao Yulan's pale face revealed a bitter smile when she heard this. "If you can leave, then leave by yourself. There is no need to care about me. From the day I was born, I was destined to bring disaster to the people around me. I should have died long ago." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't talk nonsense. It's impossible for me to leave you alone. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you die." Xiao Yulan's pale face was still devoid of any color. Her red lips parted slightly as she muttered, "Don't you think that it is not strange that I have been cultivating in Seven-Horn Mountain? It is strange, but everyone has their own secrets. I don't think it is a good thing to pry into other people's secrets," Xiao Chen said as he curled his lips. "I had a martial spirit when I was 5 years old. I remember that my father's expression at that time was very ugly. At that time, I was very young. I don't know why, but I felt that the flower in my body was very beautiful. In the past, I had an elder sister. At that time, I was immature and showed the poinsettia to her. After she was poisoned, she fell and broke her skin. That was how I poisoned her to death. At that time, I finally understood why my father did not like me. I was poisonous. The bowls I ate in, the cups I drank in, and the stools I sat on had to be cleaned multiple times. I was also not allowed to play with other children. Cousin Xiao Chen, do you still remember? When I was young, we used to play house together. However, after my martial spirit appeared, my father forbade me from playing with you. I was very sad and would always hide and cry by myself. When I was 8 years old, my father sent me to Seven-Horn Mountain. Since then, I have never left the mountain. Every once in a while, my father would send me some things. Xiao Yulan spoke very slowly, as though she was recalling something from a long time ago. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her pale face. I rarely met people on the mountain. The first time I met cousin, I did not recognize you. I even injured you. At that time, I was actually very afraid. I was afraid that cousin would say that I was a monster. You don't know that I have been killing these spirit beasts on the mountain all these years. Many times, I even thought that I was a monster. A trace of sadness appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He interrupted Xiao Yulan and said, Cousin Yulan, you are not a monster. You are very beautiful, much more beautiful than many of the girls at the foot of the mountain. Furthermore, monsters would not give me a bottle of healing medicine. A trace of redness appeared on Xiao Yulan's pale face. She said in disbelief, Really? Xiao Chen said very seriously, Really? Cousin, stop talking and have a good sleep. Perhaps she really believed Xiao Chen's words, or perhaps she was really tired. Xiao Yulan slowly closed her eyes and calmed her breathing. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the hole above him. He shook his head helplessly and took out the broken sword from his bosom. The green broken sword had a faint luster on its blade. Xiao Chen held the hilt and casually swung it a few times. However, he did not feel any strong force. He injected a few strands of essence into it and tried a few more times, but there was still no reaction. Could it be that this is just an ordinary sword? Xiao Chen was somewhat dispirited. He kept the broken sword in his bosom and took out the moonstone that he managed to snatch. He smiled. No matter what, this moonstone could not be faked. With such a big piece, it should be able to fetch 100,000 gold taels without a problem. However, the problem now was how to get out. With his cultivation as an inferior-grade martial disciple, it was impossible for him to jump up the 10-meter-tall hole. Even with Xiao Yulan's cultivation, she would not be able to do so. Furthermore, her meridians were injured and she could not circulate a single strand of essence. Chapter 14. Elder Sister. Elder sister, Yulan, did not do it on purpose. Xiao Yulan seemed to be having a nightmare. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and her complexion was frighteningly pale as she muttered to herself. Xiao Chen was momentarily at a loss as to what to do. In the end, he was just a nerd. Normally, he did not even come into contact with girls, much less a situation like this. Although the Purple Thunder divine incantation that Xiao Chen cultivated was tyrannical, it was still an immortal spirit technique. It was just that the laws of this world prevented immortal spirit chi from appearing. Even so, his own essence would definitely contain a trace of immortal spirit chi for healing. Earlier, Xiao Chen had also received a punch from Elder Zhang, injuring his heart and lungs. After nourishing his essence for a while, his injuries were already completely healed. There should still be an effect. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Chen slowly straightened Xiao Yulan's body and placed his hand on her shoulder. Xiao Chen circulated the Purple Thunder divine incantation, and threads of gentle essence slowly entered Xiao Yulan's body. As his consciousness entered Xiao Yulan's meridians along with the essence, Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. The meridians in Xiao Yulan's body were severely damaged. The 8 main meridians were filled with scars of various sizes, and were filled with ravines. Some of the smaller meridians were only connected by a thread, and were on the verge of breaking. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Chen carefully controlled his essence and nourished these injured meridians. Xiao Yulan's pained expression slowly eased up. She felt a warm current flowing through her meridians. She was somewhat astonished in her heart. After knowing that Xiao Chen was treating her injuries, her face blushed slightly. Xiao Chen controlled his consciousness and slowly circulated it through Xiao Yulan's meridians. Those scars seemed to have healed significantly. Suppressing his consciousness, Xiao Chen controlled his essence to flow towards Xiao Yulan's dantian. A beautiful poinsettia appeared in the dantian. However, the poinsettia looked dispirited and listless, as though it was about to wither. Cousin Xiao Chen, it's done. A voice suddenly rang out in his mind, startling Xiao Chen. He only reacted after a long time. This was Xiao Yulan's consciousness speaking to him. At this moment, he also remembered that without the other party's permission, entering another person's body with his consciousness was a very rude thing to do, especially when the other party was a girl. Xiao Qin withdrew his consciousness and withdrew his essence. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt dizzy. He stumbled and sat back down. He smiled bitterly. It turned out that treating someone's injuries was such a tiring task. Xiao Qin asked with some worry, "Are you all right, cousin Xiao Qin?" "I'm fine. Cousin, there's no need to worry. I just overexhausted my essence. I will be fine after resting for a while. Are you feeling better?" Xiao Yulan blushed again and said softly, "Thank you, cousin Xiao Qin. I feel much better now." "That's good. After a few more days of treatment, cousin's injuries should be completely healed." Time passed very quickly in the stone room. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. 2 days ago, the rations and water that the two of them had brought with them had already been used up. It was not a big problem for a cultivator's body to not eat or drink for a few days. However, if this went on for too long, they would still die. In these 6 days, Xiao Yulan's body had more or less recovered. However, she had not been nursed well, so her body was still somewhat weak. After Xiao Qin treated Xiao Yulan's injuries every day, the only thing left to do was to cultivate. He could already practice the superior grade yellow-ranked martial technique, Divine Thunder Break, to the point where he could release and withdraw it as he pleased. His Purple Thunder True Fire had increased in size, and his cultivation as an inferior grade martial disciple had become even more stable. Today was the day he had promised to meet with Xiao Jian. He had not left yet, so he did not know what kind of rumors would spread outside. Raising his head to look at the 10-meter-tall hole, Xiao Qin felt extremely frustrated. "Cousin Xiao Qin, can you take out the spirit weapon in the moonstone for me to take a look?" Xiao Yulan asked in a weak voice. Xiao Qin nodded his head and took out the broken sword from his bosom, handing it to Xiao Yulan. "There is nothing special about this spirit weapon. I have already tried it many times over the past few days." Xiao Yulan did not say anything. She gently stroked the blade of the sword and took out a strand of her fine black hair. She then gently brushed it across the broken sword, breaking it into 2 halves. Then, she took out a short sword from her feet and hacked at the broken sword. Hua! The short sword immediately broke into 2. It can cut through hair with a single blow, and it can cut through iron like mud. This sword is definitely not ordinary. Xiao Qin smiled. "Even so, it cannot help us much now. Can it help us fly up?" Xiao Yulan smiled gently. "Who says it can't?" With a light leap, her body flew more than 10 feet into the air. Just as she was about to land, she stabbed the broken sword into the wall. The sword was completely embedded in the wall. Her right hand held the sword hilt, and using this point, her body once again flew into the air. After a few leaps, her body floated out of the cave. Xiao Qin was dumbfounded as he watched from below. With a clang sound, the dagger fell to the ground. Xiao Yulan shouted from above, "Cousin, you should come up quickly. Those people have already left." Xiao Qin picked up the broken sword and became excited. He copied Xiao Yulan's actions, and after a few leaps, he floated out of the cave. A gust of fresh air wafted over. Xiao Qin really wanted to shout out loud. For some reason, Elder Zhang's corpse on the stone platform did not rot. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with him. He looked around for the exploded moonstones and collected all the fragments. The two of them returned the way they came. With the help of the broken sword, the 4 walls blocking their way were easily sliced apart. Before they descended the mountain, Xiao Qin invited Xiao Yulan to go down with him. Xiao Yulan hesitated for a while before finally agreeing. After being trapped for 6 days, she already knew that today was the day of the duel between Xiao Chen and Xiao Jian. She was a little worried about Xiao Chen, so she decided to go down the mountain to take a look. Xiao Clan, Martial Training Hall. The huge martial training hall was already packed with people. almost all the younger generation of the Shao clan were here. When the servants and maids heard about the matter, many of them came as well. First young master, could it be that this Shao Chen is not coming? Below the arena in the martial training hall, a Shao clan disciple who had a good relationship with Shao Jian spoke. Indeed, I think that Shao Chen will not dare to come. A 9th grade spirit refinement trash actually dares to duel with first young master. He is really reckless. Chapter 15. Shao Jian was dressed in a set of blue clothes. He looked very elegant and confident. However, his gloomy expression made him look extremely terrifying. It's for the best that he comes. If he doesn't, there will be no place for him in the Shao clan in the future. That's right, that's right. This brat is really bold. He actually dared to slap the eldest young master's face. I think he's purely looking for trouble. A slap in the face. When Shao Jian heard this twice, his gloomy face became even more horrifying. Shao Jian had the highest cultivation talent among the youths of the Shao clan, and he was already at the peak of martial disciple before the age of 18. If he took another step forward, he would be the youngest martial master in the entire Mo city. He, Shao Chen, was just a piece of trash, but he actually dared to duel with him. Moreover, he even slapped his face in front of everyone. What was this? He had already made up his mind that as long as Shao Chen dared to come, he would immediately cripple him and let him know what regret was. Time slowly passed. It had already been 4 hours since the appointed time, but Shao Chen still had not arrived. The discussions in the martial practice hall grew louder and louder. Shao Jian looked at the door, but there was still no sign of Shao Chen's back. He could not help but feel frustrated. Shao Jian muttered to himself for a while before walking over to the Shao clan's first elder, who was hosting this duel. Uncle Jean, Shao Chen is not here yet. Should we send someone to look for him? The Shao clan's clan head, Shao Xiong, had been in closed-door training to break through to martial saint for many years. All these years, the Shao clan's affairs had been handled by the first elder, Shao Chang. Even today's duel was presided over by Shao Chang. Shao Chang said coldly, "Do you think that I did not look for him in the past few days? The guards at Seven Horn Mountain told me that he went to Seven Horn Mountain and has not come out yet." When the surrounding people heard this, they all felt that it was extremely strange. Even in the outskirts of Seven Horn Mountain, there were still rank 2 spirit beasts. Wouldn't he, a 9th grade spirit refinement cultivator, be courting death by going there? Haha, young Master Shao, this brat might have already died at the hands of the spirit beast. It looks like you won't have to do anything. It's been 7 days and he still hasn't come out. He must be dead. No wonder that kid hasn't come out yet. But at this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and cries of surprise could be heard. Shao Chen had appeared. Shao Chen is here. He really is here. Who is the woman beside him? Do you know? I haven't seen her before. It's almost time for the competition. Why would he bring a woman here? But this woman is quite pretty. Shao Chen ignored the words of these people and calmly walked towards the arena in the middle of the dueling hall. Shao Yulan followed at the side, frowning slightly. She was not used to being watched by so many people. When Shao Jian heard the news of Shao Chen's arrival, he was first startled. When Shao Chen arrived, he smiled coldly and said, "Little brother Chen, I thought that you had already fed the spirit beasts on Seven Horn Mountain. I did not expect you to come out." Shao Chen chuckled and said, "Thank you for your concern, big brother. I haven't fulfilled my promise with big brother, so how can I leave first?" At this moment, Shao Chang, who had been silently watching the situation unfold, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Shao Yulan, who was beside Shao Chen, with a complicated expression. He quickly walked over. Why didn't you tell me that you were willing to go down the mountain?" Shao Yulan said somewhat unnaturally, "I came down together with my cousin. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I just wanted to watch today's duel." Shao Chang wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say it. He always felt a sense of guilt towards Shao Yulan. When she was young, he sent her to Seven Horn Mountain because she did not know how to control her martial spirit. However, as he watched her grow up day by day and become more and more withdrawn, Xiao Chang did not feel good in his heart. Was he too cruel? After Xiao Yulan was able to control her martial spirit in the air, Xiao Chang tried to persuade her to go down the mountain a few times. However, Xiao Yulan had been away from the crowd for too long. No matter how he persuaded her, she would not go down the mountain. "Uncle Chang, can we begin?" Xiao Jian said impatiently at the side. Xiao Chang recovered his wits and said to Xiao Chen, "Are you ready?" Seeing Xiao Chen nod his head, Xiao Chang said in a deep voice, "Although this duel will not end until one of you is dead, you are still blood-related brothers. I would like to emphasize one point. If one side admits defeat, the other side must stop. It is best if you do not go overboard. Xiao Jian, can you do that?" Xiao Jian nodded his head and smiled coldly in his heart. "Killing you will only dirty my hands. As for stopping, that is just a joke. This brat does not know what is good for him. I must think of a way to completely cripple his cultivation." The two of them ascended the arena and each stood in a corner. They bowed to each other and the duel officially began. The air in the dueling grounds also started to slowly condense. Xiao Jian stood in the arena, slowly gathering his killing intent. He did not intend to tangle with Xiao Chen, he was prepared to kill him in one strike. If he could not kill a 9th-grade spirit refinement trash in an instant, then he would lose face. Xiao Chen casually stood in a corner and calmed himself down. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. After witnessing the battle of the Zhang clan first elder, Xiao Chen did not fear Xiao Jian, who was only at the peak of martial disciple. He was not worried about this duel. Xiao Jian's superior grade yellow-ranked martial technique, even if he had only practiced it for 6 days, was not something that Xiao Jian's medial grade yellow-ranked martial technique could contend against. Xiao Jian did not hold back and released all of his aura as a peak martial disciple. As long as Xiao Chen revealed an opening, he would immediately make his move. Streams of killing intent pressed towards Xiao Chen. After cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Chen was extremely sensitive to auras. However, Xiao Jian's killing intent was incomparably weak to him, it was not affected by him at all. He looked at Xiao Jian with a smile, not showing any fear. When the blue dragon, which was swimming in Xiao Chen's dantian, felt this insignificant killing intent, it felt like its dignity was being insulted. It roared angrily within Xiao Chen's body, and Xiao Chen's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! In just an instant, Xiao Jian's killing intent was completely forced back. The holy beast blue dragon martial spirit that had existed since the ancient times was not something that an insignificant peak martial disciple like him could withstand. Xiao Jian was incomparably shocked. Xiao Chen was actually able to force back the aura that he released. Could he have already reached the martial master realm? Impossible. Xiao Jian's expression changed slightly. He was just a 9th-grade spirit refinement trash, how could he break through the peak of martial disciple and reach the martial master realm? He had to make his move quickly. Xiao Jian knew that an opening had appeared in his mental state. He had to make his move, he could not wait any longer. Taste my martial technique, Flame Chop. Chapter 16. Xiao Jian punched out and his body soared into the air. A ball of raging fire burned on his fist and a surging heat wave spread to the surroundings. Xiao Jian's killing intent locked onto Xiao Chen. Xiao Jian laughed coldly in his heart. With his peak martial disciple speed, Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to dodge. This flame chop was a medial grade yellow-ranked martial technique that he had practiced for many years. He had to kill Xiao Chen in one strike. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Seeing Xiao Jian's speed, he knew that he would not be able to dodge. Since he could not dodge, then he would take it head-on. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated frantically within his body. Xiao Chen stomped on the ground fiercely and his body soared into the air. The Purple Thunder True Fire surged out of his right hand and surrounded his entire right palm. This was the result of Xiao Chen's 6 days of cultivation. He didn't believe that the true fire of a cultivator couldn't compare to the mortal fire of the secular world. Bang! The two of them exchanged a palm strike in the air. Xiao Chen retreated a few steps before he could stabilize himself. The qi and blood in his body surged and he quickly circulated his essence to calm his qi and blood. In terms of pure strength, he was still weaker than Xiao Jian, who was at the peak of martial disciple. Xiao Jian only took one step back and stabilized himself. He laughed coldly in his heart. The sudden appearance of the purple flame on Xiao Chen's right palm had given him a fright. However, after he faced it, he realized that it was just a shell. The strength contained within it was only at the level of a martial disciple. From the looks of it, this brat might have already condensed his martial spirit. This strange flame could very well be his martial spirit. However, today was a good opportunity to completely shatter this brat's martial spirit, so that he would never be able to make a comeback. However, something strange happened. The purple flame that had been entangled with Xiao Jian's flame chop for a long time actually did not extinguish. Xiao Jian did not think much of it and flung his hand, wanting to extinguish the flame. However, the purple flames seemed to have been glued to kerosene. They sizzled and burned, constantly eroding the essence that Xiao Jian had infused into his palm. Xiao Jian was alarmed as he hurriedly circulated his essence to his right palm. However, the purple flame was incomparably tenacious. It was wrapped by a large amount of essence in Xiao Jian's palm and continued to devour the essence that Xiao Jian sent over. What's going on? Xiao Jian immediately panicked in his heart. He flung his palms around randomly. However, no matter how he flung his palms, it was as if the flames were corroding his body. The essence in his body continued to flow towards his palms. After a long time, the purple flames seemed to have burned away all the energy before they slowly died out. Xiao Jian finally managed to catch his breath with great difficulty. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the air. When he raised his head to take a look, he saw a dazzling, resplendent electric light shooting towards him. High yellow tier skill, Thunder God Burst. Bang! Xiao Jian cried out miserably as he flew off the stage. His entire body was charred black and twitched uncontrollably. Electric arcs were still jumping around his body. Silence. The surrounding air was incomparably silent. The bustling and clamorous martial arts field was now completely silent. Everyone's mouth was agape. They watched all this with incomparable astonishment. Some of the people who were standing far away did not even know what had happened. Why did Xiao Jian suddenly fly down? The two of them had only exchanged a palm strike, the duel had only just begun. In the opinion of the crowd, this duel would not last long. This was because the difference in their cultivation realms was too great. Xiao Chen should have been beaten to a state where he would not be able to fight in one move. However, the situation was reversed. In the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Jian, who was the strongest among the younger generation of the Xiao clan, was actually defeated by a 9th-grade spirit refinement trash in a single move. This was completely out of their expectations. Xiao Chen smiled gently at Xiao Yulan, who was in the distance. He jumped off the stage and did not even look at Xiao Jian, who was lying on the ground. He directly walked towards the door. Earlier, he had held back. Otherwise, when Xiao Jian was distracted by the purple thunder true fire, he would have used the Thunder God Burst at full power and directly shattered his martial spirit. The crowd automatically opened up a path for Xiao Chen. They looked at Xiao Chen with complicated expressions. Those Xiao clan disciples who were on good terms with Xiao Jian in the past did not even dare to look at Xiao Chen. Xiao clan courtyard half a month had passed since the duel. In this half a month, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the attitude of the Xiao clan towards him had changed. There was less of the disdain in their eyes, and there was more respect and reverence. This was the Tianwu continent, a world where the strong were revered. Regardless of where one was, only the strong would be able to obtain the respect of others. Xiao Chen did not care about the changes in these people. In this half a month, aside from accompanying Xiao Yulan to Mo City a few times, he spent the rest of his time cultivating. The experience in Seven Horn Mountain had left a shadow in his heart. The mysterious man in blue who was in cahoots with the Zhang clan was definitely up to no good. It was most likely because of the promise of 10 years that would take place in a few months. Although he was not a person of this world, if the Xiao clan lost Seven Horn Mountain, they would not have a foothold in Mo City in the future. With his current strength, without the protection of the Xiao clan, even a martial Grand Master would be able to take his life easily. Not to mention a martial saint, even a martial Grand Master would be able to take his life easily. A deep sense of danger accompanied him. Only by becoming stronger, and stronger, could he firmly grasp his fate in his hands. Xiao Chen's cultivation of the Purple Thunder True Fire had already reached the second realm. Now, he did not need to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. With just a thought, he could condense the flames automatically. Under his strong control, the Purple Thunder True Fire could already leave his palms and burn freely in the air. Having reached this realm, he had already met the basic requirements for refining medicinal pills. Xiao Chen decided to go to Mo City to buy a suitable medicine cauldron to refine medicinal pills. Mo City was one of the 8 main cities of Chizi County. In the entire Great Qin Nation, it could only be considered a very ordinary small city. Aside from the owner of this body, Xiao Chen had been here more than once. He was very familiar with the roads and arrived very quickly. Xiao Chen strolled leisurely to the largest smithy in the city. The name of this smithy was called Regretful Iron. The main shop was located in the prefecture city, and the owner behind it was rumored to be one of the top merchants in the Great Qin Nation, the Phoenix Feather Merchant Association. The interior of the smithy could be considered unique. The shelves were filled with all sorts of weapons and armor. There were also many customers walking around the shop. It was clear that business was very good. Xiao Chen arrived at the counter for medicine cauldrons. After looking at them for a long time, he did not have any interest in them. The things placed here were all made of ordinary iron. Xiao Chen shook his head and was about to leave. At this moment, a heroic voice came from behind him, stopping him. "Young Master Xiao, are you here to buy a medicine cauldron?" Chapter 17. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw an old man in high spirits speaking to him. Xiao Chen tried to recall but could not remember this person's name. He could not help but ask suspiciously, "You are?" That old man smiled and said, "Ha ha. Young Master Xiao might not recognize this old man. I am the owner of this shop. My humble surname is Ma." Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "So, it is Boss Ma. I do indeed want to buy a medicine cauldron. However, the things you sell seem very ordinary." Boss Ma laughed loudly and said, "Since young Master Xiao looks down on these medicine cauldrons, will you follow this old man inside to take a look?" "Enter to take a look." Xiao Chen raised his guard. In his memories, he did not have any interactions with this old Ma. Why is this old Ma asking me to go to his shop for no reason? What is he thinking? However, old Ma is indeed a good medicine cauldron. Xiao Chen could not help but hesitate. In that case, Boss Ma, please lead the way. Xiao Chen smiled gently. In the end, his desire for a good medicine cauldron prevailed over his suspicions. However, he was also cautious. If there was anything wrong, he would leave immediately. Old Ma led Xiao Chen through the crowd and headed upstairs. When they reached the second floor, they could clearly see that the items on display were much more exquisite than those on the first floor. Xiao Chen even saw several spirit weapons placed in the middle. However, the prices were very high. The more people looked, the less bought. Old Ma smiled and led the way. They continued up until they reached the fourth floor. From the second floor onwards, the number of people dwindled. By the time they reached the fourth floor, there was basically no one. The fourth floor's decorations were extremely luxurious. What puzzled Xiao Chen was that there were no shelves on the fourth floor. There was only a youth in embroidered clothes with his back facing Xiao Chen, looking at the street below. When the young man heard the footsteps, he turned around and said with a smile, Mr. Ma, you've worked hard. You can leave first, I'll take care of this guest. His voice was clear and melodious, like a string of wind chimes. Senior Ma nodded gently and bowed before taking his leave. That young man walked over quickly and said to Xiao Chen, "Young Master Xiao, sorry for taking the liberty to invite you." When Xiao Chen saw this person's face, he chuckled in his heart. This young man in embroidered robes was actually a woman in disguise. Her features were picturesque, and she had white teeth and bright eyes. Her male attire added a hint of heroic spirit to her. Xiao Chen smiled. Since when did Mo City gain such a beauty? I, Xiao Chen, actually did not notice it. The woman smiled, not minding Xiao Chen's teasing. Young Master Xiao must be joking. I have long heard of young Master Xiao's romantic reputation. Seeing you today, it seems to be true. Xiao Chen was even more puzzled. Since she knew of my reputation, she was still so polite to me. Just what was the background of this woman? His expression did not change as he continued to smile and said, I still haven't asked for this lady's name. Feng Feishue. Feng Feishue, Xiao Chen repeated the name a few times in his heart. He was certain that this woman was not someone from Mo City. He thought of a possibility in his heart, but his expression did not change as he said, so it is Miss Feng. In that case, I will not speak any nonsense. Take out the medicine cauldron and let me take a look. Feng Feishue's red lips parted and she smiled gently. She looked very pretty as she said, Young Master Xiao is really impatient. I was prepared to have a good chat with young master. After she spoke, she waved her hand, and 4 different shaped medicine cauldrons appeared on a wooden table not far away. Xiao Chen was astonished, it was actually a spatial ring. This woman's background was not small. Even a regular martial saint would not be able to possess a spatial ring. Although he was astonished, Xiao Chen's gaze was quickly attracted to the 4 medicine cauldrons on the wooden table. These 4 medicine cauldrons were of different shapes, and every one of them was filled with spiritual energy. Xiao Chen was sure that there was moonstone mixed in. Furthermore, it was not just some powder. Otherwise, the color and spiritual energy would not be so dense. Among them, there was a blue dragon medicine cauldron that was especially eye-catching. This medicine cauldron had 3 legs, and there were 2 lifelike blue dragons coiled around the body of the medicine cauldron. The 2 dragon heads were the fire inlet and the medicine outlet respectively. The craftsmanship of the master who made this medicine cauldron was extremely high. The carving of the blue dragon was extremely lively, as though it was coming to life. Xiao Chen held it in his hand and played with it for a while before saying, Can I test this medicine cauldron on the spot? Feng Feishue was somewhat astonished, could he be an alchemist? This medicine cauldron is really for him to use? It seems like my earlier guess was wrong. The smile on her face did not change. No problem, please do as you wish, young master. Placing the medicine cauldron on the table, Xiao Chen gathered a ball of purple flames in his right hand with a thought. He slowly compressed the flames and carefully controlled the purple flames to enter the medicine cauldron. When the purple flames completely entered the cauldron, he immediately relaxed his mind and let the purple flames burn fiercely. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the medicine cauldron. Under the burning of the purple flames, the color of the green medicine cauldron did not change, it was still as lively as before. After a while, the purple flames continued to burn. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the essence in his body depleting rapidly. He quickly withdrew the purple flames and calmed the fluctuations of the essence in his body. Xiao Chen picked up the blue dragon medicine cauldron and took a look. The outside of the medicine cauldron was not hot at all. When he opened the lid, a wave of heat surged out. Xiao Chen seemed to see a formless blue dragon soaring into the air. He held it under his nose and took a whiff. The air inside was dry and refreshing, there was no smell at all. Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised. This medicine cauldron did meet his requirements. If it was just an ordinary medicine cauldron, the Xiao clan would already have one. Unfortunately, under the burning of the purple thunder true fire, cracks would appear on these ordinary medicine cauldrons. They did not meet the requirements for refining medicine. This time, Xiaochen did not hold much hope. Instead, he brought a piece of moonstone. If he could not find a suitable medicine cauldron, he would use the moonstone to forge one. However, he did not expect to actually find one in regretful iron. Xiaochen smiled. Miss Feng, what is the price of this medicine cauldron? Feng Feishua picked up the blue dragon medicine cauldron and played with it in her hands. She did not directly answer Xiaochen's question. Alchemist is the most respected occupation in the Tianwu continent. The most important thing for an alchemist is to have a peak-quality medicine cauldron. Cauldrons are split into 5 grades. Does young Master Xiao know which grade it is? There were definitely good and bad things about medicine cauldrons. However, Xiaochen had never heard of cauldrons being split into 5 grades. He shook his head and said, I'd like to hear the details. Chapter 18. A Grade 1 medicine cauldron is forged from ordinary iron and can only withstand ordinary mortal flames. The medicinal pills refined from it will not exceed Grade 2. Furthermore, the quality will not reach the peak. A Grade 2 medicine cauldron contains a small amount of moonstone and is comparable to a yellow-ranked spirit weapon. It can withstand the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. However, this Grade 2 medicine cauldron only has the form but no spirit. It is very difficult for the medicinal pills refined from it to reach the peak. Only when a medicine cauldron reaches Grade 3 can it barely be considered a high-grade medicine cauldron. A Grade 3 medicine cauldron contains a large amount of moonstone and other rare materials. In addition to the excellent craftsmanship of the blacksmith, this medicine cauldron has a true spirit. The medicinal pills refined from it can also reach the peak effect. Xiaochen became excited as he listened. Then what about Grade 4 and Grade 5 cauldrons? Feng Feishua paused for a while before continuing. Once a cauldron exceeds Grade 3, it is known as a heaven-grade cauldron. Heaven-grade cauldrons are extremely rare. Not only do they require a large amount of moonstone and a pile of rare materials, they also require a blacksmith who has reached the level of a divine blacksmith to forge it. Because of the moonstone, there has not been a new heaven-grade cauldron in the continent for hundreds of years. As for the divine-grade cauldrons that are above heaven-grade, I have only read about them in ancient books and have never seen them with my own eyes. Xiaochen pondered over Feng Feishua's words for a while before saying, then what grade is this blue dragon cauldron? It is a peak Grade 3 cauldron. If a divine blacksmith could forge it, it would immediately become a heaven-grade cauldron, Feng Feishua said unhurriedly as she stared at Xiaochen without blinking. This blue dragon cauldron was actually a peak Grade 3 cauldron. It looked like he had underestimated the value of this cauldron earlier. The money he had on him might not even be able to afford the price of this blue dragon cauldron. Even so, Xiaochen still did not give up and asked, I wonder how much Miss Feng would be willing to pay for this blue dragon cauldron. Feng Feishua tossed the blue dragon cauldron up and down. A mischievous expression appeared on her face as she smiled. If young Master Xiao really wants it, how about giving it to young Master Xiao? For me. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart, but he immediately reacted. How could there be such a good thing in this world? He smiled embarrassedly and said, Miss Feng, please don't tease me. Name a price. Although I don't have much money on me, I believe I can still afford this medicine cauldron. Feng Feishua smiled and said, can you really afford it? A first-grade medicine cauldron of superior quality costs several thousand taels of silver, and a second-grade medicine cauldron of superior quality costs tens of thousands of taels of silver. This pinnacle third-grade medicine cauldron can't be bought without several 100,000 taels of silver. So expensive. Xiaochen frowned. A few 100,000 was just a drop in the bucket for the Xiao clan, but it was still not a small amount. It was hard to say whether the Xiao clan would spend a few 100,000 for him, Xiaochen. Actually, if this pinnacle third-grade medicine cauldron were to be sold, it could be sold at an auction for 1,000,000 taels of silver. Moonlight stones were extremely rare in the continent. In the past 100 years, there had been very few heaven-grade medicine cauldrons. This pinnacle third-grade medicine cauldron could be said to be the best medicine cauldron that most alchemists could use. The position of alchemist was also extremely rare in the continent. Every alchemist could be said to be extremely wealthy, and they would not be lenient when it came to spending money. For a good medicine cauldron, spending an exorbitant price was a very normal thing. Although this was the case, when Xiaochen heard Feng Feishue's words, he felt uncomfortable. Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, "Miss Feng, you really know that I, Xiaochen, cannot afford it." The smile on Feng Feishue's face froze. She knew that her tone was not right. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Xiao has misunderstood. We can give this medicine cauldron to young Master Xiao first. If young Master Xiao does not have enough money on hand, you can just write an IOU." Xiaochen took out the palm-sized moonstone from his bosom and said, "Many thanks for Miss Feng's kind intentions. There is no need for an IOU. I wonder if this moonstone is worth this price." Feng Feishue was startled. She picked up the palm-sized moonstone and looked at it carefully. After that, she smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Xiao, I really have good intentions. Are you not going to accept my kindness?" Xiaochen held the blue dragon medicine cauldron in his hand and cupped his hands. "Many thanks for Miss Feng's medicine cauldron. Goodbye." After he said that, he left without even turning his head back. Xiaochen felt uncomfortable staying here. The origin of this medicine cauldron was also a little strange. It was better to leave first. Feng Feishue looked thoughtfully at the palm-sized moonstone in her hand. Such a large piece of moonstone was more than enough to forge an inferior-grade profound-ranked spirit weapon. Naturally, it was worth the price of the medicine cauldron. Watching Xiaochen leave, Feng Feishue smiled gently. "Xiaochen, looks like the blue dragon martial spirit is not the only secret on your body." It was unknown when, but a man shrouded in shadows suddenly appeared behind Feng Feishue. This man's appearance was not sudden at all, it was as if he had been standing there all along. "Young miss, actually, a 1,000-year agreement has already passed. There is no need to abide by it." The man's hoarse voice came from the shadows. Feng Feishue's expression turned cold as she warned coldly, "You do not need to care about my matters. I am just reminding young miss, the clan is more important." The hoarse voice came again, it was as if he did not hear Feng Feishue's warning. Feng Feishue smiled coldly, "Tree, I will say it one more time. You do not need to care about my matters. If I discover that something has happened to Xiaochen, no matter who did it, I will blame it on you." In the shadows, Tree laughed coldly and changed the topic, "I already have some leads on the person you are looking for. In another 7 days, you will be able to find his exact location." Feng Feishue was startled for a moment before she said, "I understand what you mean. I have not forgotten the purpose of this trip. You better hurry up, I do not wish for any problems to occur." Xiaochen walked out of Regretful Iron's shop and took a deep breath of the fresh air on the street. Earlier, when he was in the shop on the 4th floor, he kept feeling a pair of eyes staring at him. It was very uncomfortable, but he could not find what was wrong. His entire body felt very uncomfortable. No matter what, he had completed his mission today. Carrying the blue dragon medicine cauldron in his bag, Xiaochen smiled in satisfaction. He prepared to go to the pharmacy to buy some herbs before returning. Mohe City was still considered bustling during the day. There was a bustling flow of people and the sounds of people doing business. It did not seem deserted at all. At this moment, Xiaochen was not in a rush. He slowly walked on the street, admiring the scenery that would not appear on earth. Just at this moment, the sound of a horse galloping could be heard. Xiaochen's eyesight was very good, he could see very clearly that there were 3 people riding on horses on the street. They were galloping quickly, and the passers-by all gave way to them. Some of the people who could not avoid in time fell to the ground in their panic, eating the dust on the ground. When they saw the person on the horse, they did not dare to resist, and could only blame their bad luck. When the person on the horse saw the situation, he laughed loudly and became even more arrogant. He urged the horse forward, not slowing down at all. In the blink of an eye, the 3 horses were about to arrive in front of Xiaochen. There was a little girl standing in the middle of the road. When she saw the horse galloping over, she was so frightened that she started crying. The horse galloped faster and faster, and it looked like it was about to collide with the little girl. However, it did not show any signs of slowing down. Chapter 19. Xiao Chen was startled. This group of people was too outrageous. He flew forward and in the nick of time, he picked up the little girl and avoided this group of people. See! The leader of the three pulled on the reins of the horse, and the horse neighed. It jerked its legs forward and stopped with a zhi sound. When the two people behind saw this, they quickly stopped as well. That person was dressed in brown robes. He turned his horse around and walked slowly towards Xiao Chen. I was wondering who it was, he looked so familiar. So it is the second young master of the Xiao clan. Why are you acting bravely like others today? The youth on the horse laughed arrogantly. That's right, I have not seen young Master Xiao in the Misty Rain Pavilion recently. It seems like young Master Xiao has changed, the other person on the horse added. Xiao Chen gently put down the little girl and looked coldly at the group of people on the big horses. These three people were disciples of the Zhang clan. The leader was Zhang Ziyang, the second son of the Zhang clan head. Like Xiao Chen, he had a notorious reputation in Mo City. The only difference was that although Xiao Chen was trash, he was not arrogant enough to bully the commoners. This was because the Zhang clan and the Xiao clan were not on good terms. When the two of them met, there would definitely be conflict. However, every time Xiao Chen would be at a disadvantage. What are you looking at? What kind of expression is that? Do you want to die? One of the people behind Zhang Ziyang raised his horsewhip and suddenly lashed it at Xiao Chen. The horsewhip whistled through the air, making a buzzing sound. It looked like it was about to strike Xiao Chen's face. If it was the previous Xiao Chen, his skin would definitely split open. Xiao Chen laughed coldly and grabbed the horsewhip firmly. The person on the horse was incomparably astonished. He wanted to retract his whip, but it did not budge at all. It was as though it was being held by a steel pin. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed and a trace of lightning crackled in his hand. With a so sound, it was transmitted through the horsewhip to that person's hand. The electric arc quickly circled around that person's body, and the horse that he was sitting on was also touched by the electric arc. It was immediately startled and jumped around on the spot. The Zhang clan disciple on the back of the horse fell miserably with a pu tong sound. Zhang Ziyang hurriedly jumped down from the horse's back and helped the person who had fallen to the ground up. However, the person's face was pale and he was still trembling non-stop. The electric light had already penetrated into the person's meridians and he would not recover in a short period of time. Xiao Chen, you actually dared to injure my cousin. Do you really not want to live anymore? Zhang Ziyang shouted sternly. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, Zhang Ziyang, according to your logic, I can't fight back and can only let you hit me. Was this logic taught to you by your mother or your father? You are just the insignificant second son of the Zhang clan. Do you really think that there is no one in Mo City who can deal with you? Zhang Ziyang was stunned. Did this Xiao Chen really change his character? In the past, when I met him, beating him up was a very normal thing. Furthermore, because this trash was embarrassed, he did not dare to tell his family about it. It could be said that I had no qualms about it. Why did he suddenly become so strong today? However, no matter how strong he was still trash. I am a medial grade martial disciple, and I can't deal with a mere 9th grade spirit refinement trash like him. After thinking this through, Zhang Ziyang ignored the mockery in Xiao Chen's words and smiled coldly. Young Master Xiao, do you really want to die that badly? Xiao Chen laughed loudly, are you an idiot? Back and forth, it's just these 2 sentences. What does my death have to do with you? If you really have the ability, then hit me. I will stand here and let you hit me. Let's see if you dare to kill me. Do you really think that I don't dare to hit you? This time, Zhang Ziyang could no longer endure it. He shouted angrily and circulated the essence in his body quickly. He sent out a sharp punch towards Xiao Chen. He used 80% of his strength in this punch. He was truly angry. This trash had mocked him several times in front of so many people. If he could endure it, what else could he endure? Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. You can't keep your cool just like that. Xiao Chen stared at this punch filled with killing qi. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. The blue dragon in his dantian roared and surged with essence. Who? Xiao Chen made his move. Similarly, he sent out a punch. Xiao Chen used his full strength in this punch. Everywhere the fist wind passed, it gave off the sound of wind and thunder. A crackling purple light rushed towards the center of his fist. Bang! When the two fists collided, there was an intense explosion. Zhang Ziyang only felt a surging force rushing towards him. This force was not something he could resist. His body was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. His pale face did not have any trace of blood, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation. In addition to the blue dragon martial spirit, the essence in his body was very dense. When he used his full strength, he was comparable to a peak martial disciple. Zhang Ziyang thought that Xiao Chen was only in the 9th grade of spirit refinement, so he only used 80% of his strength. When he met with Xiao Chen using his full strength, how could he be able to resist? With just this bit of strength, you dare to rampage about in Mo City? Xiao Chen snorted coldly and stomped on the ground with his right foot. A small crack appeared on the marble pavement. The force of this stomp sent Xiao Chen flying. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhang Ziyang and sent a palm strike towards his chest. Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that even the person beside Zhang Ziyang could not react in time. Seeing this palm strike filled with killing qi, Zhang Ziyang was startled. He closed his eyes in despair. Could it be that I, Zhang Ziyang, am going to die here? Stop! A loud shout came from afar. It was so loud that it caused everyone's eardrums to go dizzy. Xiao Chen did not care about this sudden voice. He continued to send a palm strike towards Zhang Ziyang. This opportunity to cripple Zhang Ziyang was not something that Xiao Chen would get very often. Chapter 20. As he thought of this, Zhang He had already closed in. The wind from his palm was like a sword, pressing towards Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen took a step back and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation with all his might. Streams of electricity flickered on his body, and finally, they all gathered in his right palm. The two of them exchanged blows. Without a doubt, the Zhang He in front of him was the best opponent. A martial master with a holy sword martial spirit. Xiao Chen wanted to see what level he could reach if he used his full strength. Xiao Chen was astonished. This person was so far away in the provincial capital, yet he knew the news of the Shao clan like the back of his hand. He could not be underestimated. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, "It is just a rumor." Does young Master Zhang believe it? The aura of a martial master combined with the overflowing sword intent locked onto Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned and the blue dragon martial spirit in his body swam around gently. The pressure of an ancient holy beast combined with Xiao Chen's aura clashed with the formless sword intent. "Big brother, why are you here?" Zhang Ziyang, who had been saved, cried out in joy. After knowing the identity of the person who came, he knew he was saved. He could still get back at Xiao Chen. Pooh! 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 Zhang He took 2 steps forward and 3 streams of sword qi shot out, attacking Xiao Chen from different angles. Xiao Chen did not have any weapons in his hands, so it was difficult for him to block. He could only retreat quickly. Zhang He's complexion looked the same as before, with a ruddy glow and a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Zhang He looked down on his younger brother in his heart. Although it looked like he had dealt with Xiao Chen's divine thunder break easily, he had actually spent a lot of effort and expended a lot of essence. On one hand, he had to delay Xiao Chen and slowly recover his essence. On the other hand, he was waiting for Xiao Chen to reveal an opening, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. If the person in front of him was so easy to deal with, he would have made his move long ago. Zhang He withdrew his hand and stood still. His entire person was like a treasured sword, standing on the same spot. A majestic sword intent suddenly shot out from his body. Countless sword qis revolved around him. After a moment, the resplendent electric glow disappeared without a trace. After he finished speaking, Zhang He waved his hand and a follower behind him threw out a long sword. This long sword was clearly a spirit weapon. The 7-foot-long sword gave off a luster like autumn water. Holding the long sword, Zhang He's entire aura suddenly changed. Boom! Then, he quickly made his move to counter Xiao Chen's palm strike. From the moment he shouted to the moment he made his move, only 2 breaths had passed. From that, it could be seen how fast he was and how strong he was. Under the might of the ancient holy beast, the sharp sword intent stopped in its tracks. It stopped 2 meters in front of Xiao Chen, unable to advance any further. Momentarily, the two of them entered a deadlock. Zhang He's aura as a medial grade martial master was unable to do anything to the mere inferior grade martial disciple Xiao Chen. Unable to dodge, the sword qi was about to pierce his throat. A trace of despair flashed on Xiao Chen's face, a surging energy surged out and a shockwave spread out in all directions. The two of them did not stop and continued to exchange blows. Shouts resounded out and the two of them moved up and down the street. Momentarily, dust was kicked up and the shockwave surged. The crowd watching the commotion on the street all retreated far away. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind him. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look as he turned around and sent out a thunder god break. A resplendent electric light streaked through the air, heading for Zhang He's forehead. The aura that he had been building up for a long time was broken by Zhang Ziyang's words. He had no choice but to withdraw his sword intent and make the first move. Young Master Xiao, sorry for the offense. A figure approached from afar, like a laser beam streaking through the air in a few arcs. It nimbly arrived behind Zhang Ziyang and quickly pulled Zhang Ziyang's body back, saving him. Who knew that the sword qi would follow him like a shadow? There was no way to dodge it. When Xiao Chen retreated, the sword qi was like a maggot in his tarsal bone, heading straight for his throat. Sir, you seem to be having a good time bullying my second brother earlier. Why did you leave just like that? Why don't you stay behind and continue giving me some pointers? Zhang He stood with his hands behind his back, giving off a carefree appearance. This white-clothed person was called Zhang He, the eldest son of the Zhang clan. His talent was extremely high. When he was 10 years old, he went to the White Rock Academy in the prefecture city. In recent years, he rarely came back. From that palm strike earlier, it could be seen that his cultivation had been at least at the martial master realm for many years. Looks like I have no chance to cripple Zhang Ziyang's cultivation, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Since there was no chance, there was no need to dawdle here. Xiao Chen turned around and left. Big brother, why are you speaking so much nonsense with him? He wanted to kill me earlier, Zhang Ziyang said gloomily as he stood at the side. The two of them stared at each other. Zhang He's gaze was like a sword and the Haotian sword in his body buzzed. A horrifying sword intent was emitted from his body. The sword intent became denser and denser as it shot out along with his gaze. The formless sword intent seemed like it had a substance as it tore through the air and ruthlessly shot towards Xiao Chen. A surging force came from that person's palm. Xiao Chen retreated 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. The qi and blood in his body churned. Xiao Chen hurriedly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and silently guarded his dantian, calming the fluctuating qi and blood in his body. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw that the person who attacked was dressed in white. He was very handsome and had a faint smile on his unperturbed face. However, there was a trace of arrogance in his eyes, giving this amiable face a slight discount. Zhang He could tell that Xiao Chen was secretly mocking him for bullying the weak. However, he did not mind and continued to smile. Brother Xiao is too humble. I heard that the strongest person in the Xiao clan, Xiao Jian, was defeated by you in 1 move. That Xiao Jian is a peak martial disciple, he is not much weaker than me. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's hair was already disheveled and his complexion was pale. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely miserable. However, there was a faint smile on his face. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and tied up his disheveled hair again. He had a relaxed expression as he looked at Zhang He provocatively. Zhang He turned around and smiled. I have long heard that the Zhang clan's eldest son's martial spirit is the holy sword Haotian. It can pierce through the heavens and split the earth, and its sword intent can communicate with the spirit. Now that I have seen it for myself, it truly lives up to its reputation. As an inferior grade martial disciple, I concede defeat. That white-clothed person smiled gently. I waited for a while. When I saw that you all did not come, I came myself. I came at the right time, coincidentally seeing a good show. He became sharp and oppressive like a rainbow piercing through the sun. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword that stood between the heavens and the earth. Bang! When Zhang He saw Xiao Chen's provocative actions, the qi and blood in his body surged. He nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Zhang He quickly calmed down. After all, he was not like Zhang Ziyang, who made low-level mistakes. He smiled gently and said, "You are very strong. Looks like I underestimated you earlier. Unfortunately, you met me. Today, I will cripple your cultivation. Let's see how you are going to act cocky then." Xiao Chen did not turn his head back. However, Xiao Chen was very clear about what happened behind him. His divine thunder break had been broken by Zhang He in an instant. This person was indeed very strong. Even so, Xiao Chen did not have much fear in his heart. Even if he could not defeat a martial master, it would still be easy for him to escape. Xiao Chen did not have any fear in his heart. Instead, a vigorous battle intent rose within him. He had wanted to test out his own strength a long time ago. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find a suitable opponent. Xiao Yulan was originally a very good opponent. However, the poinsettia's poison was too strong. If he was not careful when fighting with her, his life would be in danger. Furthermore, the other Xiao clan disciples were too weak. It would be too troublesome to look for the elders. Chapter 21. In the moment of crisis, Xiao Chen's mind became clear and he managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. Even so, his throat was still cut open and a trace of blood appeared. Xiao Chen was thankful for his luck. Seeing that his move was dodged, Zhang He revealed a look of astonishment on his face. He immediately chased after Xiao Chen like a shadow, each sword faster than the one before, forcing Xiao Chen to not even have the time to catch his breath. Xiao Chen thought quickly and knew it was time to run. Against Zhang He, who had a spirit weapon and was able to bring out the power of his martial spirit, he had no chance of winning. However, this battle allowed him to know his limits. If he were to fight barehanded in front of a martial master, he would be at a disadvantage. In the future, he would have to act according to his own strength. After dodging another sword strike, Xiao Chen stomped on the ground with his right foot. A few streams of essence flowed into his feet and he used this force to retreat several meters. He even shot out 2 clumps of purple thunder true fire in midair. "Young Master Zhang, I will take my leave first. We will meet again in the future." Xiao Chen laughed loudly. He turned around and dashed forward. Trying to leave. "It's too late." Zhang He smiled coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to execute his movement technique to give chase, the 2 clumps of purple flames had already floated in front of him. Zhang He casually swung his sword twice, wanting to scatter the purple flames. Who knew that the moment the purple flames touched the sword, they would burst into flames. In an instant, they enveloped the spirit weapon. Zhang He was startled and hurriedly let go of the sword in his hand. These 2 clumps of purple flames looked ordinary, but in reality, Xiao Chen had put in a lot of effort. He had practically compressed all the purple flames in his body. It was not something that Zhang He could casually extinguish with 2 swords. Zhang He looked at the burning sword on the ground with some lingering fear. If this strange flame were to stick to his body, how scary would it be? Just thinking about it made Zhang He tremble in fear. Big brother, why did you let him go? Quickly chase after him. Zhang Ziyang, who was at the side, said. When he heard this, Zhang He's heart was filled with anger. He could no longer hold back the blood that he had been suppressing in his throat. With a pu-chi sound, he spat it out. Zhang Ziyang, who was at the side, was so frightened that his face turned pale. After returning to the Shao clan in a sorry state, Xiaochen did not have the time to buy the herbs that he originally wanted to buy. He lay on the bed and casually threw the blue dragon medicine cauldron on the table. It seemed like he had to give up on his plan of refining medicine today. Lying on the bed, Xiaochen continuously thought about every detail of his fight with Zhang He today. If it was just a bare-handed fight, he might not be at a disadvantage. However, once Zhang He had a weapon and brought out the power of his martial spirit, he would not have any chance. Zhang He's martial spirit was a Haotian sword. In this world, there were many people whose martial spirits were holy objects that existed in the past. This Haotian sword was such a martial spirit. The Haotian sword was a holy object that existed in the Tianwu continent 10,000 years ago. It had long since disappeared in the river of time. Xiaochen's martial spirit, the blue dragon, was also an ancient holy beast. There were also some people who had martial spirits that existed in the past. This kind of martial spirit had a unified name in the continent, spiritual martial spirit. Martial spirits were spiritual, their might was unfathomable. For example, Zhang He, a medial-grade martial master, was able to rely on the might of the Haotian sword to release a sword chi that only a martial saint could release, forcing Xiaochen into a sorry state. This was the power of a spiritual martial spirit. In that case, what kind of special ability did my blue dragon martial spirit have? Xiaochen had some doubts as he thought about it. Ever since he came to this world, there were only a few battles where he did not use the blue dragon martial spirit. Or rather, he did not take the initiative to use the blue dragon martial spirit. He completely relied on the purple thunder divine incantation to fight. Logically speaking, his blue dragon martial spirit should not be weaker than Zhang He's Haotian sword. How should he bring out the might of this blue dragon martial spirit? Spirit weapon. Xiaochen thought for a long time before he finally thought of a spirit weapon. He had to have a spirit weapon. Only then would he be able to bring out the full power of the blue dragon martial spirit. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this ancient holy beast martial spirit. Furthermore, most of the moonstones left in the Thunder King's cave were useless. If he wanted to forge a high-ranked spirit weapon, it should be more than enough. As soon as he thought of it, Xiaochen got up and changed into a new set of clothes. He washed the dirt and bloodstains on his face and left his independent courtyard. He headed towards the Shao clan's library. Since he was going to prepare a spirit weapon, he naturally had to find a martial technique for using a weapon. Martial techniques were something that could not be found in the Compendium of Cultivation. The only place he could go to was the Shao clan's library. The entire Shao residence was extremely large. The library was located in the southeast of the Shao clan. It was quite a distance away from the courtyard that Xiaochen resided in. Xiaochen walked lazily on a small path in the Shao residence. After passing through a few gardens and courtyards, he arrived at the library. The Shao clan's library had 3 floors. It contained all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. The first floor only had ordinary yellow-ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques. The second floor had profound ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques. As for the third floor, it was somewhat mysterious. Ordinary Shao clan disciples did not know what was in there. The cultivation techniques in the library were accumulated by the Shao clan over many years. Their value could not be underestimated. There were elite guards guarding the surroundings. Spirit refinement cultivators did not even have the qualifications to enter this library. Only after reaching the martial disciple realm could one enter the first floor. Only after reaching the martial master realm could one enter the second floor. In the past, Xiaochen was only at the 9th grade of spirit refinement. Naturally, he could not enter. However, Now that Xiao Chen had defeated Xiao Jian, no one could stop him from entering. The library had always been very lively. At this moment, there were many Shao clan disciples on the first floor who were focused on the various martial techniques. When Xiao Chen entered, he immediately attracted the attention of these people. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Look, Xiao Chen is here, what is he doing here? Isn't he only at the 9th grade of spirit refinement? How can he have the qualifications to enter this library? Are you a pig? For him to be able to defeat Xiao Jian, his cultivation must have reached the martial disciple realm. Otherwise, the guards at the door would not have let him in. Those people are all martial grand masters. This trash has become so arrogant. You guys better lower your voices. If he hears you, who knows what will happen. Although the voices were soft, it still reached Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen found it funny. He ignored the discussions of these people and went to look for the bookshelves for martial techniques. This was the first time he came to this place. The place was not small, so he spent some time before he found the bookshelves for martial techniques. Rapid Thunder Sword Technique, Medial Grade Yellow Ranked Martial Technique. This sword technique is divided into 13 moves. When executed, each move is faster than the previous. With the speed of a thunderbolt, it can kill the enemy quickly. Huashan Splitting Strength, Inferior Grade Yellow Ranked Martial Technique. When practiced to great perfection, the strength of one saber strike is enough to split the mountains and split the seas. Revolving Spear Technique, Inferior Grade Yellow Ranked Martial Technique. Concentrates essence on the spear, producing a revolving force. In battle, it can achieve an unexpected result. Xiao Chen looked through the books one by one. The more he read, the less interested he became. The highest ranked martial technique was only medial grade yellow ranked. There was not even a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique. Furthermore, the descriptions were somewhat exaggerated. It was just a yellow ranked martial technique. No matter how much one practiced it, it would not be able to split the mountains and split the seas. Xiao Chen put down the yellow ranked martial technique book in his hand. The instant he lowered his head, he discovered a dusty and tattered martial technique book at the bottom corner of the bookshelf. Two blurry words appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes, attracting his attention. Heaven ranked. Xiao Chen looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he quickly and carefully picked it up. He was incomparably joyful in his heart. Looks like I have a lucky day. There is actually a heaven-ranked martial technique on the first floor of the library. Furthermore, it has not been discovered by anyone. Heaven-ranked martial technique, Dragon Subduing Slash. Xiao Chen slowly flipped through it. This Dragon Subduing Slash was a saber technique. There was a total of 13 moves. Every move required an abundance of essence to execute. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he might not even be able to execute the first move, Blue Dragon Emerging from the Sea. Xiao Chen carefully put away this Dragon Subduing Slash. Then, he casually found a medial grade yellow ranked martial technique, Rushing Thunder Strike. Then, he went to look for the manager of the library, Xiao Ju. This Xiao Ju was the second brother of Xiao Chen's father. His cultivation had already reached the realm of martial grand master many years ago. After that, he was injured and his cultivation dropped to the realm of martial master. Thus, he was sent by the clan to manage the library. Seeing the Dragon Subduing Slash that Xiao Chen handed over, Xiao Ju was stunned for a while before saying, "Where did you find this martial technique? Could there be some mystery behind it?" Xiao Chen suppressed the suspicions in his heart and told Xiao Ju honestly where he found this Dragon Subduing Slash. After Xiao Ju heard it, he laughed out loud and said, "I have not seen this martial technique in a while." So it was hidden there. "Nephew Xiao Chen, you cannot take this book out." "Why?" Xiao Ju said in a mocking tone, "Did you think that you got lucky and found a heaven-ranked martial technique that no one had discovered? After you practiced it, your strength increased by leaps and bounds, killing everyone and becoming invincible?" Xiao Chen, who had his thoughts seen through, said awkwardly, "What is the problem with this book?" Since it is a heaven-ranked martial technique, why can't the Shao clan disciples take it out? Xiao Ju sighed in disappointment and frustration. When I was young, I asked the same question as you. Since it is a heaven-ranked martial technique, why can't my Shao clan disciples practice it? After pausing for a while, Xiao Ju said sorrowfully, this martial technique can only be practiced by those with the blue dragon martial spirit. If others practiced it, their bodies would explode and they would die. However, there has not been a blue dragon martial spirit in my Shao clan for 1,000 years. This martial technique is like trash. Bringing it out would only harm people. It was the blue dragon martial spirit again. Xiao Chen's heart pounded fiercely. He did his best to maintain a calm expression as he said, so it is like that. Then I will take it back for reference and send it back. I promise I won't practice it. That is not a problem. This martial technique is just a copy. If you take it back, don't return it. It would be troublesome if someone could not resist the temptation to practice it. However, nephew Xiao Chen, don't try it. Many of the seniors of my Shao clan have died from their bodies exploding after practicing it. There are many similar cases. Xiao Chen nodded his head and smiled, I definitely won't. Second uncle, don't worry. I will take my leave first. Second uncle, why is there not a single profound ranked martial technique on the second floor? Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, a familiar voice rang out. The person who spoke was Xiao Jian, who had just come down from the second floor. Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished and stopped in his tracks. Going up to the second floor meant that Xiao Jian had already broken through the bottleneck of peak martial disciple and officially became a martial disciple. This was truly surprising. Xiao Jian, who was walking over with a few martial technique manuals, did not expect to meet Xiao Chen here. He was stunned for a while before smiling, I did not expect to meet second brother here. Are you here to look for martial techniques as well? Xiao Jian looked the same as usual. He was dressed in blue and looked very capable. However, his eyes lacked the usual arrogance. However, Xiao Chen could still see a hidden hatred in his eyes. It looked like the story between Xiao Jian and Xiao Jian was far from over. As if to prove Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Jian slowly walked over and said in a low voice, the duel between us has just begun. The humiliation I suffered that day, I will definitely return it to you several times over. Towards the end, Xiao Jian enunciated every word as he spoke through clenched teeth. Who was the one who humiliated who first? All these years, when did you, Xiao Jian, not humiliate me? Have you ever thought about the humiliation that I, Xiao Chen, have suffered? Chapter 22. Xiao Chen was not a fickle person in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have held back when he used the divine thunder break. However, now that Xiao Jian was provoking him again, he was extremely frustrated. Wasn't he just a martial master? Was there a need to be cocky? In front of Xiao Ju, Xiao Chen could not flare up. He smiled gently and said, when you have the ability, then you can boast again. Without waiting for Xiao Jian to reply, he turned around and left. You. Xiao Jian watched as Xiao Chen left. His eyes turned cold and he clenched his fist tightly. I, Xiao Jian, will not lose to this trash no matter what. Second young master, I have finally found you. The first elder is looking for you. As Xiao Chen was preparing to return, he bumped into the servant girl who had asked him to participate in the clan's strength test. He felt it was strange, why is the first elder looking for me? Stopping, Xiao Chen looked at the personal servant girl of the first elder and asked, do you know why the first elder is looking for me? The servant girl answered honestly, this servant is not sure about the specifics. However, seeing how anxious the first elder is, it should be something important. If it was in the past, the servant girl would not even bother with Xiao Chen. She would just pass on a message and leave. However, today, not only did she answer Xiao Chen's question honestly, her attitude was also very humble. Lead the way, Xiao Chen said indifferently, ignoring the change in the servant girl's attitude. The servant girl seemed somewhat nervous. She did not dare to say anything along the way. After she brought Xiao Chen to the first elder's courtyard, she immediately took her leave. After entering the courtyard, Xiao Chen saw the first elder waving at him from the stone table. He quickly walked over. Xiao Xiong was in closed-door cultivation, so the first elder had the highest position in the Xiao clan. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. Seeing Xiao Chen standing in front of the table, the first elder smiled gently and said, "Sit down. We are all family, there is no need to be so reserved." Xiao Chen expressed his thanks. After he sat down, he asked cautiously, "May I know why first elder called me here?" Xiao Chang smiled and did not say anything. He picked up the teacup on the stone table and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "This tea is the best tea from the south. It is very difficult to buy it in Cheesy County. Try it." Xiao Chen didn't know anything about tea leaves. He forced himself to take a sip and said, "Great elder, you're looking for me. Don't be anxious. I will thank you for Yulan's matter first." Xiao Chang interrupted Xiao Chen, "This girl has stayed on the mountain for so many years, refusing to come down. If it were not for you, she would not have come down. I heard from Yulan that your martial spirit is a purple flame. Can you show it to me?" Xiao Chen nodded his head and a ball of purple flame appeared in his palm. It flickered continuously, giving off a strange glow. Xiao Chang's expression turned grave as he looked at the purple thunder true fire in Xiao Chen's hand. He raised his hand and essence gathered in his right palm. A suction force was emitted from his palm. When he felt this force, Xiao Chen did not resist and allowed Xiao Chang to absorb a trace of the purple flame. ZZ. Xiao Chang looked at the flame burning with essence in his palm and said with satisfaction, "This flame is indeed tyrannical." Xiao Jian was distracted by it previously. "With my cultivation as a martial grand master, I would have to spend a lot of effort to extinguish this flame. First elder is too polite. With first elder's strength, this flame would not be able to harm you at all." Seeing Xiao Chen being so humble, Xiao Chang was very satisfied. He laughed loudly and casually extinguished the flame in his palm. "This flame is extremely pure. In the future, you can try being an alchemist." The flames used by alchemists in the Tianwu continent all came from their martial spirit. This required the alchemist's martial spirit to be a fire-attributed spirit beast or a fire-attributed holy item. If it was a pure purple thunder true fire like Xiao Chen's, that would be the best. However, the first elder did not know that Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire was not his martial spirit. Xiao Chen nodded his head, "I did have such thoughts before. However, the requirements to become an alchemist is extremely high. In the entire Mo city, there is not a single alchemist above grade 2. It would not be easy to become an alchemist." Xiao Chen's words were half true and half false. If an alchemist was willing to accept him as a disciple, that would be for the best. In the future, he would be able to refine pills with half the effort. However, even if there was no high-ranked alchemist to guide him, it would not be difficult for him to successfully refine pills by relying on the complete alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation. Xiao Chang muttered to himself for a while before saying, "I have an introductory alchemy book here. I will get someone to send it to you later." The introductory alchemy book was not very precious. However, Xiao Chen was very interested in how this world refined pills, so he could take a look. He smiled and said, "Thank you, First Elder." However, after speaking for so long, the First Elder still did not tell Xiao Chen the true reason for calling him here. "Young Master Xiao, I would like to count you in for the duels for the promise of 10 years. What do you think?" Just a moment ago, Xiao Chen was still thinking about the First Elder's purpose for calling him here. However, the First Elder immediately gave him an answer, as if he had seen through Xiao Chen's thoughts. The duels for the promise of 10 years involved the Seven-Horn Mountain, which the Shao clan relied on for survival. If they lost the duels, the Shao clan would immediately become a second-rate clan in Mo City. At that time, those clans that had a bad relationship with the Shao clan would definitely kick them while they were down. Let's not talk about whether Xiao Chen could leave or not. Whether it was the current Shao Chen or the previous Shao Chen, he still had some feelings for the Shao clan. If he left, what would happen to Shao Yulan? What would happen to Shao Chen's father? Since he had occupied someone else's body, he would have to bear some responsibility. Although Shao Chen was a nerd, he still had some sense of responsibility. Thus, for this promise of 10 years, even if the first elder did not say anything, he would do his best to help the Shao clan survive this crisis. From then on, the grudges between him, Shao Chen, and this clan would be settled. Shao Chang saw that Shao Chen was silent and thought that he was not willing to agree. He continued, "This is actually your father's intention. He knows that you condensed a martial spirit and even defeated Shao Jian, so he is very happy for you." "My father? Isn't he in closed-door training?" Shao Chen asked suspiciously. Shao Chang smiled, "No matter how much he is in closed-door training, he is still human. He needs to eat and drink. I took some time to tell the clan head about your situation." He did not seem surprised. Furthermore, he specifically asked you to participate in the duels for the promise of 10 years. Not surprised? Could it be that he already knew that I would condense a martial spirit? Furthermore, he even knew that I condensed a blue dragon martial spirit. However, the first elder did not seem to be the case. Otherwise, he would not have treated my purple thunder true fire as my martial spirit. That's right, first elder, when can my father come out? He has already been in closed-door training for 3 years, right? Even when a normal person breaks through to the martial saint realm, it would not be this exaggerated, requiring such a long time. Seeing that there was an opportunity to ask about Shao Xiong, Shao Chen immediately asked the question that he had been suppressing in his heart for a long time. On the path of cultivation, there were 3 most important hurdles. The first was naturally to condense a martial spirit. As long as one successfully condensed a martial spirit before the age of 10, their cultivation would definitely reach the martial Grand Master realm. It was only a matter of time. The second hurdle was when a martial Grand Master was breaking through to the martial Saint realm. After that, one's cultivation would at least reach the martial King realm. Otherwise, one would be stuck at the martial Grand Master realm for the rest of their lives. As for the last hurdle, the Emperor Wu hurdle, it was ethereal and incomparably mysterious. Most people said that the realm after that was the legendary martial god. However, whether or not martial gods truly existed, no one was sure. Shao Chang drank a cup of tea and said seriously, "The martial technique that your father cultivates is different. He is accumulating his strength. Once he succeeds in breaking through, he will immediately reach the peak of martial saint realm. At that time, our Shao clan will not only have a place in Mo City, but even the entire Chizi County. All of this has a precondition, which is to protect the Seven-Horn Mountain Range. In the past few years, the Zhang clan's strength has increased by leaps and bounds. They are not inferior to our Shao clan and cannot be underestimated. If they were to obtain the rights to the Seven-Horn Mountain Range, our Shao clan's fate would be very ugly. Hence, second young master, you had better reconsider the matter of the promise of 10 years. The first elder's way of speaking was not ordinary. After changing the topic for a while, he was able to bring it back to the same topic. Shao Chen's thoughts moved like lightning. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he could make use of this opportunity to ask for some benefits from the first elder. Coincidentally, he was still lacking a spirit weapon. After which, he said with a bitter expression, "First elder, it is not that I am unwilling to agree. Look at me, I am empty-handed. I do not even have a spirit weapon." Shao Chang smiled, "Your appetite is really big. The moment you open your mouth, you want a spirit weapon. However, are spirit weapons something that can be easily obtained? Even Shao Jian only managed to obtain a spirit weapon when he just advanced to the martial master realm. If one wanted a spirit weapon, one had to be a martial master. There was such a rule. As long as one reaches the martial master realm, one can possess a spirit weapon. This is the rule of our Shao clan. However, I do have a few spirit weapons in my private collection. I can let you choose one, the first elder changed the topic, causing the hopeless Xiao Chen to rejoice. Xiao Chang casually waved his hand and 4 spirit weapons appeared on the stone table. It was another spatial ring. Xiao Chen looked enviously at the grayish-white ring on the first elder's finger. When the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reaches the second layer and I learn how to refine weapons, I will definitely get myself a spatial attributed magic treasure. Shifting his gaze to the 4 spirit weapons on the stone table, Xiao Chen observed them carefully. Of the 4 spirit weapons, 3 were swords and 1 was a saber-shaped spirit weapon. However, the luster of these spirit weapons was not very good. After Xiao Chen held them in his hand and tested them one by one, he could determine that they were only inferior-grade yellow-ranked spirit weapons. Inferior-grade yellow-ranked spirit weapons were the trashiest of spirit weapons. Xiao Chen felt that it was a pity, but he could not show this expression on his face. Most people would be overjoyed when they obtained a spirit weapon. How could they feel that it was a pity? To prevent the first elder from becoming suspicious, Xiao Chen's expression was incomparably excited. "How is it? Have you chosen?" Xiao Chang said with satisfaction when he saw Xiao Chen's excited expression. Xiao Chen picked up the saber-shaped spirit weapon and saw the words Lunar Shadow written on the handle. He said, "This is the Lunar Shadow." The dragon subduing slash could only be executed with a saber. Xiao Chen did not have any other choice. Chapter 23. Shao Clan, Xiao Chen's independent courtyard. In the Shao residence, not everyone had the qualifications to have an independent courtyard. Aside from the clan elders and guests, only the direct descendants like Xiao Chen could have one. Xiao Chen carefully held the inferior-grade yellow-ranked spirit weapon in his hand, Lunar Shadow Saber. The saber was 1.2 meters long and 2 fingers wide. The streamlined blade was similar to the final form of the Grim Reaper's crescent moon, but it was not as long. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Xiao Chen carefully felt the energy contained in the saber. A faint energy came from the saber and flowed into Xiao Chen's body, slowly heading towards his dantian. Slowly, this strand of energy flowed into the blue dragon martial spirit under his dantian. Strands of essence followed this strand of strange energy and returned to the saber. Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised. This strand of essence was clearer, purer, and more tyrannical than the one that flowed from the blue dragon. Perhaps it was because the grade of the spirit weapon was too low, this pure essence could only flow back to the saber through that thin strand. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that only 1/10 of the energy contained in the martial spirit was transmitted back to the saber. If the grade of the spirit weapon was higher, this strand of energy would definitely be thicker. At that time, the amount of essence that was transmitted back would definitely be more than 1/10. Opening his eyes, he carefully felt this strange state. Xiao Chen held the Lunar Shadow Saber and waved it in the air a few times. Strands of electricity surrounded the saber and the image of the azure dragon occasionally flickered on the saber. "Kill!" Xiao Chen shouted and leaped up ferociously. The Lunar Shadow Saber, which was infused with electricity and the dragon image, hacked down 3 times in the air. Something strange happened. Just as Xiao Chen was exhausted, the martial spirit in his body suddenly sent out a surge of energy. The dragon image on the saber suddenly sent out a surge of energy, pulling the slowly descending Xiao Chen upwards. Following this surge of energy, Xiao Chen made a strange turn in the air. His body actually rose up again. The energy from the blue dragon martial spirit in his body continued to surge endlessly. Qi! 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 Xiao Chen sent out another 3 ferocious saber strikes. Electricity flickered, and a dragon roared. Thunder seemed to roar in the white clouds a kilometer above him. When it resonated with him, it sounded like a tiger roaring and a dragon roaring. After 3 slashes, Xiao Chen's body rose again. At this time, he was already more than 30 meters above the ground. This was the first time that Xiao Chen had been so high in the air. He could not help but feel nervous and fearful. However, the exploration of the unknown occupied Xiao Chen's mind. For some reason, a kind of heroic spirit rose up in his heart, as if he was looking down on the world. Just how high can I, Xiao Chen, fly? Hua! 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 After another 3 slashes, Xiao Chen's body rose another 5 meters. Half of the Xiao residents appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's courtyard was rather remote. Otherwise, at this height, he would have been discovered long ago. This cycle continued for another 2 times. Xiao Chen's body was now 70 to 80 meters above the ground. He had exhausted most of his essence. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. If he exhausted all his essence, even if he did not die from the fall, he would be severely injured. After making up his mind, he sheathed his saber and descended like a meteor. A formless blue dragon wrapped around Xiao Chen. It created a shockwave in the air and smashed into the ground violently. The wind howled in his ears. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. Using the momentum of his descent, he sent out a saber strike at lightning speed. Using the boundless momentum, this saber strike had the force of 1,000 kilograms. It was majestic, like 10,000 horses galloping, unstoppable. Bang! The ground shattered with a loud bang. A huge pit appeared in the courtyard. Countless broken rocks shot out from the ground, filling the sky. When the wind blew, the broken rocks immediately turned into dust. In an instant, the entire courtyard was filled with dust and smoke. Xiao Chen's 4 limbs were spread out as he laid on the ground. He panted heavily. His current mood was indescribable. Originally, he only wanted to use the spirit weapon to test the power of the blue dragon martial spirit. He did not expect that after accidentally stumbling around, he would actually comprehend a powerful martial technique. This martial technique was at least a high-grade profound-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it was created by Xiao Chen himself. It was unique in the Tianwu continent. How could he not be excited? He had to think of a name. Let's call it Meteor Burst. It would smash into the ground like a meteor and explode with the power of a meteorite. Meteor Burst, he repeated it in his heart. The more Xiao Chen repeated it, the more satisfied he felt. But was this meteor burst truly unique in this world? In reality, it was not. The blue dragon martial spirit was mysterious and unfathomable. It had existed for thousands of years. Dragons could be big or small. They could hide or rise. When they were big, they could swallow clouds and spit out mist. When they were small, they could hide. When they rose, they could soar into the 9 heavens. When they were hidden, they could hide within the waves. Soaring into the sky, rising from the ground. This was extremely normal for the blue dragon martial spirit. The various mystical abilities and martial techniques of the blue dragon martial spirit were not passed down in the Shao clan due to mysterious reasons. The meteor burst that Xiao Chen used just now was a martial technique exclusive to the blue dragon martial spirit. The divine dragon descending chop was a martial technique exclusive to the blue dragon martial spirit. Martial techniques exclusive to the holy beast martial spirit were well preserved in other clans with holy beast bloodlines. These people did not need to fumble around randomly like Xiao Chen. When they reached a certain realm, they could easily obtain it from the clan's library. Compared to Xiao Chen, they were much more fortunate. After resting on the ground for a while, Xiao Chen slowly recovered some strength. His complexion was already somewhat pale. This attack had exhausted too much essence. After struggling to stand up, Xiao Chen casually tidied up his clothes and stared at the gates of the courtyard. He could sense someone's footsteps approaching slowly. However, this person's essence was very weak. It did not seem like a martial Dao expert. After understanding it, Xiao Chen put it down. Hey, what's going on here? After a while, a maidservant appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The maidservant looked at the dusty courtyard and the potholes on the ground. She exclaimed softly. Looking at the maidservant in front of him, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. What is your name? Who sent you here? The maidservant looked at the dusty Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked like a clay figurine. She found it funny and said softly, replying to second young master, this servant is called Bao Er. The first elder sent me to deliver this book to you. Xiaochen walked over and received the book. It was the introductory alchemy compendium that the first elder said he would give him. His expression warmed up and he smiled, "Thank you." After thanking the maidservant, Xiaochen turned around and headed for the bedroom. He wanted to take a set of clothes and take a bath. The dust on his body made him feel uncomfortable. However, the maidservant called Bao did not leave. She continued to follow him slowly. Xiaochen felt it was strange. He turned around and smiled, "Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to accompany this young master to bathe?" Bao's face turned red. Her pretty face was covered in a red glow. She said softly, "The first elder sent me here to serve second young master. He said that if second young master has any orders, I must do it. If second young master wants Bao to bathe, Bao does not dare to disobey." Damn. I only said it casually and this girl really accompanied me to bathe. Snobbish, snobbish. Xiaochen could not remember a time when he had a maidservant to serve him. He did not expect that the moment he agreed to the first elder's request, there would be a spirit weapon, an alchemy compendium, and everything else. Now, the first elder even sent a maidservant to him. However, this kind of snobbish girl, this young master quite likes it. The more the better, hee. Unfortunately, this was not the time to enjoy it. If he fell into a land of gentleness, his cultivation on the path of martial arts might not be able to recover. The Tianwu continent was filled with experts. Not to mention those far away, just the Zhang clan's Zhang He alone was not someone he could deal with. How could he lust after this worldly beauty? I can only put up with being a mage for now. In the future, when I stand at the peak, the scenery I will be able to enjoy will definitely not be something this small Mo city can compare to. How can I, Xiaochen, just stay in Mo city? After thinking for a while, Xiaochen scratched his head and said, "This. I was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. I will not ask you to accompany me to bathe." Bao's face was already bright red. After saying those embarrassing words, her heart was thumping non-stop. She said in a soft voice, "Then, does young master have any other orders?" Bao is now young master's personal maidservant. Aside from serving young master, there is nothing else for me to do. Xiaochen patted his head, not knowing what to do. This was truly a difficult problem. If she did not accompany him to bathe or sleep, what else could this maidservant do? If Bao knew of Xiaochen's current thoughts, she would definitely be angered to death. A maidservant was not there to serve her master while he slept. There were many things she had to do. Only a 21st century geek like Xiaochen would have such evil thoughts. That's right, help me go to the city and buy some herbs. Xiaochen thought of something and said joyfully. Too many things had happened during the day. He was too lazy to make another trip. Having a ready-made maidservant would be able to help him out. After the battle with Zhang He and the meteor burst that he just comprehended, Xiaochen could clearly feel that he had an excess of essence, but his reserves were severely insufficient. Regardless of whether he executed a strong martial technique or burned the purple thunder true fire at a high intensity, he could not maintain it for a long time. This was a very serious problem. If he were to encounter a protracted battle, or if he were to refine a pill with a higher difficulty, the lack of essence would become his fatal weakness. The only way to deal with this was to increase his cultivation and quickly cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the second layer. That way, he would be able to store more essence in his body. If he wanted to cultivate quickly, aside from being diligent, he definitely could not be lacking in medicinal pills. Xiaochen took out some paper and ink from the study and started to write. Although he was not good at writing with a brush, the owner of this body was a native of this world. Naturally, he would not be unfamiliar with writing with a brush. After he finished writing, Xiaochen gently blew on the ink on the paper. Looking at his own handwriting in satisfaction, Xiaochen took out his personal seal and handed it to Bao. He smiled and said, "Just buy according to what is written on the paper. They are not very rare herbs. You should be able to buy them from the ordinary herb stores in Mo City. Take my personal seal and go to the cashier to withdraw some money." If you have any leftover, use it to buy some makeup or cosmetics. Keep the change. Bao received it in a daze. She said in disbelief, "Young master, you are asking Bao to run errands?" Normally, the work of a maidservant would be to serve tea, tidy up the house, help the master put on clothes and fold the blankets. If there were some special requests, they would need Nuanchuan to accompany them to bathe. However, these errands were usually done by the male servants. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's reputation in the Xiao clan was not very good. Bao did not expect that Xiao Chen would only ask her to run errands. "If you don't run errands, what else can you do? Don't tell me you are going to warm the bed of this young master." Xiao Chen smiled, "Why? If you can't do it, then I will find someone else." Bao immediately reacted. Her petite face was full of smiles as she said joyfully, "I can do it, I can do it. I will do it now. Young master, rest assured, Bao will definitely do it beautifully." Seeing Bao run out like a wisp of smoke, Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. Having a maidservant was not bad. At least he did not have to worry about running errands in the future. Chapter 24. After taking a bath, Xiao Chen changed his clothes. He laid on the bed and began to read the introductory alchemy compendium that the first elder had given him. Lying on the bed and reading was a habit that he had developed in his original world. Even in this world, it could not be changed. If someone were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. Alchemy was the most respected profession in the Sky Martial continent. No matter if it was a high-quality medicinal pill for healing injuries, a miraculous medicinal pill for changing one's physique, or a medicinal pill for increasing one's cultivation speed. To martial artists, it had a great attraction. The rarity of alchemy, in addition to the huge demand, naturally made this profession far more respected than other professions. Xiao Chen flipped through the book page by page. This introductory compendium was not very thick, it was only a few dozen pages. Xiao Chen read it word by word, and it did not take long for him to finish reading it. The introductory compendium was just an introductory compendium. There was basically no substantive content, it was just a rough introduction to alchemy. However, Xiao Chen still had some gains, and had a rough understanding of this world's alchemy. The alchemists in the Sky Martial continent were divided into 7 ranks, from 1 to 7, from the lowest to the highest. The alchemist's rank test had to be conducted in a specialized alchemist association. To become an alchemist, there were 3 requirements. The first was to have a fire-attributed martial spirit, or to have a fire-attributed cultivation technique that could condense a real fire. This was the most basic requirement for an alchemist. The second requirement was to have an understanding of medicinal ingredients. This requirement required an extremely solid foundation, and a thorough understanding of every medicinal herb, its effects, and its composition. This requirement could not be achieved through trickery, and could only be achieved through a large amount of reading. The third requirement was spiritual awareness. This was the most elusive and also the most difficult to grasp requirement. Spiritual awareness was similar to a martial artist's perception, but it was not exactly the same. Some people might walk very far on the path of a martial artist, but they could not awaken spiritual awareness. Some people might awaken spiritual awareness, and their spiritual awareness was extremely strong, but they did not have any achievements on the path of a martial artist. The so-called spiritual awareness referred to an alchemist's intuition, touch, and mental connection with the medicinal ingredients. The last requirement was the most important. The faster, more stable, and more meticulous the mental connection with the medicinal ingredients, the further this person could walk on the path of an alchemist. Xiao Chen compared these 3 requirements to himself. He had the purple thunder true fire, so he naturally passed the first requirement. The second requirement was his understanding of medicinal ingredients. The Compendium of Cultivation's Alchemy section had a very detailed record of medicinal ingredients. After reading it for 3 years, he had already memorized it by heart. Furthermore, he had long discovered that the medicinal ingredients of this world were similar to what was recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. The third condition was a little strange. The alchemy chapter in the Compendium of Cultivation did not have any records regarding spiritual awareness. However, he was not too worried. After all, the alchemy recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation was different from this world. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation did not have any records of spiritual awareness. However, he was not too worried. After all, the alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation was different from this world's alchemy section. Furthermore, the alchemy recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation was even more mysterious and profound than the alchemy of this world. For example, the fasting pill that he was going to refine. After consuming it, one would not need to eat or drink for a month. This was something that he had never heard of in this world. When the sky was about to turn dark, Bauer finally returned to Xiao Chen's courtyard with a large bag of medicinal ingredients. Seeing Bauer covered in sweat, Xiao Chen could not bear it. She looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old. In his original world, she was still in middle school, the age of a flower. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. Actually, I am not in a rush." "You don't have to rush." When Bauer heard this, she was stunned. "Did I hear wrongly? The famous silk pants of the Shao clan is actually apologizing to a maidservant?" When Xiao Chen was still trash, his reputation was already very bad. After he defeated Xiao Jian, although everyone knew that he was no longer trash, their evaluation of him did not improve. Everyone said that he was a petty person intoxicated by success and became even more unbearable than before. There were even rumors that he taught a lesson to all those who humiliated him in the past. Bauer had heard many of these rumors from the servants. If Xiao Chen knew of these things, he would definitely be incomparably depressed. Seeing Bauer in a daze, Xiao Chen was somewhat worried. He asked in a soft voice, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Bauer recovered her wits. She was not used to Xiao Chen's tone. Her face turned slightly red as she said in a soft voice, "Bauer is fine. Thank you for young master's concern." Xiao Chen relaxed and said, "You can go back first. There is nothing else I need your help with for now." When Bauer heard this, she looked at Xiao Chen in shock. She said nervously, "Young master, are you chasing me away? The first elder said that I am already your personal maidservant. From today onwards, I will be staying here. If Bauer goes out, the first elder will definitely think that Bauer did not serve you well and will punish me." Xiao Chen did not expect such a situation to occur. These servants and maidservants were all orphans or children of poor families. They had all signed contracts to sell themselves. If they made a mistake, even if they were beaten to death, they would not be held responsible. Although the Shao clan did not have such strict rules, they still had necessary punishments. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had never encountered such a situation before and did not know what to do. Xiao Chen's courtyard was more than enough for one person to live in. However, he had too many secrets. Having a stranger by his side would not make him feel at ease. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen could not think of a solution that would satisfy both sides. Looking at the pitiful Bauer, his heart softened. "You can stay here for now. There is a room on the east side. You can stay there tonight." Bauer smiled happily and said, "Bauer thanks second young master. I will go and prepare supper for second young master." Helplessly looking at Bauer's departing figure, Xiao Chen shook his head. He turned his gaze to the herbs she brought and checked them one by one. 20 saffron, 50 pieces of octagonal lotus, 20 pieces of tiger paw grass, 20 pieces of spearmint. After counting them one by one, the herbs Xiao Chen requested were all correct. This girl's ability to get things done was quite good. Xiao Chen smiled to himself as he picked up a piece of tiger paw grass and examined it carefully. The top of the foot-long rhizome had 4 purple leaves with a hint of green. Looking at this stalk of tiger paw grass that was no more than 10 years old, Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. What exactly is spiritual sense? How can I establish a mental connection with it? Gently holding the herb in his hand, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sank his consciousness. His consciousness followed his essence and slowly moved to his right hand. The essence left his body and gently wrapped around the herb. However, his consciousness remained within his body. It was blocked by the skin and flesh of his palm, unable to leave his body. After trying a few times, Xiao Chen's consciousness was unable to establish any connection with the tiger paw grass in his hand. There was a difference between consciousness and spiritual sense. Just as Xiao Chen was about to give up, his consciousness suddenly caught sight of a strange green energy web on the surface of his palm. The green energy web had a tiny thread of energy that entered his body through his essence. It quickly connected with his consciousness, and a green world suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen's consciousness. Within the green space, there were all sorts of intricate lines that intersected with each other like a labyrinth. Strands of mental energy flowed all over the green space, tightly connecting with Xiao Chen's consciousness. In an instant, Xiao Chen felt as though he could feel the breathing and pulse of the tiger paw grass. This was a very strange feeling. Xiao Chen was incomparably surprised. This was the so-called spiritual sense. With such a close mental connection, the herb was like an organ in his body. Under such a state, his understanding and control of the herb would definitely improve. When refining pills, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. No wonder to become a good alchemist, one must have a spiritual sense. Xiao Chen withdrew his consciousness, and a faint green energy returned to the meridians in his body from his palm. It flowed through the meridians in his arm, and finally rushed into Xiao Chen's mind. After the faint green energy spun a few times, it formed a green dot and merged with Xiao Chen's consciousness. He was a little suspicious about what the green dot in his mind was. However, this was not the time to think about it. With his rough understanding of alchemists in this world, he would not be able to figure it out in a short amount of time. Tossing aside the doubts in his heart, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the tiger paw grass in his hand once again. This time, he had a much more thorough understanding of the tiger paw grass. Its roots also had quite a lot of medicinal properties. It was not like what was written in the book where only the leaves were useful. With this level of understanding, he was even more confident in refining the next pill. Taking out the blue dragon medicine cauldron, Xiao Chen called out the purple thunder true fire and began his first attempt at refining pills, refining the fasting pill. In the compendium of cultivation, the fasting pill was an extremely low-ranked pill in the cultivation world. Only a few cultivators who had not reached the stage of fasting realm would need to consume it. It was very suitable for starting out. After tossing the tiger paw grass into the purple thunder true fire, Xiao Chen carefully calcined it. He controlled the strength of the purple thunder true fire, not daring to be careless. The 4 green leaves quickly melted into 4 drops of clear green liquid. The green liquid bubbled continuously in the purple fire. Xiao Chen took out a porcelain bottle that he had prepared in advance. With a flick of his finger, the 4 drops of green liquid were poured into the bottle. Then, he looked at the roots that had not melted yet. If he did not have a spiritual sense, Xiao Chen would have definitely discarded the roots. However, now that he knew that the roots still had medicinal properties, Xiao Chen naturally would not waste it. The roots were harder than the leaves, so the temperature of the flames should be higher as well. Xiao Chen slowly increased the strength of the purple thunder true fire. This kind of fine control over the flames might seem simple, but it was actually very tiring. Furthermore, it tested one's control over the flames. If he used too little strength, he would not be able to calcine the medicinal liquid. If he used too much strength, the medicinal liquid would evaporate. Only when he reached that point could he successfully extract the medicinal liquid. Fortunately, the compendium of cultivation had a detailed explanation of this. If he was careful, it would not be difficult to do so. After extracting 5 drops of green medicinal liquid from the roots, there was some residue on the table once again. Xiao Chen took out another 5 stalks of tiger paw grass to temper them. After that, he was not as lucky as he was the first time. Even though he knew how much strength to use when and how much strength to use, Xiao Chen still damaged 2 stalks of tiger paw grass. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had already anticipated this situation. He told Bao to buy twice the amount of medicinal herbs. Only after calcining a total of 50 drops of medicinal liquid from the tiger paw grass did Xiao Qin stop. Chapter 25. Extracting a sufficient amount of the tiger paw grass's medicinal liquid was only the first step of refining the fasting pill. Next, he still had to condense the medicinal liquid of 3 different herbs. After resting for a while, Xiao Qin took out a saffron and held it in his hand. He tried to use his spiritual sense to establish a mental connection with the saffron. With a thought, the green dot hidden in his sea of consciousness became like a small stream. It formed a jade-green line and instantly flowed out of his body through the meridians in his arm. A green line that was invisible to the naked eye connected to the bright saffron. Immediately, a bright red space appeared in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This time, Xiao Qin had a deeper understanding of the internal space of the herb. Those flowing red lines should be the medicinal properties contained in the saffron. They would eventually flow to the node, which was also the place where the saffron had the most medicinal properties. Other places could be ignored when calcined. After a while, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and got rid of this strange state. After establishing a mental connection with the herb again, Xiao Qin had a vague understanding of the green dot in his sea of consciousness. This green dot could be a spirit core formed after his spiritual sense awakened. However, he did not know what kind of aptitude the pea-sized spirit core in his sea of consciousness was. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin circulated the purple thunder divine incantation again and summoned out the purple thunder true fire. He started to condense the medicinal liquid of the saffron. He condensed 50 drops of red medicinal liquid. Following that, he condensed the medicinal liquid of the octagonal lotus and the spearmint. Looking at the 4 porcelain bottles on the table, Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. The first step of refining the fasting pill was finally completed. He had actually exhausted half of the essence in his body. The second step, condensing the pill, required a large amount of essence. If he did not have enough essence, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Xiao Qin could only temporarily give up on the second step. He sat cross-legged and circulated his essence to slowly recover the exhausted essence. Essence. Yuan Qi. At this moment, Xiao Qian's desire for essence qi became incomparably realistic. If he had sufficient essence qi, this kind of trouble would not have appeared at all. And this was only concocting the most basic of pills. If he were to concoct a higher-grade medicine, without the support of essence qi, he might not even be able to persist through the first step. Half an hour later, Xiao Qin stopped cultivating. The essence in his body had reached its peak state. It was enough for him to carry out the second step of refining the medicine. Picking up the blue dragon medicine cauldron, Xiao Qin called out the purple thunder true fire. He sent the flame on his palm into the blue dragon medicine cauldron's entrance. The purple flame burned fiercely in the cauldron. Xiao Qin first poured the tiger paw grass's medicinal liquid into the cauldron. Under the heat of the purple thunder true fire, the viscous medicinal liquid churned continuously, giving off a zzz sound. A faint fragrance came from the cauldron. Xiao Qin counted the time in his heart. After a minute, he poured the second medicinal liquid into the cauldron. 4 minutes later, all the medicinal liquids in the 4 porcelain bottles were poured into the cauldron. Xiao Qin covered the cauldron and did his best to burn the purple thunder true fire in the cauldron. An invisible thread connected the purple thunder true fire in the cauldron. The essence in Xiao Qian's body flowed continuously through this thread and into the purple thunder true fire in the cauldron. This was the disadvantage of not having a spiritual sense. If Xiao Qin cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation to the second layer and cultivated a spiritual sense, he would be able to directly control the intensity of the purple thunder true fire through his spiritual sense. He would not need to exhaust so much essence like he did now. Within the blue dragon medicine cauldron, the 4 colored medicinal liquids churned continuously. In the end, they slowly mixed together, forming a viscous liquid that revolved continuously. At this moment, the medicinal fragrance in the room became even denser. Xiao Qin, who did not have a spiritual sense, was unable to see the situation within the cauldron. He could only judge from the fragrance coming from the cauldron that the 4 medicinal liquids had already merged together. At this moment, he could not use a fierce flame to burn the medicinal liquid. He had to follow the direction of the medicinal liquid and control the purple thunder true fire to surround the medicinal liquid from afar. Then, he had to slowly revolve it around the medicinal liquid. The temperature of the flame had to decrease as well. Sweat continuously appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. This step consumed more essence than using a fierce flame to burn the medicinal liquid. Every time the flame revolved, Xiao Chen felt the essence in his body decrease by a large amount. If he was not careful and his essence dried up, then all his previous efforts would be for naught. When the medicinal fragrance in the room changed again, Xiao Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He still had about 10% of essence left in his body. The situation of essence drying up that he was most worried about did not occur. This amount of essence was sufficient for him to carry on with the last step of refining the pill. The chaotic medicinal liquid within the cauldron had already condensed into a coarse spherical pill embryo under the slow calcination of the warm fire. A faint fragrance wafted out from the cauldron lid. As long as the final step was completed, the pill of fasting would be complete. Xiao Chen opened the lid of the cauldron and an even denser fragrance assaulted his nose. Looking at the coarse pill embryo in the cauldron, Xiao Chen felt extremely gratified. It was his first time refining a pill, yet he was able to reach this stage without making any major mistakes. This was already very gratifying. If he could complete the last step perfectly, then it would be even more satisfying. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with passion, but his state of mind was extremely calm. This last step was also the most important step, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Xiao Chen controlled the purple thunder true fire to slowly rise up. The coarse pill embryo also followed the purple flames and rose into the air. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and the pill embryo slowly descended onto his palm along with the purple flames. It's time to shape it. Concentrating and guarding his qi, Xiao Chen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was a situation that would only occur when one was in a highly concentrated state. Hu qi. The pill embryo spun rapidly in the flame. Xiao Chen did not dare to breathe too loudly. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. The uneven pill embryo slowly started to round up, and a faint luster appeared on the pill. Only at this moment could this fasting pill be considered a true pill. Xiao Chen pressed his palm down and placed the pill back into the medicine cauldron. Then, he covered the cauldron and started the final heating process. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not dare to relax at all. Until the medicinal pill came out of the cauldron, it could not be considered a success. However, there was no longer much risk. All he needed to do was wait for a while and the fasting pill would be done. Second young master, supper is ready. Do you want to eat? Bang! Just at this moment, Bao'er's voice suddenly rang out. This caused Xiao Chen's state of concentration to become chaotic. In the instant he was distracted, he did not control the flame in the cauldron properly. The pill that was about to be completed shattered into pieces. The other dragon head of the blue dragon medicine cauldron slowly released the dregs of the pill. Damn! What are you doing here? Xiao Chen shouted angrily at Bao'er, who had appeared outside the door. After so much effort, he had finally reached the final moment of the pill's formation. However, it was destroyed just like that. Xiao Chen's mood was extremely terrible. His head was covered in sweat and his expression was filled with resentment. It made Xiao Chen's expression look extremely horrifying. Outside the door, Bao'er looked at Xiao Chen who was shouting at her angrily. Then, she looked at the situation on the table. She knew that she had caused a huge disaster. Her face was pale with fright. Her hands, which were holding the supper, trembled uncontrollably. Tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. She said fearfully, "Second young master, I didn't do it on purpose." The essence in his body was exhausted. His mind was also extremely weak. Xiao Chen waved his hand impatiently. "Go out. There is nothing for you to do here." After a long time, Xiao Chen recovered some of his strength. He felt regret in his heart. What's wrong with me? A failed refinement of a pill caused me to lose my temper at a little girl. Do I really think of myself as a young master? With such little strength and status, my temper is already so bad. Then, what is the difference between me and those profligate scions of the Zhang clan? It is just a failed refinement of a pill. If the first attempt is unsuccessful, I can just try again. What is the point of venting my anger on a little girl? The more Xiaoqin thought about it, the more he felt that he had done wrong. He got up and walked to Bao'er's room. The light in Bao'er's room was still on. Xiaoqin, who was standing in front of the door, could hear soft sobbing coming from inside. Creak. Xiaoqin pushed the door gently. Perhaps it was because he had returned in a hurry, Bao'er's door was not bolted. Xiaoqin pushed it open gently. When Bao'er, who was sitting by the bed, saw Xiaoqin push the door open and enter, she quickly wiped the tears from her eyes. She said with a trembling voice, "Second young master, why are you here? Earlier, I really did not do it on purpose." Xiaoqin, you are such an innocent sister-in-law. You scared others to this extent. You are really not a good person. Xiaoqin cursed himself in his heart. On the way here, he thought of apologizing. However, when he was about to say it, he was too embarrassed to say it. Xiaoqin looked at the supper on the table. It was a bowl of squid porridge. He said, I am here to eat supper. Also, I want to see you. After Xiaoqin said that, he picked up the bowl of squid porridge on the table and started eating. It tasted pretty good. Normally, the kitchen would not provide supper at this time. Bao'er must have made it herself. It is very delicious. Did you make it yourself? Yes, I am very good at it. I learned it from my mother when I was young, Bao'er replied in a low voice. Seeing that Xiaoqin seemed to be enjoying the porridge, Bao'er asked carefully, "Second young master, are you still angry at me?" Yes. Xiaoqin placed the bowl on the table heavily. His expression was extremely serious. Bao'er's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, started thumping again. I was just teasing you. Ha, I am angry that you made too little squid porridge tonight. As a punishment, you must make another bowl tomorrow. Xiaoqin suddenly smiled. Bao'er's tear-stained face revealed a joyful smile. She said in disbelief, Really? Xiaoqin got up and walked over to Bao'er. He wiped away the remaining tears on her face and said sincerely, Really, the squid porridge you made was very delicious. I should not have lost my temper at you. Don't think too much. Have a good sleep. Chapter 26. Within a secret room of the Shao clan, two people dressed in embroidered robes were looking at a corpse on the ground. If Xiaoqin was here, he would definitely be shocked. The corpse on the ground was the first elder of the Zhang clan, who had died in the Thunder King's cave. These two people held absolute authority in the Shao clan. One of them was the first elder of the Shao clan, Shao Chang, and the other was the Shao clan head, Shao Xiong, who had not shown himself for a long time. Shao Xiong squatted down and casually flipped through the corpse on the ground. When did you find him? The corpse had already decomposed for a period of time, and there was a faint corpse smell in the air. Shao Chang wrinkled his nose and said, 10 days ago, when the guards on the mountain were patrolling, they accidentally discovered you. You were in closed-door training, so it was not convenient for me to bring the corpse over. After pausing for a while, Shao Chang continued, This fellow died from the poison of poinsettia. After that, I asked Yulan, and it was indeed done by her. She also told me about what happened back then. Shao Chang stood up and listened carefully to Shao Chang's narration. When he heard about the mysterious blue-clothed martial saint, his expression changed slightly, but it was gone in an instant. After he finished listening, he had a teasing expression on his face as he said, This old fellow has always been against us. This time, he died in the hands of a martial master junior. I wonder how he feels. Shao Chang smiled embarrassedly and did not reply to Shao Xiong's words. He said worriedly, that mysterious martial saint suddenly came to Mo City. Are you not worried at all? Xiao Xiong's face revealed a bitter smile. Ever since the Shao clan settled down in this small Mo City, they did not live for another day. The seniors of the Shao clan all thought that they had profited, so what's the point of me worrying? These jumping clowns, if they want to do anything to my Shao clan, as long as I, Xiao Xiong, still have a breath left in me, even if I turn into ashes, I will take a bite out of them. Xiao Xiong changed the topic and a resolute gaze appeared in his eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Xiao Chang naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Xiong's words. From the first day he became the first elder, he already knew how strong the enemies of the Shao clan were. It was not easy for the Shao clan to survive until now. Compared to them, the enemies in front of him were not even worth mentioning. According to Yulan's description, this person in blue should have a rock martial spirit. In Cheesy County, there is only one martial saint with a rock martial spirit, the third elder of the Len clan of Azure River City. The Len clan was the undisputed top clan of Cheesy County. In the past few years, with the support of the Misty Sword sect, they had expanded their influence very quickly. They had already extended their influence to Blackwater City, which was close to Mo City. It made perfect sense for them to join forces with the Zhang clan to deal with the Shao clan. Xiao Xiong did not seem to be interested in this news. His expression did not change as he said, "They only want my Shao clan's Seven-Horn Mountain." The promise of 10 years was set by the city lord of Mo City. Even if the Len clan has the support of the Misty Sword sect, they would not dare to be forceful. How is the investigation I asked you to do during the day? Second young master's martial spirit is indeed an extremely demonic purple flame. Furthermore, it is rather tyrannical. Although he had some doubts as to why Xiao Xiong was so concerned about Xiao Chen's martial spirit, Xiao Chang still answered truthfully. A relaxed expression appeared on Xiao Xiong's face as he said, "Then, did he agree to participate in the promise of 10 years? Hearing Xiao Xiong ask this question, Xiao Chang's tense face revealed a relaxed smile as he said, "He agreed. This brat is very crafty, he even extorted a spirit weapon from me." At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was still in Bao's room, naturally did not know that the two people with the most authority in the Shao clan were discussing his matters in a certain secret room. After leaving Bao's room, Xiao Chen calmed his emotions and started to refine the fasting pill for the second time. With the previous experience, Xiao Chen was even more proficient in refining it. Without any mishaps, after 2 hours, the fasting pill was successfully molded. Xiao Chen then placed the pill into the blue dragon medicine cauldron. After 10 minutes of nourishing, Xiao Chen stopped the purple thunder true fire. Ka! A medicinal pill brimming with luster came out of the other dragon head and fell into the medicine cauldron that Xiao Chen had prepared long ago. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chen revealed a gratified smile. He had finally succeeded in refining the fasting pill. However, this was just the beginning. Although the fasting pill was miraculous, it did not have any substantial effect on cultivation. It was only used to increase his proficiency in alchemy. The essence nurturing pill and qi returning pill that he was going to refine next were the pills that he wanted the most. After consuming the qi returning pill, it could quickly recover the exhausted spiritual energy of a cultivator. Its effects were similar to the essence returning pill of the Tianwu continent. As long as it was a cultivator, there would be situations where their essence would be exhausted or depleted. If there was a pill that could quickly recover essence, it would be of great help regardless of whether it was refining alchemy or fighting. The remaining essence nurturing pill was used to increase the cultivation speed of low-ranked cultivators. This was a necessity for Xiao Chen to quickly advance to the second layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. In the Tianwu continent, alchemists below grade 5 would not be able to refine such a pill. If Xiao Chen did not have the compendium of cultivation, the formulas and refining methods in it would be different from this world's. With his current cultivation, he would not be able to refine such a pill. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush to refine these two pills. Instead, he continued to refine the fasting pill. These two pills were of the same grade as the fasting pill in the compendium of cultivation. However, the difficulty of refining them was much higher. If he tried to refine them rashly, the chances of failure would be very high. Furthermore, Xiaochen only got Bao to buy one set of the ingredients for these 2 pills. The reason was simple: he did not have money. That's right, he did not have money. The amount of money that Xiaochen received from the Shao clan every month was only 1,000 silver taels. This amount of money was more than enough to buy the ingredients for the fasting pill. However, if he wanted to buy the ingredients for the essence nurturing pill and the qi returning pill in bulk, it would be a little too much. If he included the chances of failure, he would need even more money. As for the matter of money, Xiaochen had already thought of a way to deal with it. There was no need to worry too much. His gaze was fixed on the fasting pill in the jade bottle. The most important thing now was to increase his proficiency in refining alchemy. Taking out the ingredients for the fasting pill, Xiaochen began to refine the fasting pill tirelessly. Time passed unknowingly. Only when his mental energy was completely exhausted did Xiaochen stop refining. Looking at the jade bottle that was already filled to the brim with fasting pills, Xiaochen revealed a satisfied smile. This bottle contained a total of 20 fasting pills. As he continued to familiarize himself with the process, his refining speed became faster and faster. He only failed once due to a mistake. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he guarded his dantian with qi and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Xiaochen began to slowly recover his exhausted essence. Strands of essence slowly flowed into his body in the room filled with a medicinal fragrance. Finally, it gathered in the 3 white clouds beside the blue dragon martial spirit under his dantian. There was no concept of time during cultivation. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. He stretched his body, the bones in his entire body gave off a series of crisp sounds. His entire body felt incomparably comfortable, the fatigue from the previous night had been swept away. "Young master, can I come in? I have brought the water to wash your face." Bao'er's voice came from outside the door. Xiaochen quickly got up to open the door. Seeing Bao'er's smiling face, Xiaochen relaxed. It seemed like Bao'er had already forgiven him for yesterday's matter. "Ai. It smells so good. This is young master's room." Xiaochen had refined a large number of fasting pills the previous night. The dense medicinal fragrance had not completely dissipated even after a night. The fragrance that assaulted his senses made Bao'er feel energized, and her mood improved significantly. Bao'er already knew that he knew how to refine pills last night. Even if he wanted to hide it now, he might as well tell her. "Last night, I refined some pills here, so it smelled very good. I don't want others to know that I know how to refine pills for now. Bao'er, can you help me keep this a secret?" Although the matter of refining pills was not a big deal, if others knew about it, it would still cause some unnecessary trouble. If he wanted to keep this a secret, he could only hope that Bao'er could be trusted. After all, when facing a 14 or 15-year-old girl, Xiaochen could not possibly silence her by killing her. Bao'er nodded her head seriously. "Second young master, don't worry. Bao'er will not tell anyone." "Young master, you have not washed your face, right? Bao'er will help you wash your face." After Bao'er finished speaking, she naturally picked up the wet towel and moved it towards Xiaochen's face. However, because of his cultivation, Xiaochen was much taller than Bao'er. When Bao'er reached out, she had to tiptoe a little. Seeing Bao'er like this, Xiaochen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed Bao'er's wrist and took the towel. He smiled and said, "Young master has hands and feet. I can still do this. Don't do this in the future." Bao'er, whose wrist was grabbed, blushed slightly. She whispered, "Then what can Bao'er do?" Seeing Bao'er murmuring in a low voice and looking very cute, Xiaochen felt a ripple in his heart. He had an urge to take a bite out of her. Xiaochen shook his head violently before he recollected his thoughts. He looked at the messy bed and said, "Help me fold the blanket. Later, you can clean the room." Bao'er gave a sound of acknowledgement and ran over happily. As long as there was something to do, she would be very happy. After washing his face, Xiao Chen placed the jade bottle filled with fasting pills into his bosom. He said to Bao I will be going into the city later. After you are done with this, you can do something that you like. There is no need to stay here. Oh. Bao replied helplessly. Before she came, she was afraid that Xiao Chen would ask her to do something embarrassing. Now that she looked at it, it seemed that Xiao Chen was not that kind of person. She felt like she had nothing to do. After leaving the Xiao residence, Xiao Chen found a desolate place. He changed into a large black cloak and covered his entire body in the shadows. Then, he rushed towards Mo City. Chapter 27. The three great clans of Mo City, the Xiao clan, the Zhang clan, and the Tang clan, each of them had a large amount of real estate and shops in the city. However, the most profitable place in the city was the auction house. This was all because of the name of this auction house, Linlang Pavilion. Linlang Pavilion was the largest auction house in the Great Qin Empire. It had branches in all of the 36 counties of the empire, and the master behind it was the emperor's son-in-law, Nangong Lai. He was a relative of the emperor, in addition to the huge power of the Nangong clan. With such a background, naturally no one would dare to offend him. Perhaps in some of the larger prefectures or imperial capitals, there would be powers that could compete with the Nangong clan and dare to open a second or third auction house. However, in this small Mo city, there was no one who would dare to take advantage of them and open a second auction house. Linlang Pavilion was the destination of Xiao Chen's trip. He could not expose his identity as an alchemist and go to the Xiao clan to get money. Furthermore, he could not sell the moonstones in his room. If he wanted to earn money quickly, he could only rely on the fasting pills he refined last night. Tidying up the cloak on his body and looking at the beautiful signboard of Linlang Pavilion, Xiao Chen revealed a smile under the shadows as he slowly walked into Linlang Pavilion. Due to the lack of human traffic, the Linlang Pavilion in Mo City would only hold a small-scale auction every month. Every 3 months, they would hold a medium-sized auction. The large-scale auction would only be held once a year. At that time, it would be the busiest time in Mo City. Counting the days, it was almost the end of the month. There were many people in the hall on the first floor who came to look at the goods. These people were undoubtedly people with high statuses in Mo City. Among them, the three great clans had the most people. Xiao Chen even saw many familiar people from the Xiao clan, but this was not the time to greet them. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came from behind him, followed by a palm that was about to reach down. Xiao Chen's sharp senses felt this aura, and his body flashed forward, turning around to make a move. Pu Qi. Xiao Chen clasped the man's wrist. Xiao Chen exerted a little force on the man's wrist. The man immediately showed a painful expression and shouted with a stern look, "Bastard, let me go." This person was dressed in a blue and white robe and looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. His cultivation was in the medial grade martial disciple realm. There was a yellow flower embroidered on his collar. Xiao Chen understood that this person should be a guard of Linlang Pavilion. However, he had no intention of letting go. He increased the strength in his hand and asked coldly, "Why did you attack me?" That person cried out in pain again and cursed, "Bastard, hurry up and let go. Otherwise, don't even think of walking out of this Linlang Pavilion." The voices of the two quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They looked at Xiao Chen mockingly. Xiao Chen's cultivation was only at the inferior grade martial disciple realm, yet these people actually dared to come to Linlang Pavilion to cause trouble. They were simply courting death. Very quickly, a large group of cultivators dressed in blue and white robes with a yellow flower embroidered on their collars ran over. Under the lead of a martial master, they surrounded Xiao Chen. That martial master had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was tall and sturdy, but the expression on his face was very cautious. He did not seem angry or irritable. He frowned slightly and glanced at Xiao Chen before shifting his gaze to the person that Xiao Chen was holding. He asked in a cold voice, "Gao Long, what's going on?" Gao Long, whose wrist was being held by Xiao Chen, had a pained expression on his face. From Xiao Chen's hand, electric currents flowed continuously into his body. Every time the essence that he gathered with great difficulty came into contact with this electric current, it would immediately dissipate without a trace. This caused him to be unable to break free from Xiao Chen's grasp. "Captain, this person is dressed strangely." After he entered the hall, he looked around shiftily. "I'm afraid he has some ulterior motive, so I want to capture him and question him," Gao Long said with a trembling voice. He, a medial grade martial disciple, was being held down by an inferior grade martial disciple. Even if he was in the right this time, he had lost the face of Linlang Pavilion. He would definitely not be able to escape the captain's punishment. When he thought of the captain's punishment, Gao Long could not help but tremble. When the superior grade martial disciple, who was addressed as the captain, saw Xiao Chen's attire, he also had some doubts in his heart. Of the people who came here, which one of them did not wear bright and beautiful clothes? Who would dress so strangely like Xiao Chen? A cloak covered his entire body, making him look like he had some ulterior motive. "This friend, I am Jiang Qi, the commander of the guards on the first floor of Linlang Pavilion. I wonder why you are here. Are you here to buy something?" Although he already had a fixed impression of Xiao Chen, Jiang Qi still asked cautiously. "No." The shadow of the cloak covered Xiao Chen's face, making it impossible to see his expression. When Gao Long, who was being held down, heard this, he had an expression of joy on his face. If he is not here to buy something, then naturally he is here to cause trouble. Since he is here to cause trouble, this brat will not be able to leave. He smiled sinisterly in his heart, and the pain in his hand seemed to lessen. "In that case, do you have any friends here?" Jiang Qi continued to ask patiently. However, the killing Qi that he had been hiding was released without restraint. As long as Xiao Chen denied it again, he would immediately make a move. No matter who it was, whoever caused trouble in Linlang Pavilion would only have one outcome, death. Jiang Qi's aura of a superior grade martial master spread out into the surroundings. The killing Qi enveloped Xiao Chen firmly. The biting cold killing Qi caused the surrounding people to tremble. When these people looked at Xiao Chen again, it was as if he was already a dead man. The killing Qi was so dense that even the surrounding people could feel it. Actually, this was because one's cultivation realm was not high enough, it was condensed and not solid. A true expert's killing Qi could gather into a network of lines and not scatter. When it completely enveloped the target, the surrounding people would not be able to feel it at all. Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the killing Qi, did not show any fear. He said indifferently, "I do not have any friends here." Jiang Qi smiled coldly, "Then I will have to offend you." "Who?" The surrounding air suddenly turned cold. A cold Qi gathered on his body, and a layer of ice wrapped around his fist. With a whistling sound, he punched towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a step back and spun Gao Long's body in the air before tossing him violently at Jiang Qi. After that, he took out the jade bottle containing the fasting pill unhurriedly and gently opened the bottle cap. A dense medicinal fragrance spread into the surroundings. Soon, the entire hall on the first floor was filled with this medicinal fragrance. "What pill is this? Why is it so fragrant? Could this fellow be an alchemist?" "I think so. The actions of those alchemists are all very strange. Otherwise, he would not be so calm." There were sounds of discussion coming from the hall. These people were people with some status who had come into contact with pills before. However, they had never seen a pill with such a dense fragrance before. For a moment, they thought that Xiao Chen was a mysterious alchemist of a very high rank. Under the cloak, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "In such a big place like Linlang Pavilion, there is not even a person to discuss business with." Jiang Qi, who had just caught Gao Long, had casually tossed him to the ground. When he heard what Xiao Chen said and saw the pill in Xiao Chen's hand, he knew that he might have gotten into trouble. He hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands. "Senior, sorry for my rudeness. I hope Senior can forgive me." Although Shao Chen was only an inferior-grade martial disciple, if he could refine a high-rank pill, it was natural for him to address him as senior. Gao Long, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and cried out in pain. When Shao Chen had thrown him to Jiang Qi, he had used a lot of force. Furthermore, Jiang Qi had thrown him casually. Currently, there was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. When Gao Long heard Jiang Qi's words, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. What kind of bad luck did I have today? I actually offended an alchemist, thinking that he was a sneaky thief. Shao Chen did not care about the change in Jiang Qi's attitude. This was all within his expectations, so there was nothing strange about it. He continued, "Cut the crap. Bring me to your appraiser. I want to auction off this pill at the end of the month." Jiang Qi cupped his hands and thanked him again. He led Shao Chen to the inner pavilion. Along the way, he tried to find out about Shao Chen's origins by beating around the bush. Naturally, Shao Chen would not fall for such tricks. Thus, he gave a bunch of half-truths and half-lies. Everyone watched as Shao Chen left. After a long time, a commotion broke out in the quiet hall on the first floor. The sounds of discussion rose and fell. This alchemist is actually here to bid. Old Chen, when was the last time Linlang Pavilion auctioned a pill? Do you remember? In the large-scale auction held last year, there was a rank 3 pill. I think this year's large-scale auction might be brought forward. The pill that the mysterious person brought is definitely rank 3 and above. Nonsense, how could a rank 3 pill have such a strong medicinal fragrance? I have seen a rank 4 pill before, but it did not have such a strong medicinal fragrance. Someone beside that person immediately retorted. How is that possible? To be able to refine a rank 4 pill, it has to be at least a rank 4 alchemist. There are only a few rank 4 alchemists in the entire Luojia prefecture. Why would he come to our small Mo city? In an instant, an intense debate broke out in the hall regarding the rank of this mysterious pill. At this moment, in the inner pavilion, the pill appraiser, Old Hu, was sweating profusely. He was thinking hard about the rank of this pill. Fasting pill. After consuming it, one would not need to eat for a month. What kind of pill was this? It was unheard of in the great Qin nation. The appraisers of Glittering Jewels Pavilion naturally had good foresight. These appraisers were all nurtured by Glittering Jewels Pavilion themselves. After going through layers of tests, they would be sent down. The appraisers of Glittering Jewels Pavilion all started from the lowest level and then moved up based on their results. Thus, even if it was the appraisers of Mo City, if they were placed in any other auction house, they would be able to hold their own in any auction house at the level of a prefecture city. Old Hu carefully looked at the pill in his hand. He was sure that this pill was not something that could fool people. Regardless of whether it was the pill's fragrance, glossiness, or color, it was not something that an ordinary person could refine. However, he had never heard of a pill called the fasting pill in this world. How was he going to set the price? He was extremely vexed. Shao Chen sat on the chair and gently took a sip of the tea at the side. He looked at Old Hu, who was still trying to figure it out, and said impatiently, "Old Hu, after studying it for so long, can you start bidding now?" Old Hu wiped the sweat off his forehead. In the end, he still decided to play it safe. He said apologetically, "Please wait for a moment. I am unable to appraise this pill. I will go and invite the pavilion master over." Shao Chen put down his teacup and made a gesture to invite him to do as he pleased. He was quite confident that Lin Lang would be able to appraise the fasting pill. Chapter 28. After Old Hu took his leave, he quickly made his way to the 4th floor of Linlang Pavilion. When he arrived at the pavilion master's room, he discovered that the door was tightly shut and there were 2 guards standing in front of it. The pavilion master's room was usually open. In such a situation, there should be an esteemed guest and it would be inconvenient to disturb him. However, this matter was urgent. If word got out that Linlang Pavilion could not even appraise a single pill, it would be detrimental to Linlang Pavilion's reputation. "Brothers, if I want to enter the pavilion master, can you inform him?" Old Hu asked in a deep voice. Naturally, the guards outside recognized Old Hu. However, the pavilion master had instructed them not to let anyone disturb him. They were put in a difficult position and said, Old Hu, the pavilion master is meeting with an esteemed guest and instructed us not to disturb him. As expected, Old Hu was somewhat disappointed. Then, he remembered Xiao Chen's impatient appearance. If he waited any longer, he might leave. He immediately said anxiously, I am indeed looking for the pavilion master for a very important matter. Would you two brothers please help me? If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. The bodyguards guarding outside the door were in a dilemma for a moment. The status of the appraisers in Linlang Pavilion was extremely high. Even the pavilion head was very respectful to these appraisers. The status of the two small bodyguards was far lower than that of Mr. Hu. If something serious really happened, they might be implicated. But the pavilion head had indeed specially instructed in advance that no one could disturb them. Seeing the two of them still hesitating, Old Hu hardened his heart and said coldly, this matter is very important. If the two of you ruin it, don't blame me for reminding you. Hearing these words, the two guards finally chose to compromise and let Old Hu in. Old Hu, we have to say this first. If the pavilion master blames us, you will have to take full responsibility. Old Hu nodded and immediately walked in impatiently. In the reception room, the pavilion master was in a very good mood. He smiled at the girl dressed in men's clothing. Fei Xue, you have been here for a few days already. You only thought of coming to Uncle Nangong's place today. This is not right. Feng Fei Xue, who was dressed in men's clothing, smiled gently and said, Uncle Yen, aren't I here now? He pointed to the tea leaves on the table and said, I know you like this Junshan silver needle tea, so I bought half of the stock from Wenshuan Tea House in the capital. When Nangong Yen heard this, he laughed loudly. It was obvious that he did not mind that Feng Fei Xue had come to see him a few days late. He said, I have not seen you for 6 years. Now, you have become so beautiful. Those young masters in the imperial capital must be circling around you. When Feng Fei Xue heard this, she blushed slightly. She smiled and said, Uncle Yen, stop teasing Fei Xue. Nangong Yen seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, I forgot that you are already engaged. I don't know what the character of that brat from the Bai clan is like. When I have time, I will help you take a look. If it is not good, I will help you to annul this engagement. A trace of warmth flowed in Feng Fei Xue's heart. She believed that as long as the old man in front of her said it, he would definitely be able to do it. This old man had always treated her like a granddaughter. Just at this moment, the sound of Hu Lao's footsteps could be heard. Nangong Yan's expression changed and he felt somewhat annoyed. He had already instructed not to let outsiders in, why was there still someone who dared to disturb him? Hu Lao looked at the atmosphere in the hall and then looked at Nangong Yan's expression. He knew that Nangong Yan was waiting for an explanation. If there was no suitable explanation, he would probably be in trouble. After all, the status of the pavilion master in front of him was different from the other pavilion masters. He did not need to care about the rules at all. After bowing, Hu Lao said apologetically, Pavilion master, I am sorry. This matter concerns the reputation of Linlang Pavilion, so I had no choice but to disturb you. Glancing at Feng Fei Xue at the side, Hu Lao did not continue speaking. Nangong Yen understood what he meant and said, Speak, there are no outsiders here. Hu Lao nodded his head and took out a jade bottle with a fasting pill inside. He handed it to Nangong Yen and said, Today, a mysterious alchemist came. He brought a type of pill to be auctioned. This old man is incompetent and cannot tell what rank this pill is. Nangong Yen received the jade bottle and was startled. He was very clear about Hu Lao's ability to appraise pills. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Hu Lao was not inferior to Nangong Yen. To think that there was actually a pill that he was unable to appraise. What pill was this exactly? Nangong Yen gently poured out the fasting pill and brought it before his eyes to take a closer look. The fragrance that the pill emitted in front of him fiercely entered Nangong Yan's nose. What a fragrant pill, Nangong Yen praised in his heart. In the boundless spiritual world in his mind, a green spirit core spun non-stop. The entire spiritual space was filled with boundless green ripples. A few green energy lines that were invisible to the naked eye shot out from Nangong Yan's mind and entered the fasting pill. In an instant, a fog appeared in front of Nangong Yan's spiritual sense, blocking his vision. The fog in the space became denser and denser. Nangong Yan turned pale with fright. He had never encountered such a situation before. If he did not retreat now, he might not be able to come out. Nangong Yen withdrew his spiritual sense with lingering fear. Looking at the patterns and luster of the pill, his expression became more and more serious. He was one of the few people who stood at the peak of alchemy in the great Qin nation. With just a glance, he would be able to tell the quality of the alchemist and the refining method of the alchemist. However, the pill in front of him was actually able to prevent his spiritual sense from entering the core of the pill. He was sure that the refining method used by this alchemist was definitely not the mainstream refining method of the continent. It was very likely that it was an ancient refining technique that had been lost a long time ago. Thinking of this, Nangong Yan's mood became fiery. He had been stuck at the peak of a rank 7 alchemist for many years and had been lacking an opportunity to advance. This might be an opportunity. Outsiders only knew that a rank 7 alchemist was the peak of alchemy. However, he was very clear that a rank 7 alchemist was definitely not the peak of alchemy. He had personally seen alchemists of that level before. The difference between the two could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. It was not an exaggeration. Did that person say what pill it was? Nangong Yen asked after he calmed down. Seeing Nangong Yan's tone, Hu Lao's worried heart finally relaxed. This pill did indeed have the value of disturbing the pavilion master. He nodded his head and said, he said it was a fasting pill. After consuming it, one would not need to eat for half a month. This old man has never heard of such a pill before, so I did not know how to price it. Fasting pill. Hearing this miraculous effect, Nangong Yen was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. There is no mistake. Old Hu, I will remember your contribution this time. After this month's auction, I will immediately transfer you to the Linlang Pavilion in the prefecture's capital. Hu Lao was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Transferring from Mohe City to the prefecture's capital was a direct promotion of 3 ranks. He originally thought that he would never be able to reach such a height in his lifetime. He did not expect that he would be able to achieve it today. Feng Feishue, who was at the side, did not understand either. Although this pill was miraculous, it did not seem to have much effect on cultivators. Why did Uncle Yen place so much importance on it? Nangong Yen looked at Feng Feishue and smiled. Last Feng, accompany me to take a look at this senior. Let's see if you can come across any good fortune. This was exactly what Feng Feishue wanted. She was somewhat curious about this alchemist who refined this miraculous pill. She immediately followed Hu Lao to the inner pavilion. Not long later, the two of them followed Hu Lao to the entrance of the inner pavilion. Nangong Yan's gaze looked straight at Xiao Chen. After a while, he felt some disappointment in his heart as he shook his head. With just one look, he was able to tell Xiao Chen's strength. The energy contained in the spiritual core was extremely weak. This was just an alchemist who had grasped his spiritual sense not too long ago. Xiao Chen felt somewhat uneasy as he tightened the black cloak on his body. The pressure that Nangong Yen gave him was too great. That earlier glance seemed to have penetrated through the cloak, completely exposing him to his gaze. There were no secrets that he could hide. When he saw Feng Feishue behind him, he was startled. Why did this woman appear here? Her background was too mysterious. Little did he know that when Feng Feishue saw the black-cloaked Xiao Chen, she was even more shocked. The blood flowing in her body allowed her to confirm Xiao Chen's identity with one look. She did not expect that he was really an alchemist. Furthermore, he was an alchemist that could cause even Nangong Yen to be shocked. Although her heart was in turmoil, Feng Feishue's expression did not change. Since Xiao Chen was dressed like this, he definitely did not want to reveal his identity. If she showed too much shock, Nangong Yen would definitely be suspicious. This little brother, did you refine this fasting pill? Although Nangong Yen could not see Xiao Chen's face clearly, he could clearly determine his age. He immediately asked bluntly. Xiao Chen did his best to calm his emotions. Although Nangong Yen did not purposely release his aura, the green dot in Xiao Chen's mind could not help but tremble slightly. This was the instinctive fear of the spiritual core when facing a high-ranked alchemist. Xiao Chen, who was under the cloak, took a deep breath. His thoughts were as fast as lightning. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "No, this was refined by my teacher." It is as I expected, Nangong Yen understood in his heart. He smiled and said, "How should I address your teacher? This old man knows a few of the alchemists in the great Qin nation. I refined this pill myself, how could I have a teacher?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. At this moment, he had completely recovered his mental state. He said coldly, "Is this Linlang Pavilion doing business or is it here to investigate someone's background? If you are not doing business, then I will take my leave." After he spoke, he stood up and left. Nangong Yen was startled. He knew that he had been too impatient and was too rude. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Little friend, please wait a moment." This old man was rude. Xiao Chen stopped and turned his back on Nangong Yen. "I can stay, but I only want to talk about business." Nangong Yen gave Old Hu a look, and Old Hu immediately understood. He smiled and pulled Xiao Chen back to sit down. "If you want to bid, there is no place more suitable than Linlang Pavilion in Mo City." Chapter 29. Then Pavilion Master, please set a price. Xiao Chen looked at Nangong Yen and said indifferently. Nangong Yen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "For these fasting pills, Linlang Pavilion will start the auction at a base price of 10,000 silver taels. What do you think?" Xiao Chen calculated in his heart. The 20 fasting pills would be the base price of 200,000 silver taels. According to the rules of the auction house, he could withdraw 30% of the base price, which was 60,000 silver taels. That was barely enough for him. Then it's a deal. I will hand these 20 fasting pills over to Linlang Pavilion to auction. Bring me the contract. Nangong Yen smiled gently and said, "There is no rush. I would like to discuss something with you. I would like to buy 10 of these 20 fasting pills. Of course, I will not take advantage of you. I will add another 20% to the final price of these fasting pills." To Xiao Chen, there was no loss. It did not matter who he sold it to. "You have to give me the base price of these 10 fasting pills first. In addition, you have to give me 30% of the base price of the other 10 pills. You have to give me 130,000 silver taels first." Nangong Yen nodded his head and said, "That is not a problem. According to the agreement, Linlang Pavilion's processing fee is 10%. I can only charge you 5%. If you have similar pills in the future, I hope that you will continue to patronize Linlang Pavilion." This was quite attractive to Xiao Chen. Without spending a large amount of money, an alchemist's rank would not increase. Cooperating with Linlang Pavilion was a good choice. After signing the contract and receiving the 130,000 silver taels, Xiao Chen immediately left Linlang Pavilion. Old Hu took out 10 fasting pills and placed them in another jade bottle. He passed it to Nangong Yen and said, "Pavilion Master, can I place these pills directly into the shelf?" Nangong Yen shook his head and said, "Not for now. Find someone to test the effects first, in case you make a mistake." Old Hu was shocked in his heart. It turned out that the Pavilion Master was not sure of the effects of these fasting pills. Xiao Chen came out from the back door of Linlang Pavilion and did not attract anyone's attention. He found a desolate place and immediately changed his clothes. He held the silver taels and laughed foolishly. This was the first large sum of money he had earned. He was very excited. After Xiao Chen went to the medicine store and bought 100 sets of each of the 2 ingredients, he still had a lot of money left. After thinking for a while, he bought some nectar, hairpins, and jewelry that girls liked. He was preparing to give these to Bao Er and Xiao Yulan. After Xiao Chen bought everything, he ended up carrying more than 10 bags of various sizes. It was very inconvenient. This made him even more eager to refine some spatial attributed magic treasures. However, the prerequisite for all this was that he had to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the second layer before he could have the basic ability to refine treasures. Now, he could only prepare to hire a horse carriage. He tossed over a large amount of silver taels and the original owner immediately ran off. This is the feeling of being a rich young master, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. After he placed all the goods on the carriage, Xiao Chen felt much more relaxed. The horses in this world were much more docile than those on earth. After a few tries, Xiao Chen gradually grasped the technique of driving. As he drove the carriage out of the city gates, there were fewer and fewer people on the road. In the end, there were not many people left. This was the first time Xiao Chen had earned such a large sum of money. He was in a very good mood. His voice was not very good as he started to hum some random songs from his previous world. Today's weather is really sunny, there are beautiful sceneries everywhere, butterflies are busy, bees are busy, the smell of the falling flowers from the horse's hooves, I'm rich, I'm holding a Nokia in my left hand, and a Motorola in my right. Most of the songs were sung randomly, and he did not remember the lyrics. Ever since he came to this world, Xiao Chen had never felt so relaxed before. Since there was no one on the road, no one would know about his broken voice. Thus, he sang excitedly. Haha, suddenly, there was a bell-like laughter coming from the roof of the carriage above him. It was like a wind chime colliding in the wind, tinkling non-stop. Who is it? Xiao Chen quickly stopped singing and shouted sternly. I was too careless. How long has this person been following me? How did I not notice him? Xiao Chen drew out the lunar shadow saber that he had been carrying on his back and let down the reins. He pushed off the ground lightly, flipped over, and hacked at the source of the voice. Feng Feishue, who was on the roof of the carriage, laughed softly and easily dodged Xiao Chen's saber. She somersaulted twice in the air and gracefully landed on the ground. I did not expect young Master Xiao to be so talented. Aside from refining medicine, it turns out that you can sing pretty well as well. Xiao Chen, who was on the roof of the carriage, looked at Feng Feishue, who was dressed in men's clothing. He felt very embarrassed. In his previous life, when he was singing loudly with earphones in an internet cafe and was heard by others, this was how he felt. Putting away the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I did not expect Miss Feng, such a beautiful lady, to follow me and do such sneaky things. Feng Feishue, you disappoint me. After he said that, he shook his head in all seriousness. Feng Feishue smiled gently, I did not follow you sneakily. After you left the city, I sat in your carriage. Not only did you not thank the person who sold you the medicine cauldron, you even wanted to use your saber to hurt him. Young Master Xiao, I am very disappointed in you. After she said that, she copied Xiao Chen's actions and shook her head. This time, when he met Feng Feishue, Xiao Chen did not feel as uncomfortable as he did when he was in Regretful Iron. Furthermore, he did not feel any ill intent from Feng Feishue, so he felt more at ease. Seeing Feng Feishue shake her head, Xiao Chen could not help but laugh. He jumped down from the carriage and took out a hairpin from his bosom and tossed it to Feng Feishue. Then, he started to drive the carriage again. Miss Feng, no matter why you are following me, I am going back now. Take this hairpin as a thank you gift for selling me the medicine cauldron. Feng Feishue received the hairpin and looked at the distant carriage. She shook her head and smiled, this idiot, when has he ever seen me use a hairpin? Indeed, Feng Feishue, who often dressed as a man, had no use for a hairpin that was normally used by girls. Perhaps Xiao Chen did it on purpose, or perhaps it was unintentional. However, he was already far away, and it was too late to ask. Feng Feishue shook her head and slowly walked back. By the time she returned to the Xiao residence, the sun was already high above her head. Xiao Chen's journey back and forth took him the entire morning. After driving the carriage to his courtyard, Xiao Chen saw Bao cleaning up the mess he had made yesterday. Jumping down from the carriage and seeing Bao weak body, Xiao Chen felt a sense of pity in his heart. He waved his hand at Bao and said, "Don't do that for now. Come and help me move some things." Bao quickly put down what she was doing and ran over. Although she said she wanted to help, Xiao Chen had already moved some of the larger items in himself. Bao looked at the large pile of clothing and headgear in the carriage with a strange expression. She suspiciously picked up these items and headed to Xiao Chen's room. Seeing the items in Bao's hands, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "These are for you. You can choose anything you like. Just leave some for me, I still have to give some to my friends." Bao felt a warmth in her heart. She did not expect these things to be bought for her. However, she was just a maid. Why would the young master buy things for her? Could it be? Thinking of that embarrassing matter, Bao's face turned red again. She lowered her head and casually picked a few clothes and headgear before running off. Xiao Chen felt a little suspicious. Could it be that the things he bought were too miscellaneous and the girl did not like them? After all, this was the first time he bought things for a girl. In the following days, Xiao Chen anxiously refined the essence nurturing pill and qi returning pill. Every day, he would refine until his essence was completely exhausted and his mind could no longer take it. On the first day, his failure rate was ridiculously high. Out of 10 attempts, he only succeeded 3 times. Only after he became more familiar with the process did his success rate increase. However, no matter how hard he tried, his success rate was not as high as when he refined the fasting pill. Xiao Chen knew that this was related to the realm of the alchemist. When one's realm was not high enough, when one encountered a pill with a higher difficulty, it was normal for the failure rate to be high. He could not rush it. He could only rely on his own accumulation to raise his realm. After a week, Xiao Chen had used up all the herbs he bought. He had refined 50 essence nurturing pills and 70 qi returning pills, which had a higher success rate. After a week of constant refining, his control over the Purple Thunder True Fire had become even more adept. His cultivation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had also reached the peak of the first layer. What made Xiao Chen the happiest was that the green dot in his sea of consciousness would occasionally enter the medicine cauldron and observe the state of the flame and the medicinal liquid within the cauldron. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was not able to grasp this state. Sometimes it would disappear, sometimes it would disappear. Otherwise, his success rate would be much higher. At this moment, there were less than 4 months left to the promise of 10 years. The urgency in Xiao Chen's heart increased with each passing day. It was time to enter Seven Horn Mountain and cultivate bitterly. Early in the morning, Xiao Chen packed up the 10 fasting pills that he refined the night before. He also brought along the essence nurturing pill, qi returning pill, and the lunar shadow saber. After a simple outfit, he prepared to set off. "Young master, the water for washing your face is here. Can I come in?" Bao's voice came from outside the door once again. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. For the past 7 days, Xiao Chen had not taken a single step out of his room. His usual meals and drinks were all prepared by Bao. She had created a very good environment for him to refine medicine. He was very grateful in his heart. Opening the door, Xiao Chen received the basin. After washing his face, he turned to Bao, who was tidying the bed behind him, and said, "From tomorrow onwards, I will be cultivating bitterly. Remember to help me take care of the courtyard." Cultivating bitterly meant that he would be leaving for a long time. Bao felt a little disappointed in her heart. She acknowledged Xiao Chen and continued to tidy the bed meticulously. Xiao Chen stepped out of the room. Before he left, he looked at Bao's back and smiled warmly. After that, he walked out resolutely. The morning sunlight shone on the youth's face. It was very warm, filling his entire body with fighting spirit. The next time he returns, not only will he cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the second layer, he will also raise his cultivation to medial grade martial disciple. Shao Qin made a solemn vow in his heart. Chapter 30. The checkpoint at the foot of Seven Horn Mountain was still bustling with activity. Shao Qin followed the crowd and slowly climbed up the mountain. However, he did not pay the entrance fee like the other cultivators. When the guard at the checkpoint saw Shao Qin's appearance, he did not say anything. That was then, and this was now. Shao Qin was no longer the trash from back then. Naturally, no one would say anything. After passing the checkpoint and walking for a while, the vast Seven Horn Mountain range appeared before everyone's eyes. These cultivators who entered the Seven Horn Mountain range were either there to pick spirit herbs or to hunt spirit beasts. Everyone had different missions, so the huge crowd quickly dispersed. As Shao Qin continued forward, there was no longer anyone following him. Following the route in his memory, Shao Qin quickly found the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. Compared to the previous time, Shao Qin's senses were much stronger. Before he even got close, he could already feel that this treasured land had been occupied by a spirit beast. Shao Qin was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that he would be able to meet cousin Yulan here. That way, he would be able to avoid a fight. Bang! Bang! A 2-meter-tall spirit beast that looked like a black bear slowly appeared in front of Shao Qin with heavy footsteps. Its red eyes stared at Shao Qin as it charged at Shao Qin and roared angrily. The Blood Moon demonic bear was a rank 2 spirit beast that was famous for its strength. It was equivalent to a superior grade martial disciple. This was the new overlord of this place. It was obvious that it realized that Shao Qin was not someone to be trifled with. It only wanted to scare Shao Qin a little. If it could chase away Shao Qin, it would not want to engage in a pointless battle. Unfortunately, Shao Qin was determined to obtain this place. It could not do as it wished. Chi! Shao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber and the energy contained in the spirit weapon quickly connected with the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. Shao Qin's figure was like lightning as he soared up from the ground and rushed at the Blood Moon demonic bear. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated quickly, and electricity leaped around the lunar shadow saber. The fog that lingered in the air was like a conductor of electricity, giving off a zzz sound. Everywhere Shao Qin passed, lightning flashed incessantly. It was as though he was possessed by lightning. His aura was incomparably mighty. Since the Blood Moon demonic bear was able to occupy this place, it was naturally not afraid of battle. With a roar, its blood-red eyes emitted a bloodthirsty gaze. He stomped on the ground with all 4 limbs and leaped up. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards Shao Qin who was charging at him at high speed. His enormous body actually emitted a speed that was extremely uncoordinated with his body. Bam! Screech! The man and the spirit beast collided in midair. The violent collision created a powerful shockwave that created ripples in the air. When the shockwave hit the surrounding trees, they trembled. Leaves fell one after another, like snowflakes dancing in the air. The Blood Moon demonic bear's front limbs grabbed the lunar shadow saber that Shao Qin swung out. Relying on the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit, Shao Qin was able to fight evenly with the Blood Moon demonic bear, which had the strength of a peak superior grade martial disciple. Shao Qin felt that it was a pity. If this lunar shadow saber was of a higher grade, the strength of the blue dragon martial spirit would be much more than this. The strength of this strike would be able to send this big fellow flying without any suspense. However, compared to the Blood Moon demonic bear that could only use brute force, Shao Qin still had the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to use. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the electric energy contained in the lunar shadow saber flowed through the front limbs of the Blood Moon demonic bear and entered its body. The demonic bear twitched for a while and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Shao Qin, who was in the air, swung his saber thrice. Originally, he had fallen to the ground due to exhaustion. However, with the help of the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit, his body rose up again. He did a somersault in the air and gently landed on a thick tree branch. Shao Chen sheathed his saber and looked coldly at the Blood Moon demonic bear rolling on the ground. With a thought, one of the 3 white clouds beside the blue dragon martial spirit in his body immediately became much thinner. A huge amount of essence poured into Shao Chen's left hand and he flicked his finger. A purple flame shot out like an arrow towards the Blood Moon demonic bear. This purple flame that exhausted a large amount of Shao Chen's essence buzzed in the air and struck the Blood Moon demonic bear's body. Pooh! A deep red glow flashed on the Blood Moon demonic bear's body. After a while, the Purple Moon demonic bear's entire body started burning, turning into a bear burning with purple flames. Within the flames, the Blood Moon demonic bear let out a painful roar. When Shao Chen, who was on the tree branch, saw the Blood Moon demonic bear's appearance, he shook his head slightly. He was not satisfied. Although this purple thunder true fire was tyrannical, if it met a high-ranked cultivator or spirit beast and they were on guard, it would be very difficult for it to break through the barrier of essence and injure the physical body. Once the energy contained in the purple flame was exhausted, it would naturally extinguish. After that, it would no longer be a threat. Just like now, although the Blood Moon demonic bear looked horrifying, it did not suffer from any serious injuries. What was burning on the surface of its body was only the essence on the surface of its body, it did not injure its physical body. Otherwise, it would have turned into a pile of ashes long ago. However, the Blood Moon demonic bear was not in a good state either. Not only did it have to expend a large amount of essence to resist the strange purple flame, the temperature on the surface of its body was also unbearable. The purple flame burned for a full minute before it was extinguished. At this moment, all the fur on the Blood Moon demonic bear's body was charred black. There was black smoke coming out of its nose and mouth, making it look like a piece of charred charcoal. It no longer had the aura it had before. Shao Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, leaped down from the tree and chopped down with his saber. The Blood Moon demonic bear roared angrily and sent a palm strike over. A huge force came from the saber, but Shao Chen retreated slightly, dissipating the force. The Blood Moon demonic bear seemed to have gone berserk, it sent palm strike after palm strike. The force was actually more than 50% stronger than before. Shao Chen understood that the Blood Moon demonic bear would not be able to maintain such a state for long. Once it passed, it would be at his mercy. Shao Chen brandished his saber and continuously retreated, not clashing head-on with it. After a while, the Blood Moon demonic bear revealed a trace of fatigue. A strange smile appeared on its face. Shao Chen flicked his left hand in the air, as though he was going to shoot out the purple thunder true fire again. The Blood Moon demonic bear revealed an aghast expression. It fell to the ground on all fours and retreated a few steps. A deep red barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire body of the Blood Moon demonic bear, not leaving any gaps. It seems like this beast was frightened by the purple thunder true fire. Shao Chen shook his empty left hand and laughed in surprise. This deep red essence barrier should be the defensive technique that the Blood Moon demonic bear used earlier. Seeing the mocking gaze in Shao Chen's eyes, the Blood Moon demonic bear was thoroughly enraged. Its red eyes emitted a murderous gaze, and its front paws continuously smashed the ground, causing it to make a peng-peng sound. Paper tiger, Shao Chen despised it in his heart. I have no time to play with you. Open for me. Divine thunder break. With a light shout, Shao Chen sent out a resplendent electric light. The superior grade yellow ranked Divine Thunder Break tore through the air at lightning speed. It was like a sharp arrow nailed into a wooden board. A finger-sized hole immediately appeared in the red barrier of the Blood Moon demonic bear. Purple Thunder True Fire, shoot! The white cloud beside the blue dragon martial spirit in Shao Chen's body turned transparent. One of the 3 white clouds was used up. Shao Chen had used up a third of his essence. The strange and tyrannical purple flame instantly drilled into the hole, and a black hole appeared on the body of the Blood Moon demonic bear. This was the result of the purple flame burning its body. The black hole quickly spread to its entire body. The Blood Moon demonic bear let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. It ran and rolled around, but no matter what it did, it could not extinguish this strange flame. After a while, all that was left on the ground was a complete skeleton and a pile of black ashes. If one was here to hunt spirit beasts and saw such a scene, they would definitely curse out loud. The Blood Moon demonic bear could be said to be the most valuable spirit beast in the periphery of Seven-Horn Mountain. The bear paws, bear gall, bear skin, and bear heart were all extremely valuable. If one was lucky enough to obtain a spirit pill, then they would have struck it rich. It could be said that Xiao Chen was the only one who managed to burn it cleanly. Looking at the skeleton on the ground, Xiao Chen did not feel any pity in his heart. He was not here to hunt spirit beasts. If he needed money, he could just refine medicinal pills. There was no need to waste time collecting materials from spirit beasts. After finding some sturdy branches, Xiao Chen tied the skeleton of the Blood Moon demonic bear together and hung it on a tree. This way, he could prevent spirit beasts and cultivators from finding trouble with him. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chen took out a fasting pill and swallowed it. He circulated his energy and absorbed all the medicinal energy before taking out an essence-nurturing pill and swallowing it. Sitting cross-legged, the Purple Thunder divine incantation circulated silently. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the medicinal energy of the essence-nurturing pill. The amount of spiritual energy he absorbed was twice as dense as the previous time. This would greatly increase the speed of Xiao Chen's cultivation. The Purple Thunder divine incantation was only a cultivation technique. It was different from the realms of a cultivator. There was no bottleneck for a cultivation technique to break through. After accumulating to a certain realm, it would naturally enter the second layer. Furthermore, the first layer of the Purple Thunder divine incantation was just the foundation. Even if Xiao Chen did not have the help of the essence-nurturing pill, the Purple Thunder divine incantation would enter the second layer in another 3 to 4 months. However, the Shao clan's promise of 10 years was approaching. There was not much time before Xiao Chen. If he wanted to defeat Zhang He with such slow progress, it was simply a pipe dream. There was an entire realm of difference between a medial-grade martial master and an inferior-grade martial disciple. There was a natural difference between a martial master and a martial master. After becoming a martial master, one would be able to freely release their essence. The essence stored in their body, be it in terms of purity or quantity, was much stronger than that of a martial master. The most important thing was that a martial master's control over their martial spirit had entered another realm. That was when the martial spirit could leave the body. They could freely control the martial spirit to enter and exit the body, just like Xiao Yulan. She had used the martial spirit to leave the body and successfully killed a martial grand master who was one realm higher than her. Although there were some tricks involved, if a martial master were to face a martial grand master, no matter what tricks he used, he would not be able to kill a martial grand master. There were still 4 months left. No matter what kind of genius one was, they would not be able to break through from the martial disciple realm to the martial master realm within 4 months. Thus, if Xiao Chen wanted to defeat Zhang he could only place his attention on the Purple Thunder divine incantation. Once the Purple Thunder divine incantation successfully reached the second layer, there would be a qualitative change. He would be able to condense the most important and basic energy of a cultivator, spiritual sense. Only with spiritual sense would he be able to execute the miraculous spells in the compendium of cultivation, refine talismans, forge magic treasures, and lay down formations. This was the reason why Xiao Chen, as a martial disciple, was able to cross realms and challenge Zhang He, a martial master. Chapter 31. With the aid of the fasting pill, Xiao Chen did not need to eat for half a month. All he had to do was focus on cultivating. This saved him a lot of time compared to regular cultivators. However, the feeling of loneliness was hard to describe. Cultivating bitterly alone was even more boring than hiding in a room to refine medicine. However, from the first day he arrived in this world, Xiao Chen understood that in this Tianwu continent where the strong preyed on the weak, only the strong could obtain the dignity and honor that they deserved. There was no such thing as shortcuts on the path of the strong. Reaping without sowing only existed in novels. In this world, only by enduring true loneliness and putting in 1,000,000 times the effort could one become a true strong person. Just like that, Xiaoqian tirelessly cultivated day after day. Occasionally, birds would fly by and the sound of insects would enter his ears, but it had nothing to do with him. His entire mind was immersed in this mysterious world of cultivation. After 7 days, Xiaoqian's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A purple light shot out from his eyes. Xiaoqian got up and stretched his arms and legs. He took a deep breath and his entire body felt very comfortable. 7 days, a total of 7 days. With the aid of the essence nurturing pill, Xiaoqian finally broke through to the second layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Everything seemed to be going smoothly without any obstructions. With miraculous spirit pills and the abundant spiritual energy in this place, breaking through to the second layer within a week was not strange at all. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the second layer, he would be able to condense his spiritual sense. Xiaoqian was very excited. He quickly followed the method in the Compendium of Cultivation and sank his consciousness, sensing the spiritual sense in his mind. After a while, a world that he had never seen before appeared in front of him. In the boundless space, there was a green dot giving off a faint glow. This was Xiaoqian's spiritual world. With a thought, the spiritual world instantly turned into a magnificent palace. Xiaoqian was ecstatic. It was indeed like what was recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. In the spiritual world, he was the master of it. Whatever he wanted, he could shape it. The so-called divine sense was actually the will that existed in the mind of a cultivator, and it was no different from the will of an ordinary person. It was just that a cultivator's mind, after being sublimated, could move at will, turning intangible into tangible. This palace in the spiritual space could be seen as the embodiment of Xiaoqian's mind. The next step was to release his spiritual sense. After thinking for a while, the spiritual sense in his mind immediately spread out. In an instant, the world within 500 meters appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every spirit beast of various sizes appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. No, it was even more magical than seeing it with his own eyes. Xiaoqian could even feel the breathing of these spirit beasts, their pulses, and the beating of their hearts. Suddenly, the green dot in his spiritual space seemed to be unwilling to be left out. It followed Xiaoqian's divine sense and unexpectedly released it. The spirit core unexpectedly fused with his divine sense. After his spiritual sense and spiritual sense fused, he started to quickly scan the surrounding flora and fauna. After a round of identification, something else appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. The spirit herbs hidden in the weeds were discovered one by one. The medicinal properties and medicinal age of the herbs, these intuitive information actually appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. Surprisingly, after his divine sense and spiritual sense fused, it actually had the ability to search for herbs. Not far from Xiaoqian, there were a few extremely well-hidden herbs hidden in the weeds. Withdrawing his divine sense, Xiaoqian walked towards the place he had just scouted. Indeed, behind the weeds, there were a few stalks of exuberant white wind spirit grass. Behind the wind spirit grass, there was also a scarlet fruit. This wind spirit grass was about 10 years old, and its medicinal value was very high. The scarlet fruit behind it was even more precious. It was a red nascent fruit that had just ripened. The red nascent fruit was of the fire attribute. It was of great help to cultivators who cultivated fire-attributed cultivation techniques. In many high-ranked medicinal pills, the red nascent fruit was an essential ingredient. Xiaoqian did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise the first time he used his divine sense. Immediately after, he remembered that in the outermost region of Seven Horn Mountain, this was the place with the densest spiritual energy. It was not strange for a few low-ranked natural treasures to appear here. Xiaoqian felt relieved. Unfortunately, he came in a hurry and did not bring a box to store the herbs. If he rashly picked the herbs, he would not be able to preserve them properly. The value of the spirit herbs would be greatly reduced. He could only wait until he left the mountain to pick them again. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaoqian started to recall some of the introductory spells in the Compendium of Cultivation. In this world, one could not build a foundation or form a core. It was better to focus on martial cultivation. Immortal techniques could only be used as support. He had to find some spells that were helpful in battle. There were many introductory spells in the Compendium of Cultivation. However, many of them were not very useful in this world. Xiaoqun pondered for a long time in his memory. Finally, he decided on a few spells that he wanted to practice. The gravity spell was a very introductory movement technique. It could use the gravity of the earth to allow a person to float in the air for a short period of time. It could not completely achieve the effect of flight, but it was a good choice when one's cultivation was low. Xiaoqun placed the gravity spell at the top of his list. Aside from the above reasons, the gravity spell could be leveled up. When it was practiced to the great perfection, it would allow one to move as fast as the wind, traveling 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Furthermore, the consumption of essence was extremely small. After making up his mind, Xiaoqun started to practice. He circulated the essence in his body according to the methods in the Compendium of Cultivation. After a while, a rebound force came from the ground under his feet. It was as though he had entered a weightless state. His body suddenly floated up. Bang! This was the first time Xiaoqun had entered such a state. He was completely unprepared. The circulation of essence in his body stopped for a moment and his body suddenly fell down. That really hurts. Xiaoqun smiled as he patted the dust off his body. Although his first experiment had failed, he had found a way to do it. He should be able to do it after a few more tries. After all, it was only an introductory movement technique. After Xiaoqun carefully tried a few more times, he finally found a technique. The principle behind the gravity spell was very simple. It was to allow one to enter a weightless state and then float up. As long as one got used to this weightless state, it would not be difficult. After familiarizing himself with it, Xiaoqun seemed to have found something fun to do. He flew from tree to tree and from tree to tree. Although this was not the true flight technique, the feeling of his feet floating in the air, the feeling of being able to control his body freely, was very refreshing. This short flight gave rise to an ambition in Xiaoqun's heart. If his cultivation realm increased in the future, how would it feel to be able to roam the world and fly like the wind? Following that, Xiaoqun started practicing the remaining 3 movement techniques: Heavenly Lightning Shield, Lightning Descend, and Lightning Evasion. In the short term, Xiaoqun did not intend to practice the other movement techniques. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. These 3 spell stones were very practical lightning-attributed movement techniques. Heavenly Lightning Shield, as the name suggested, condensed a shield of lightning to defend against the enemy's attacks. Lightning Descend, summoned lightning to attack the enemy. Lightning Evasion, used the power of lightning to quickly leave the battlefield. Originally, if the lightning evasion was changed to the earth evasion, the effects would be much better. Unfortunately, Xiaoqun cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. It was too difficult to execute earth-attributed movement techniques, so he could only give up on it. For the entire day, Xiaoqun practiced these movement techniques. The thick trees in the surroundings became the best targets. Lightning descended one after another, and the thick trees were immediately split in half. The continuous rumbling of thunder only stopped in the middle of the night. Because the essence in his body had been completely exhausted, Xiaoqun swallowed an essence-nurturing pill and sat down cross-legged once again, entering into a state of cultivation. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the second layer, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy increased once again. The 3 white clouds around the blue dragon started to fill up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaoqun had always thought that the essence in his body came from the blue dragon martial spirit. However, after he slowly familiarized himself with it, he realized that was not the case. The core of the essence in his body came from the 3 white clouds around the blue dragon martial spirit. These white clouds were not real white clouds, but a cloud-like substance formed from essence. They floated beside the blue dragon, and there seemed to be a faint connection between them. With Xiaoqun's current cultivation realm, he could not understand what this connection was. The only thing he was clear about was that when the 4th white cloud appeared, he would enter the realm of medial grade martial disciple. At that time, the essence in his body would increase once again. Early the next morning, Xiaochen opened his eyes and stretched his body. He extended his spiritual sense and did not discover anyone within a radius of 500 meters. Spiritual sense was indeed useful. Not only could it differentiate spirit herbs, it could also detect the surroundings and detect hidden enemies. Its perception was much stronger than a regular cultivator's. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. Gravity spell. Xiaochen muttered in his heart. After a while, Xiaochen floated up. He was much more familiar with this compared to yesterday. Xiaochen, who was in midair, looked at the ground below him and shouted once again. Heavenly Lightning Shield. A triangular lightning shield appeared, protecting Xiaochen in midair. The lightning shield gave off a faint purple glow. This was a barrier formed from pure lightning-attributed energy. Xiaochen estimated that it could deal with the full-powered strike of a martial Grand Master. Lightning descend. Xiaochen, who was in midair, pointed his finger gently and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl descended from the sky. A thick tree on the ground was split in half with a boom. Such might was comparable to a profound ranked martial technique. Furthermore, as it descended from the sky, the speed of the lightning made it hard for one to dodge. Lightning evasion. After the last spell was executed, Xiaochen's figure immediately disappeared from his original spot. Suddenly, there was the sound of thunder 100 meters in front of him. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Within the electric light, Xiaochen's figure appeared in midair without any injuries. After executing the 4 spells once, Xiaochen slowly descended. He did not continue practicing, as he had more important things to do today. Refining weapons. Refining a spatial ring that Xiaochen had been eyeing for a long time. Chapter 32. See. A strand of purple flame appeared in Xiaochen's palm. Then, it suddenly blossomed. The thin flame became a clump of raging flames. He raised his right hand and the flame soared into the air. This was the power of the spiritual sense. After obtaining the spiritual sense, Xiaochen was even more familiar with the control of the purple thunder true fire. The flames that were controlled by the spiritual sense were like an extra arm to Xiaochen. It was something that could not be compared to using perception. Xiaochen took out a broken sword from his bosom and withdrew his gaze from the flame. This was the broken sword that he obtained from the Thunder King's cave. Xiaochen had studied it for a long time. Aside from its sharpness, he could not see any other special characteristics. However, it could not be denied that the material of this broken sword was very good. The requirements for the materials needed to refine a universe ring were very high. This broken sword happened to meet those stringent requirements. Perhaps it was once a divine-grade spirit weapon, but now it was just a broken sword. There was not much use for it. Using it as a material to refine a universe ring was like making use of trash. So, Senior Thunder King, please don't blame me, Xiaochen said in his heart. Tossing the broken sword into the middle of the purple flames, Xiaochen controlled the purple flames to burn fiercely. At this moment, he needed to raise the temperature of the purple flames to an extreme. Only then could he melt the broken sword. Without a doubt, this exhausted a lot of spiritual energy. The temperature of the purple flames continued to rise, and its color became darker and darker. However, there were no changes to the broken sword. It quietly floated above the purple flames. Soon, one of the 3 white clouds beside the blue dragon martial spirit faded. Xiaochen wiped the sweat off his forehead and continued to raise the temperature of the purple thunder true fire. Even if it was a divine weapon, Xiaochen was determined to melt it into molten iron today. Just as the 3 white clouds were about to be completely consumed, a change finally occurred to the green broken sword. It began to slowly melt, and a green viscous liquid flowed on its surface. In the end, it turned into a drop of green molten iron and dripped into the purple flames. The expression on Xiaochen's face eased up a little. He swallowed a qi-returning pill and quickly recovered the essence in his body. Slowly, the surface of the broken sword became more and more viscous. Drops of green-colored molten metal dripped into the purple flames. This mysterious broken sword was finally melted by him. Xiaoqin controlled his spiritual sense and melted the molten metal of the broken sword into a ball. Then, he continued to refine it. Strands of azure smoke came from the purple flames. He extracted all the remaining impurities from the broken sword, making it even purer. After that, he controlled his spiritual sense and melted the molten iron in the purple flames into a ball. Then, he continued to refine it. Strands of cyan smoke came out from the purple flames. Xiaoqin extracted all the impurities in the broken sword, making it even purer. The next step was to open up a space. What Xiaoqin wanted to forge was not a large spatial ring, so it was not difficult to open up a space. All he needed to do was lay down a spatial formation in the ring. At this moment, his spiritual sense was like an incarnation of Xiaoqin. He stood in the ring and continuously carved, arranging the talisman scripts for the spatial ring. All sorts of talisman scripts slowly appeared on the inner walls of the ring. As Xiaoqin carved, he recalled the talisman scripts for the spatial formation in the compendium of cultivation. All sorts of talisman scripts started to appear on the inner walls of the ring. As Xiaoqin carved, he recalled the talisman scripts for the spatial formation in the compendium of cultivation. If he made a mistake, he would have to start all over again. Thus, even though Xiaoqin was slow, he did not want to make any mistakes. After he finished carving the talisman scripts, Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense and finalized the design of the ring. The purple flames burned slowly. After a while, Xiaoqin extinguished the purple thunder true fire. He stretched out his hand and caught the falling universe ring. He cut his right index finger and dripped a drop of blood onto it. When the blood entered the ring, this universe ring became his personal magic treasure. Ha ha! The instant the blood completely entered the ring, Xiaoqin entered a dazed state. There seemed to be a melodious laughter in his mind. When he regained consciousness, he could no longer hear anything. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Xiaoqin muttered as he looked at the cyan ring in his hand. Never mind, it doesn't matter. As long as I succeed, it's fine. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation, it was not difficult to refine a 100 cubic meter universe ring. This was only the first step on the path of refining treasures. In the past, when the cultivation world still existed on Earth, the first magic treasure that every Foundation establishment cultivator refined was this universe ring. Placing the universe ring on the index finger of his right hand, Xiaoqin sent out a strand of his spiritual sense into it. A pitch-black space appeared in front of him. This was the space within the universe ring. Although it was only 100 cubic meters, Xiaoqin was still very satisfied. In the future, he would no longer have to be envious of the First Elder and Feng Feishua's spatial rings. Arriving at the place where the red nascent fruit was, Xiaoqin first picked a few stalks of wind spirit grass and placed them into the universe ring. Looking at the red nascent fruit that had just ripened, Xiaoqin revealed a smile on his face. I can't wait for you to grow up. This young master, will pick you today. There was a sealed space within the universe ring. Even after 10,000 years, the things placed in it would still look the same when they were taken out. Thus, Xiaoqin could rest assured as he placed these stalks of herbs into the universe ring. Just as Xiaoqin stood up, the sound of soft footsteps entered his ears. Ever since he condensed his spiritual sense, his six senses had become abnormally sharp. In the past, he would not have been able to achieve such an effect. Xiaoqin frowned slightly and immediately released his spiritual sense. Everything within 500 meters of him immediately appeared clearly in Xiaoqin's mind. A group of cultivators were currently standing near the skeleton of the Blood Moon demonic bear, discussing something in low voices. They are actually the people of the Tang clan. What are they doing here? After he saw their attire, Xiaoqin thought suspiciously. There was a total of 10 Tang clan disciples. Every one of them was at least a superior grade martial disciple. One of the old men was even a martial grand master. Out of the three great clans of Mo City, the Tang clan was the most low-profile and silent. Many years ago, this clan was just a small clan. When the local clans were focused on attacking the Shao clan, the Tang clan did not bother with them. In the few large-scale battles between clans, the Tang clan did not participate in any of them. Many of the great clans in the past slowly exhausted their strength in the battles, and their strength slowly weakened. As for the Tang clan, it quietly and slowly developed into one of the three great clans of Mo City. In the promise of 10 years' Seven-Horn Mountain contest, the Tang clan chose to forfeit every time. In the open and covert struggle between the Zhang clan and the Shao clan, the Tang clan's attitude was always very subtle. The Tang clan was an abnormally low-profile clan in Mo City. When the old man saw the skeleton of the Blood Moon demonic bear hanging on the tree, his expression changed slightly. He said to the youth leading the group, "First young master, we should leave quickly. The mission is more important. There is something wrong with this place." Shao Chen recognized the youth leading the group. He was the eldest son of the Tang clan's clan head, Tang Yuan. He was usually very low profile and rarely did anything out of line. Tang Yuan looked at the Blood Moon demonic bear's skeleton on the tree, but he did not pay much attention to it. It was just a rank 2 magical beast, he could kill it himself. He smiled and said, "Second uncle, the last time I passed by this place, I discovered an unripe red nascent fruit. After such a long time, I believe it should be ripe by now." When the old man heard the words red nascent fruit, his face immediately revealed an excited expression. The cultivation technique he cultivated was of the fire attribute. This red nascent fruit would be of great help to him. If he was lucky, he might even be able to advance by a small realm after consuming it. However, when he looked at the skeleton of the Blood Moon demonic bear, he had some doubts in his heart. He was someone who played with fire, so naturally, he could tell. This Blood Moon demonic bear was burned to death by someone using an extremely tyrannical flame. Aside from the hard bones, the rest of its body was burnt to ashes. Such a tyrannical flame, with his strength, he was barely able to do it. Tang Yuan seemed to have seen through the old man's worries. He smiled and said, "Second uncle, we have so many people here. Aside from you, who is a martial grand master, there are also 7 superior grade martial masters. As long as they are not martial saints, they will not be a threat. Furthermore, the location of the red nascent fruit is extremely remote. It should not be discovered by others." The old man was actually thinking the same thing. Now that he heard someone's advice, he no longer hesitated. "Then let's hurry up. Don't let anything go wrong. Our next mission is the most important." Tang Yuan's face bloomed with a smile as he calculated in his heart. "Now that the second elder has obtained some benefits from me, the third elder is already on my side. 2 of the 3 elders are already on my side. Let's see how you are going to compete with me." Under Tang Yuan's lead, the group of people walked majestically towards the location of the red nascent fruit. Tang Yuan had a smile on his face as he pushed aside a pile of lush weeds. When he saw the barren ground, the smile on his face froze. What's going on? Tang Yun thought suspiciously in his heart. It had to be known that he had discovered the red nascent fruit by coincidence. If it was not for the fact that it was not ripe yet, he would have picked it long ago. How could the others think that there would be a red nascent fruit growing behind a pile of weeds? The old man behind Tang Yuan had a gloomy expression as he looked at the soil on the ground. He said in a cold voice, "This was just picked. The smell of the soil is still fresh." Tang Yuan hammered the ground hatefully and said apologetically, "Second uncle, I'm sorry. We made a wasted trip. If I had known earlier, I would have picked it earlier." The old man shook his head and smiled faintly, "That might not be the case." Boom! Right after he spoke, the old man looked straight ahead like lightning. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A firebird flew out from his body. In an instant, it turned into a huge firebird. It let out a melodious cry and flew towards a large tree in front, carrying a surging heat wave. Before the firebird got close, the large tree was set ablaze by the heat wave carried by the firebird. Shao Chen, who was hiding behind the tree, revealed himself and immediately jumped to another tree. Before Shao Chen could stabilize himself, the flaming bird let out another melodious cry. Its speed and size doubled again. It tore through the air, creating a heat wave as it flew towards Shao Chen with a long, flaming tail. Shao Chen quickly jumped down from the tree. An intense explosion came from behind him, and a violent shockwave assaulted him. Under the huge impact, Shao Chen fell miserably to the ground. When Shao Chen looked at the large tree again, it had already been blasted into pieces. Under the high temperature, the broken pieces immediately burned to ashes, and a large cloud of white smoke came out. When the white smoke entered his nose, Shao Chen, who had just gotten up, coughed violently a few times. The firebird in the smoke cried out again, and its speed doubled again. Its speed reached a horrifying level. When the smoke scattered, the size of the firebird was already comparable to a small car. Damn it, it's still coming. Seeing the huge firebird chasing after him, Shao Chen cursed in his heart. Does it think that I am a soft persimmon that can be bullied as they please? Heavenly Lightning Shield. Chapter 33. Boom. The huge flaming bird smashed into Shao Chen's heavenly lightning shield violently, giving off an explosive sound. Then, it turned into sparks that filled the sky. The sparks that filled the sky were like fireflies flying back to the old man's body. A 5-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. The shattered rocks had turned into powder, and the surroundings were covered in dust. Shao Chen, who was in the deep pit, was very pale, but he was fine. With the dust flying everywhere, no one could see the situation in the deep pit. When Tang Yuan saw the situation, he smiled. Second uncle, that person was struck by your triple-layer explosion flaming bird. Even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. The old man revealed a pleased expression. The triple-layer explosion flaming bird was the profound ranked martial technique that he was proud of. It used his control over his martial spirit to send it out of his body to attack the enemy. Every time the flaming bird cried out, it would quickly absorb the surrounding fire-attributed energy, doubling its might and speed. After 3 cries, the energy carried by the flaming bird would be enough to burn a regular martial master to ashes even if they used all their strength. In that instant, the old man had already ascertained that the person hiding behind the tree was just an inferior-grade martial disciple. He did not believe that this person had any chance of surviving. Come, let's go and take a look. Hopefully, the medicine box has not been burned. The old man said with some regret. He had made his move too hastily and used a big move from the start. Now that he thought about it, he had made a big fuss over a minor issue. If the medicine box had been burned, it would not have been worth it. Just at this moment, dust flew everywhere, and a blurry figure appeared in the deep pit filled with white smoke. Although the appearance of this person could not be seen clearly, the aura of this person was very vigorous. This showed that this person was not severely injured. How is this possible? The group of Tang clan cultivators exclaimed in shock and doubt. The expression on the old man's face was very interesting. His face was filled with disbelief. He is clearly only an inferior-grade martial disciple. How can he block my profound ranked martial technique? This doesn't make sense. Shao Chen did not reveal himself in the dust. With his spiritual sense, everyone's expressions and position appeared clearly in his mind. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a dangerous smile. Did you feel good beating me up? It's time for me to make my move. Shao Chen smiled faintly to himself. He pointed his right hand towards the sky while his left hand kept forming hand seals. Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. Under the clear sky, large patches of dark clouds suddenly gathered, and the forest instantly became incomparably dusky, like the weather before a thunderstorm, appearing incomparably strange. Lightning fall. Lightning fall. Lightning fall. Explode. 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 Shao Chen made up his mind and expended all the essence in his body, instantly summoning more than 10 bolts of lightning. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Under the cover of a large patch of dark clouds, more than 10 bolts of lightning tore through the dark sky, illuminating the forest like a solar eclipse. Facing the darkening sky, everyone from the Tang clan was incomparably shocked. Why did the weather suddenly change? This was simply too strange. Not good, this is a high-ranked martial technique, everyone be careful, the old man shouted loudly, his heart was incomparably anxious. Hearing the old man's words, before everyone could react, more than 10 bolts of lightning had already descended. There was a series of booming sounds, accompanied by many miserable wails. After the dark clouds scattered, everyone from the Tang clan, aside from the martial Grand Master, were still in perfect condition. The others were all lying on the ground, black smoke coming out of their mouths and noses. 3 superior-grade martial cultivators died on the spot, their bodies giving off the smell of being roasted. Tang Yuan stood up from the ground in a sorry state. He looked at the 3 roasted superior-grade martial cultivators with lingering fear. If the old man had not secretly helped him earlier, he would have been roasted like these people. What martial technique is this? Tang Yuan's face was filled with fear as he asked in a trembling voice. The old man was expressionless as he looked at the blurry figure in the dust in front of him. He muttered, lightning attribute, earth-ranked martial technique, earth-ranked martial technique. Earth-ranked martial techniques were extremely rare, even in the rich and powerful clans of the great Qin nation. They were treated as family heirlooms. What exactly was this person's identity? Not only was he good at using fire, he even knew a lightning-attributed earth-ranked martial technique. Could he be a dual-attributed cultivator? The doubts in the old man's heart deepened. He did not have time to think and immediately flew forward. He killed so many people of my Tang clan, we cannot let him escape. If he is really the descendant of a rich and powerful sect, then all the more we should kill him. Otherwise, if we let the tiger return to the mountains, with the power of those big clans, the small Tang clan would not be able to defend against them in the future. This person executed an earth-ranked martial technique as an inferior-grade martial disciple. The drain on his energy and the backlash would definitely be huge. There was no way he would give him the chance to recover. After swallowing a qi-returning pill, Xiaoqin looked at the situation of the Tang clan. He was very satisfied with the damage that the lightning descend spell with his full power had done. Earlier, the old man's attack had already killed him. If he had not learned the heavenly lightning shield, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Thus, there was no need to hold back against this group of people. If he wanted to play, he would play it big. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense felt the old man rushing over quickly. However, he was not overly anxious. The qi-returning pill in his body had already started to take effect, and his essence was quickly recovering. Seeing the old man getting closer, Xiaoqin shouted in his heart, lightning evasion. The old man rushed to the deep pit and looked at the nearby Xiaoqin. He smiled sinisterly, no matter which clan you are from, you will die here today. However, just at this moment, Xiaoqin's body suddenly disappeared. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared 100 meters in front of him. The old man raised his head and looked at where the lightning came from. After the lightning flashed, Xiaoqin's figure immediately appeared. What martial technique is this? The old man was astonished. He raised the essence in his body to the limit. His figure was like a cunning rabbit as he dashed through the forest. I must kill him. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future, the old man thought anxiously. His speed increased explosively again. When he felt the old man behind him, Xiaoqin took a few steps forward and executed the lightning evasion again. After the lightning flashed, he appeared 100 meters away once again. Seeing Xiaoqin disappear into the distance once again, the old man roared angrily. A surging flame appeared on his body, and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. When the wings spread out, they were at least 2 meters wide. With a gentle pat, his body quickly glided through the air. The trees in his way were all burned in half by the wings. Everywhere he passed, there was a large area of burning tree roots. Martial spirit body possession was a technique that could only be grasped after becoming a martial Grand Master. In the Tianwu continent, there were some people whose martial spirits were extremely rare flying-type spirit beasts. After these people's martial spirit body possession, they would be able to grow a pair of wings. However, compared to true flight, there were many limitations. The martial spirit body possession of a martial Grand Master was not a true fusion with the martial spirit. It could only allow one to glide for a short distance. Furthermore, it exhausted a lot of essence, and it could not be maintained for long. If one wanted to truly merge with the martial spirit, they could only do so after becoming a martial king. At that time, they would be able to fly as high as they wanted. Furthermore, they would be able to maintain it for a longer period of time, and it would exhaust less essence. Seeing the old man closing in on him after the martial spirit body possession, Xiaoqin helplessly swallowed another essence pill. The recovery rate of his essence increased significantly. As for the side effects of consuming too many pills, he could not consider it for now. Triple layer explosion of flames. The old man roared angrily. When he saw that Xiaoqin was already in front of him, he was afraid that Xiaoqin would use that strange technique to escape again. He did not care about the little essence he had left in his body and executed this medial grade profound ranked martial technique. Because this martial technique was executed using the martial spirit, after the old man executed the triple layer explosion of flames, the flaming wings on his back immediately separated from his back. He turned into a huge bird in the air, and with a cry, he flew towards Xiaoqin. With the aid of the 2 qi returning pills, the recovery rate of Xiaoqin's essence reached a horrifying level. 2 of the 3 white clouds beside the blue dragon martial spirit in his body had already floated up again. Seeing the flaming bird flying towards him, Xiaoqin kept thinking. After a while, he understood. If he were to execute the lightning evasion now, he would not make it in time. He would definitely be interrupted at the last moment. It was also impossible to dodge. Every time this flaming bird cried out, its speed and might would increase explosively. Currently, he was not in his peak state. Using the heavenly lightning shield to block it head-on was not a wise move. He could only take advantage of the fact that it only cried out once and its might was weaker to completely defeat it. Once he thought of this, Xiaoqin did not hesitate. He immediately took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Rushing thunder chop. Xiaoqin, who had his back facing the old man, suddenly turned around and shouted. His body moved like lightning as he brandished his saber and rushed towards the flaming bird. With the aid of the blue dragon martial spirit, his normal attack was already comparable to a peak martial disciple. Now that he was using a martial technique, the power contained within it naturally increased explosively by a few times. A resplendent radiance lit up on the lunar shadow saber. A 2-meter-long green saber light appeared. Seeing the flaming bird in front of him, Xiaoqin could feel the surging heat wave on his face. He squinted his eyes and looked at the malevolent head of the flaming bird. Xiaoqin moved his feet and calmly drew his saber. He accurately chopped at the flaming bird's neck. The 2 horrifying forces clashed with each other and gave off a violent explosion. A heat wave spread out in all directions, and all the trees within a 10-meter radius were instantly chopped in half. A huge force rebounded from the saber. Xiaoqin vomited a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards and crashed into a large tree. With a hung sound, the large tree was immediately broken. Xiaoqin landed on the ground with a bang and vomited another mouthful of blood. I miscalculated, I have never used the rushing thunder chop before. I had too high of an expectation of it. I actually wanted to use it to resist a profound ranked martial technique of a martial Grand Master. Xiaoqin, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly in his heart. No matter how powerful the blue dragon martial spirit is, a yellow-ranked martial technique is still a yellow-ranked martial technique. I have finally dealt with this brat. It was not in vain that I spent so much effort. The Tang clan old man heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could recover his essence, the old man immediately walked towards Xiaoqin. When the old man saw Xiaoqin's appearance, he revealed an expression as though he had seen a ghost. After a while, he laughed involuntarily. I, Tang He, chased you for a long time. I thought you were a genius of a large clan, causing us to be in such a sorry state. I did not expect it to be you, trash. Chapter 34. Seeing Xiao Qin struggling to stand up, Tang He had a confident look on his face. He smiled and said, if you did not kill the 3 people from my Tang clan, I could have let you off for the sake of the Xiao clan if you handed over the red nascent fruit. Xiao Qin revealed a cold smile on his pale face. Stop being so hypocritical. If you did not kill me first, would I have made a move against your people? Xiao Qin tightened his grip on the lunar shadow saber. He coughed gently and continued, do you really think that I do not have any ability to resist now? Tang He was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. Although I have already exhausted most of my essence, I only need 1 finger to deal with a heavily injured inferior grade martial disciple like you. Contempt, this was a martial grand master looking down on an inferior grade martial disciple. There was a world of difference in strength, so he looked down on Xiao Qin. Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, the first move of the heaven-ranked martial technique, Dragon Subduing Slash. It was a martial technique exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit. After it was used, it would be like a dragon leaping into the sea, swallowing up mountains and rivers. According to legend, the hidden dragon was the king of the 4 seas. The soaring dragon was the overlord of the skies. As long as there was water, it could display boundless might. The Blue Dragon Goes to Sea was a dragon that had just come out of the sea. It obtained the might of water, causing mountains and rivers to flow in reverse. Xiao Qin silently recalled the introduction of the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea in the Dragon Subduing Slash. He looked at the incomparably noisy Tang He and smiled, 1 finger. Don't be so frightened that you start crying later. Tang He looked at the struggling Xiao Qin. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. At such a close distance, he was not afraid of Xiao Qin using his strange martial technique to escape. He also did not care about Xiao Qin's tone. He smiled and said, I said I only need 1 finger, I only need 1 finger. Chi. A strand of flame gathered on Tang He's finger. He circulated his essence and shouted. The flame burst out of his finger with a so sound, creating a long shockwave in the air as it headed for Xiao Qin's head. This flame looked inconspicuous, but in fact, it contained an enormous amount of fire attribute energy. Many of Tang He's opponents had died to this flame finger because they were careless. He did not believe that an injured inferior grade martial disciple could withstand the damage of this flaming finger at such a close distance. Naturally, Xiao Qin would not be able to endure the damage of this flame finger. However, he did not intend to endure Tang He's attack from the start. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and casually changed his stance. He raised his arm and pointed the tip of his sword at Tang He. It was just a very casual starting gesture. It didn't seem like there was any movement, and it was no different from before. Xiao Qin was still seriously injured and weak. Tang He's right eyelid twitched for no reason. His heart felt empty, and a sense of danger suddenly lingered in his heart. How is this possible? This brat is seriously injured. How can he still hurt me? Tang He shook his head fiercely, suppressing the fear in his heart. He saw that the cold flame finger was already less than a meter away from Xiao Qin. In the next second, it would pierce through Xiao Qin's head. In just a second, this brat would be dead. Thinking of this, the fear in Tang He's heart completely disappeared. He revealed a faint smile on his face. It's time to end this. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin suddenly shouted. A boundless aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas was emitted from his body. The surrounding quiet forest was like a roaring wave, there was an unending sound of waves. A formless energy exploded out from Xiao Qin's body. The trees within 100 meters behind him were all uprooted. A strong wind blew, and they were all turned into tree splinters. The tree splinters filled the sky, appearing behind Xiao Qin in layers. They were like the waves of the sea, rippling and swaying gently. Xiao Qin only felt that his body was filled with a power that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth, wanting to burst out. At this moment, even if a deity or Buddha were to block him, he was confident he could kill them. Break! There was a ferocious roar. Xiao Qin gently pushed his saber forward. This seemingly small movement was actually filled with a huge amount of energy. This gentle push seemed to tear through time and space. The entire space fluctuated slightly. There was an explosion in the sea of tree splinters behind him. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's dantian. The huge energy flowed through Xiao Chen's arm and through the lunar shadow saber. It formed a dragon-shaped saber chi and broke out of his body. The instant the saber chi left his body, the lunar shadow saber could no longer withstand this berserk energy and shattered. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it actually happened within a breath of time. The flame finger that Tang He sent out was like a small earthworm in front of Xiao Chen's dragon-shaped saber chi. It crumbled upon contact. The huge dragon-shaped saber chi carried a boundless might as it whistled towards Tang He. One day, I want the rivers and mountains to flow in reverse. Tang He stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. It was like he saw a vast and boundless sea with an inferior grade martial disciple riding on a huge blue dragon, breaking through the waves. Under the might of this ancient holy beast, the firebird martial spirit in Tang He's body could not help but tremble. His entire body trembled as well. The essence in his body was in a mess, not listening to his commands. The dragon-shaped saber chi arrived in an instant. Tang He did not even let out a cry of pain before his body turned into dust and disappeared from this universe. Only a red jade pendant fell down. The saber chi did not stop and continued to rush forward, creating a huge ravine in the ground. The ravine continued to extend, and no one knew how far it had traveled. This was the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This was the might of the blue dragon martial spirit. It carried the might of the mountains and rivers, destroying the heavens and earth. Even if it was executed by an inferior grade martial disciple, it would still have such a horrifying might. Seeing Tang He's body turn into dust, Xiao Chen's tense mind relaxed. The moment he relaxed, the side effects of executing a heaven-ranked martial technique and overdosing on medicinal pills came one after another. The essence in his body was in a mess. His skin became incomparably pale and his blood vessels could be seen clearly. After a while, cracks appeared on his skin and blood seeped out continuously. This kind of pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. It was so painful that he wished he was dead. In the mental space of his mind, his spiritual sense was in chaos. The pain came from both his body and his mind, tormenting Xiao Qin continuously. Doing his best to maintain a clear mind, Xiao Qin dragged his battered body towards the ravine step by step. The red jade pendant that fell from Tang He's body was very suspicious. Unexpectedly, it was not damaged by the attack of a heaven-ranked martial technique. There was definitely something strange about it. Xiao Qin dragged his body with great difficulty and held the scarlet jade pendant in his hand. Before he could take a look at it, Xiao Qin fainted from the pain. Xiao Qin did not know how destructive a heaven-ranked martial technique was and how high the requirements to execute it were. In the Tianwu continent, there were many examples of people overestimating themselves and executing high-ranked martial techniques, resulting in their bodies exploding and dying. If it were not for the special characteristics of the blue dragon martial spirit, Xiao Qin would not have simply fainted. In the periphery of Seven Horn Mountain, where the spiritual energy was the densest, Tang Yuan and the others were still anxiously waiting for the second elder to return. They saw that the sky was getting darker and darker. Originally, they were not worried that something would happen to Tang He. However, when they heard the sound of an explosion coming from afar, they became even more worried. After a long time, the second elder still had not returned. One of them finally lost his patience and asked Tang Yuan, "First young master, are we still going to wait for the second elder?" "The first elder and the others are still waiting for us to bring the spirit blood jade over." Tang Yuan's clothes and filth had already been washed, but his expression was extremely haggard and pained. When he heard this person's question, he could not help but scold, "I also want to, but the spirit blood jade is in second uncle's hands. What is the point of us going?" When the group of people heard this, their originally anxious mood became even more perturbed. This spirit blood jade was a mission that the first elder had given them over and over again. For this mission, not only did they send 3 superior grade martial disciples and 7 martial masters, there was even a martial grand master leading them. With such strength, they could practically do as they pleased in Mo City. They originally thought that this mission would be extremely easy, but they did not expect it to turn out like this. If the first elder found out about this group of people would not have a good ending. Among the group of people, Tang Yuan was the one who felt the most conflicted. Others might not know the use of this spirit blood jade, but he was very clear on it. The pros and cons involved, and when he thought about the consequences of failure, Tang Yuan trembled in fear. If they had not come to find this red nascent fruit, they would not have offended that strange person, and the situation would not have escalated to such an irreversible state. Tang Yuan felt incomparable regret in his heart. He blamed himself for trying to curry favor with the second elder and overreaching himself. First young master, don't be anxious. The situation has not reached an irreversible state. The second elder might have just been delayed for a while, or he might have been severely injured. We should go and receive him, the person who spoke earlier calmly analyzed. If the second elder is severely injured, wouldn't we be seeking death by going? Tang Yuan was about to scold him, but after thinking about it carefully, he gradually calmed down. The words of this person were not without reason. The second elder had already reached the peak of medial grade martial grand master long ago. Even if he lost to that mysterious person would not feel good. The most important thing was that even if the second elder was killed by that person, the mysterious person might not take away the spirit blood jade. The spirit blood jade would be useless to him. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan's expression relaxed. He said to the crowd, "We have to obtain that spirit blood jade. So no matter what, we have to go to the place where the explosion came from to take a look." Everyone's expressions were filled with fear. Even though they were far away, they could feel the horrifying energy contained in that intense explosion. However, when they thought of the consequences of failing the mission, they decided to follow behind Tang Yuan and head towards the place where the explosion came from. After walking for a short distance, they saw an incomparably exaggerated gorge on the ground. It was 3 meters wide and 7 meters deep. This gorge was at least 1,000 meters long. Everyone's expressions became extremely unsightly. However, under Tang Yuan's lead, they still rushed forward anxiously. Finally, they saw Xiao Chen lying in the gorge. When Tang Yuan saw the red jade pendant in Xiao Chen's hand, he rejoiced in his heart. Just as he was about to go forward, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It gently lifted Xiao Chen's body and leaped forward quickly. Tang Yuan stopped his subordinates from giving chase. He looked coldly at the disappearing green figure and said coldly, "There is no need to give chase." Chapter 35. In a daze, Xiao Chen finally woke up after an unknown amount of time. He struggled to open his eyes and discovered that he was lying on a wooden bed. After looking at his surroundings, Xiao Chen discovered that he was in a wooden hut. The sunlight shone in from the outside, making the hut feel very warm. There was a table not far from the wooden bed. There was a bouquet of Chinese roses on the table. Beside it was a table of home-cooked dishes. They were all vegetarian dishes, but the fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing him to be filled with anticipation for the taste of these dishes. What is this place? Why am I here? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. He remembered that when he used the blue dragon, he was severely injured. After he obtained the red jade pendant, he fainted. How did he end up here? Did someone save him, or was he captured by someone? Whatever, I should get up first. Xiao Chen lifted the blanket and discovered that his entire body was wrapped in white bandages. A faint medicinal smell wafted out from the bandages. Xiao Chen felt an itchy sensation on his skin. It seemed like his external injuries were more or less healed. Getting up, Xiao Chen entered a state of cultivation with much difficulty. He sank his consciousness into it and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen. The meridians in his body that should have been severely damaged were actually more or less healed. This should be the effect of consuming a good quality medicinal pill. It seemed like the person who wrapped the bandages on him had wasted a medicinal pill. Xiaoqin came out of his state of cultivation and peeled off the layers of bandages. His face slowly turned red. There were actually several layers of bandages on his private parts. If the person who wrapped the bandages was a man, Xiaoqin would even have the thought of dying. After removing all the bandages, the pale skin underneath was revealed. Xiaoqin slowly relaxed. The medicine on the bandages should be very good. It did not leave any scars, so he did not have to worry about being disfigured. There was a set of brand new men's clothes at the head of the bed. Xiaoqin felt gratified. This person had even prepared clothes for him. After putting on the clothes, Xiaoqin couldn't wait to pounce on the food on the table. Although the fasting pill could make people not need to eat, but after not eating for a long time, Xiaoqin's appetite became bland. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Xiaoqin immediately couldn't stand it. Judging from the current situation, he had definitely been saved. If he had been captured, the enemy would never have given him such a good pill and even kindly given him a set of clothes to change into. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, Xiaoqin quickly devoured the dishes on the table. These small dishes were not considered delicacies, but Xiaoqin felt that they were more delicious than delicacies. Cousin, you're awake. The door of the wooden house was gently pushed open, and a surprised voice could be heard. Xiaoqin, whose mouth was filled with food, was eating in an unsightly manner. When he saw Xiao Yulan suddenly appear outside the door, he was startled and accidentally choked on the food, coughing non-stop. Cousin Yulan, why are you in the right? Xiaoqin, who only managed to catch his breath after a long time, asked in a muffled voice. Seeing Xiaoqin's appearance, Xiao Yulan giggled. Her pretty face bloomed like a flower as she laughed softly. Cousin, eat slowly first. If it is not enough, I will make more for you. Hearing these words, Xiaoqin finally understood. So it was Cousin Yulan who saved him. He casually wiped his mouth and did not move his chopsticks again. After Xiao Yulan saw him eating so deliciously, how would Xiaoqin dare to continue eating? Suddenly, he thought of the bandages on his private parts. Xiaoqin looked at Xiao Yulan and pretended that nothing had happened as he asked, Cousin Yulan, you were the one who helped me with the bandages. Xiao Yulan nodded her head. She did not seem suspicious. She said, that day, I was just returning from the inner region of the mountain range. When I heard the explosion, I rushed over. Then, I saw you lying on the ground, heavily injured. Xiao Yulan suddenly thought of something and her face turned red. She said, we are people who practice martial arts. There is no need to be bothered by the small details. It is enough to be open in mind and body. It is enough to be open in mind and body. Cousin Yulan, you are really bold and unconstrained. Xiaoqin smiled bitterly in his heart. That's right, cousin, I was unconscious for a few days. It's been 2 days. Yesterday, the third elder came to see you. Seeing that your meridians were injured, he gave you a jade cloud pill. Otherwise, your internal injuries would not have healed so quickly, Xiao Yulan quickly said. At the same time, she told Xiaoqin about the details of the third elder's visit. The third elder, Xiao Tian, was in charge of all the matters of the Xiao clan's Seven-Horn Mountain. It was not strange for them to know about such a big thing that happened in the forest. What made Xiaoqin surprised was that Xiao Tian was actually willing to give him the jade cloud pill to treat his injuries. This jade cloud pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill with the best healing effects. In the entire Chizi County, there was no alchemist who could refine it. In times of need, it could save a person's life. It was worth a lot of gold. I have to find an opportunity to return this favor. The next time I refine a similar medicinal pill, I will give him a bottle, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Xiao Yulan took out a red jade pendant from her bosom and asked suspiciously, Cousin Xiaoqin, where did you get this spirit blood jade from? Spirit blood jade, so that was the name of this red jade pendant. After making a decision in his heart, Xiaoqin told Xiao Yulan half the truth about what happened that day. Aside from hiding the heaven-ranked martial technique, the dragon subduing slash, there were no other discrepancies. He only said that he had spent a lot of effort to perish together with Tang He, and that he had obtained this red jade pendant from him. When Xiao Yulan heard that this jade pendant was obtained from Tang He, her expression changed slightly. Yesterday, I thought this jade pendant belonged to cousin Xiao Chen, so I did not tell the third elder. Now that I see it, this matter is very important. I have to tell the third elder quickly. It is just a jade pendant, why is it so important? The doubts in Xiao Chen's heart deepened. He suddenly remembered that when he used his spiritual sense to eavesdrop, he seemed to have heard Tang He mention something about a plan. He asked, what is the use of this spirit blood jade? Xiao Yulan did not hide anything. She explained the origin and use of the spirit blood jade to Xiao Chen. Speaking of the spirit blood jade, one had to start with taming beasts. Having a strong spirit beast would give one a huge advantage in battle. Thus, the cultivators of the continent had never given up on taming spirit beasts. The earliest cultivators tamed spirit beasts in the same way they tamed normal animals. They captured young spirit beasts and nurtured them when they were very young. Through feeding and training, they established a master-slave relationship to achieve the goal of taming. However, spirit beasts were different from normal animals. They had extremely high spiritual intelligence. This kind of method was unable to successfully tame a rank 4 spirit beast. There was no way to guarantee the loyalty of a rank 4 spirit beast and above. In battle, it was common for spirit beasts to devour their masters. Furthermore, this kind of taming method required a very long period of time. At the very least, it would take a few years. At the very most, it would take dozens of years. Furthermore, a spirit beast could only serve one person. There was no way to transfer it. This kind of situation only changed completely when a genius appeared. He was Mao Yanan, the person who established the Crossbeast sect. When Mao Yanan was traveling the continent, he discovered a mysterious jade. After it was polished, it could be used to store spirit beasts into the jade, allowing the person holding the jade to establish a blood contract with the spirit beast. As he continued to research it, he discovered even more secrets within the jade. He came up with all sorts of secret techniques that allowed the jade to control tens of spirit beasts at the same time. Furthermore, these spirit beasts were not separated by ranks. Imagine a person who could control tens of high-ranked spirit beasts. How terrifying would his combat prowess be? Thus, when he established the Crossbeast sect, it immediately became the #1 power in the Great Tang Nation. The secret of the spirit blood jade was only known to the public at this time. However, in the Tianwu continent, only the Great Tang Nation produced the spirit blood jade. Furthermore, the spirit blood jade was mostly controlled by the Crossbeast sect. There were very few that spread to other places. The piece of spirit blood jade in Xiao Chen's hands could be said to be extremely rare in the Great Qin Nation. Its value was much higher than a moonstone. Cousin means that the Tang clan is preparing to use this blood-wedding soul jade to tame a rank 4 spirit beast and above? Xiao Chen asked after he understood the crux of the matter. However, this was not a big deal. Xiao Yulan could tell that Xiao Chen had doubts in his heart. She said, this matter is not as simple as you think. According to the agreement between the 3 clans, aside from the Shao clan, the other powers and individuals in Seven Horn Mountain can hunt for spirit herbs and spirit beasts in small groups. However, the agreement also stated that spirit beasts of rank 4 and above, regardless of whether they are dead or alive, cannot be brought out of Seven Horn Mountain. This is the bottom line of our Shao clan and also the biggest source of income for Seven Horn Mountain. Now that the Tang clan has broken the agreement, their intentions are very clear. Breaking the agreement meant that the Tang clan no longer cared about the Shao clan in this Seven Horn Mountain and could do whatever they wanted. This was a very serious matter. If this was not handled well and news of this got out, the Shao clan's authority in Seven Horn Mountain would be greatly challenged. However, why did the Tang clan dare to do this? Their strength was far inferior to the Shao clan. Furthermore, they had always kept a low profile. Who was supporting them? Just at this moment, a dangerous aura came from afar. Xiao quickly released his spiritual sense. He had always been very confident in his senses. When he released his spiritual sense, Xiao was surprised to discover that the range of his spiritual sense had already reached 800 meters. However, before he could rejoice, Xiao frowned. In his spiritual sense, he saw a group of black-clothed people holding heavy crossbows. They were rushing over rapidly. This group of people were all superior-grade martial masters. The person leading them was a martial grand master. Looking at their speed, they would arrive in less than a minute. Furthermore, looking at the style of the heavy crossbows in their hands, they were not ordinary goods. It was very likely that they were the work of the heavenly craft manner. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao hurriedly said, "There is a group of martial masters rushing towards us from the east. They will arrive in less than a minute. Then let's go quickly." Xiao Yulan's expression changed. She did not ask how Xiao knew about this. She pulled Xiao hand and immediately jumped out of the window. Just as the two of them jumped out, there was a buzzing sound in the air. Countless arrows were fired at the wooden hut. The strength of the arrows was very strong. Soon, countless holes appeared in the wooden hut. The black-clothed people did not stop shooting. After a while, the wooden hut collapsed. Xiao Yulan turned her head and looked at the wooden hut that she had lived in for many years. Her eyes turned incomparably cold.